Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Ejemo, ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, ejemo, anamana. Wana mejemo, ejemo, anamu. Para tuba jodiri tukuma tuku tuba jodiri ndemo egu mawego. Para tuba jodiri tukuma tuku tuba jodiri ndemo egu mawego. Obodo jisike nubo serona. Oyibo.
It is a free one. Be free.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oboda say yeah we mo. Yeah we mo. Oboda say yeah we mo. No basa he ga ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia.
Ase kwa nefo ya banyo si akuna nyego mkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna motangu, akuna kogabu.
And there it is. There it is. Here we go again. So there it is. Here we go again. The sessions are getting a lot later and they're getting a lot shorter. So I think now we're reverting back to where we started from. Just tidied up our little session. So let me kick things off with an apology because I did put up a thumbnail, but then at the last minute I changed it. I was going to do a session around prostitution in Edo State. That was going to be the theme of this session. But at the last minute, because one, I don't think I've gathered sufficient enough material to make a presentation. And then two, I just felt the timing was a bit off. So today might not be the moment, but we will do that session in the course of time. So we'll be looking at high octane topics and bringing them to the platform for us to reflect on. So we'll be doing a lot of that as we go forward. Now that the politics has settled into administration, now we're going to look at Nigeria as an entity. We're going to be revisiting historical events and bringing them forward for discussion. We're going to be looking at peculiarities within different cultures within our space and bring them up for discussion. So that was going to be what today was meant to be about. Prostitution coming out, because of course, you know that they have an endemic prostitution problem, especially in that Benin Edo State axis. It's just, I don't think there's too much to argue on that. They have a prostitution problem, but why is that? The prostitution problem in that space is so deep and ingrained, and it's so vast that even their Oba, who is their revered, almost godlike deity, he came out not that long ago to put a curse on people trafficking girls from that space into prostitution. So that was meant to be in fact, I'd lined up, let me give you a little soup song of some of the things that I did line up. So let me give you a little soup song, but it's not going to be the theme of this session, but let me just give you a flavor. That's what a soup song is. It's a flavor.
But the guest own, you go see when the father said, go the catwalk, the pikin say, no, waka like this, they do like this.
Papa, no be mama now.
Papa go join the coach the pikin. Mama go join the coach the pikin. Benin man go born girl. When the girl is that kind 8 years, you don't they play all this blue film. Make the pikin they watch. You go tell Saga, Baba banana, oh ya gwali go wintali webo. He said go, you go just make the watch the blue film. So because very soon now, he go come out to go to find money come for Italy.
But I'm not sure say that kind of thing still happen till today now.
Why did it not happen not today now? We thank God for our great father, Oba of Benin, when he can't lay cost on now. But don't be say the thing just stop. And they see they go. But by going now, you are going on your own. Not that one where we say they do.
All right, so that's not going to be the theme for today's session, but that was going to be the theme for today's session, and certainly it's going to be a theme for sessions coming to a screen near you fairly shortly. So we're going to be looking at that. We're going to be looking at cultures in the southeast. We're going to be looking at goings on in the north, etc., etc. So we're going to be looking at a whole raft of everything. We do have topics for today, by the way, so we will have a session. But let me just signal you to what the future looks like for the platform. So we'll be having sort of themed narratives. So now, so where's that? Let me bring up that. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Just 1 second. I need to have something on the screen for what. So now, a lot of you, of course, are aware that we're doing this GoFundMe to raise. No, where is it? So a lot of you, of course, are aware that we're doing this GoFundMe thing to raise funds as an outreach project for especially the north in this instance. So we're doing that, but it looks as though the donations to that space has slowed down a little bit. But arrowheading that initiative is our guy, Hassan. You all know Hassan, of course. So Hassan has been sent on assignment to places like Maiduguri, etc., to identify the beneficiaries of this outreach initiative. So Hassan has been sent into Maiduguri by the platform to go and identify potential beneficiaries for this outreach program that we're doing. So he's going to do a whole bunch of interviews of potential beneficiaries, which we will bring them to the platform, and then we'll reflect on them. They may well all be beneficiaries depending on how big the pot is. But Hassan sends in a dispatch as he makes his way to Maiduguri to go and interview people that are potential beneficiaries for the initiative. Also, now let's just get a little glimpse of what Hassan is up to in Maiduguri. So here is Hassan sending in. You will see what this guy actually goes through on a daily basis, and then you see why that need is so immediate. So here is a dispatch from Hassan from Maiduguri.
This is an example of what the after effects of an insurgency looks like. Now I'm standing on the main road between Goza to Pulka to Bama and Maiduguri, and as you can see, the whole road is deserted. There is a convoy of cars that are coming from Goza and are trying to make it to Maiduguri, but unfortunately, this road cannot be taken to Maiduguri because of a lot of insurgent attacks that has been consistent over the last few months. And this kind of ambushes are the kinds of things that people here that you can see are fearful of, and they cannot take to the roads on their own. Now, we are waiting for a military convoy, which is expected to come in a few hours, and then we can begin to proceed on the not so easy journey. But we hope that with good spirits, we are going to get to Maiduguri safely. Ciao.
So that was Hassan. So that was Hassan. So that's Hassan now. Just sending in a dispatch of his journey through as he makes his way to Maiduguri. Yes, that was Hassan making his way through to Maiduguri to go and do some interviews to present to the platform. And by the way, Hassan is deeply embedded in that space. If you want to know the quality of Hassan, let me just show you a little flavor of just who Hassan is. Here is Hassan. This would be about 3 years ago. Here is this same Hassan. So that should be on the screen. So here is this same Hassan delivering a TED talk on this particular subject matter still. I'm not going to play you the TED talk for reasons of copyright. I'll mute the sound, but you can see, so this is, it says the story of Yagana Hassan Abdullahi. So that's our Hassan right there. And he goes on to deliver this theaterized, I'll describe it as poetry that speaks to the harrowing. So that's Hassan right there. So that speaks to the harrowing experiences that people go through in the Southeast. So what is narrating through poetry on this TED talk? So there he is right there. So what is narrating through poetry on this TED talk is going to be presenting it to us in audio visuals tomorrow. So that's something to look forward to. So now still staying with the theme of tomorrow, we have a guest joining us tomorrow as well. So if you don't know this guy, then you must almost certainly would have been living under a rock. They call him Ijele Speaks. I don't have to introduce him to anybody, but they call him Ijele Speaks, and he's certainly coming here to speak to us tomorrow. So where is the... Yes, they call him Ijele Speak, and he's certainly coming here to speak to us tomorrow. So let me put that on the screen. So there it is right there. This Nigeria Self, a conversation with Ijele Speaks, human rights activist, political analyst, and broadcaster. So that's for 9:30. So that's for 9:30 tomorrow. If you want to, let me give you a little flavor of who just the guest is. He actually has a series of interviews lined up for tomorrow, but he's just managed to squeeze us in because of the persuasive skills of your friendly neighborhood one man. So here is the guy, Ijele Speaks. So he's appearing on so many media. He's on ITV, I think Arise tomorrow as well. So he's slotted us in at the latter half of his day. So you make room for him as well. So let's just get a little flavor. He especially speaks to the Southeastern narrative, and he has a very particular, almost even peculiar view of the goings on, the Biafran narrative, the Simon Ekpa narrative, etc., etc. He has strong views about that, which is coming to share with us tomorrow.
How many of them consulted their constituents? Come on, they are lawmakers, they are governors, they are lawmakers should know what happens in their constituencies, shouldn't they? Even governors as well.
My brother, these people, most of their people will never see them until the next election.
So that's Ijele Speaks right there. He's joining us tomorrow. The bullshit barometer of the Southeast. So that's Ijele Speaks, the BS barometer of the Southeast. So a lot wrapped in. So tomorrow a blockbuster. So we've got Assam making the presentation. We've got Ijele Speak joining us latterly. And then, of course, the usual accoutrement of everything that usually happens here. So another blockbuster. But then, of course, when is it not ever a blockbuster? So another blockbuster. So for today, though, we are going to meander through news. It's just a pick and mix. It's like a buffet. It's like a buffet session we're having today. A little bit of salad, a lot of shrimps, and plenty of fried chicken and whatnot. So a buffet of news items. So that's how we're rolling today. And if you want to join us, of course, hop on. Don't leave it till later when the space is full. If you want to hop on, then now is the moment to hop on when the room is still somewhat sparse. So we'll kick it off with this one. So now this chap now has been in the news for the last 48 hours or so. This is Segun. What's his last name again? Somebody will remind me in a moment. But certainly this guy is now going to be I should have his name because it may well be listening. I might well be offended if I don't get his name right. So let's just let's get his name because there are reasons why I should get his name right. So it's Segun Showunmi. Yeah, so there it is, Segun Showunmi. So this guy now, Segun Showunmi, he's one of the is being touted as one of the potential chairmen of the PDP. It's certainly a strong stalwart within that party, and he has strong and defined views on how the party should be and should run. So he's come out in the public space recently to share some of those views. So again, a little vignette of what he has to say. A vignette, not a soup song this time, a vignette.
Can you imagine for a second if we had been lucky and we had been able to make Peter be vice president so that people can see even this, when you go to Malaysia, you go to Indonesia, people can see it practical. Talk is cheap. Sometimes when I look at the things that Peter is saying, I must say, does Peter even know what he's talking about at all? If you can reduce Peter to somebody who will just say, I want to come and do anti-corruption, no more. You won't get any.
So he's talking about Peter Obi here, as I'm sure you all know. He's talking about Peter Obi, and he's talking about how Peter Obi's politics in the last cycle was somewhat of a missed opportunity. What Segun is saying here is that Peter Obi need not have spoken as much as he did. He should just have left his narrative somewhat tepid and just vague and ambiguous, and then just rolled off the back of disaffection against the status quo. And that is essentially is what Segun is saying here. But let's listen. It's only about a minute and a bit.
Even this, when you go to Malaysia, you go to Indonesia, people can see it practical. Talk is cheap. Sometimes when I look at the things that Peter is saying, I must say, does Peter even know what he's talking about at all? If you can reduce Peter to somebody who will just say, I want to come and do anti-corruption, no more. You won't get any fine idea in all of the other areas, except to say that I will carry my bag, I will not buy ticket. Yes.
Yes, is that ludicrous? Is that ludicrous sanctimonious piety that rankles? This is a former party member of his and a senior colleague of his as well, saying exactly what everybody says. All that faux sanctimonious piety. This pious, clean-cut man, who we all know, was it not as early as yesterday? We were looking through record after record of how this guy is just a very lost looter. And then he wants to, I will carry my bag through the airport. I only have one shoe. It's just a ridiculousness. And all this guy is saying is that it could have just been a single narrative campaigner and just taking a strong middle of the road topic and use that as the basis of his campaign. So all that hulubala and hoo-ha that he was doing, that was his Achilles heel. That was what stumbled him.
reduce Peter to somebody who will just say, I want to come and do anti-corruption, no more. You won't get any fine idea in all of the other areas, except to say that I will carry my bag, I will not buy ticket. Yes, after that, what next? So I was thinking that if we could make him a pan-Nigerian, go around the whole country like he has done, he has achieved something, then maybe if God made it easy, they will give him the country and there's somebody that is the president. People can understand that nobody is trying to make Biafra out of the presidency of Nigeria. But you can't have a situation where they are saying they want out, they're killing themselves in the southeast, and
you see the next phase of what is
Nigeria. But you can't have nobody.
Let me just pause it there. It's only a 1 minute clip, by the way. I'm not quite sure why I'm dragging it on for this long. But the next phase of what it's about to say now is really the reason why a lot of people recoiled from the Peter Obi space, because the message was convoluted and the signals were skewed. What was coming out of that space? The message was convoluted and the signals were skewed. It was too foggy. There was no clarity. You couldn't really see through the fog to penetrate. Well, you could see through the fog, and Wole Soyinka, he derisively captured it in just one whiff of a hand of a statement, to describe it as Badwe. And this essentially is what Segun Showunmi is saying as well. Essentially the same space.
There's somebody that is the president. People can understand that nobody is trying to make Biafra out of the presidency of Nigeria. But you can't have a situation where they are saying they want out, they're killing themselves in the southeast, and then people are fighting everybody, and then you expect that people are not going to be just a tad nervous. Why should they give you their free will to lead them if you are not going to show at least that you are all one and the same? And it's not his fault. I think it's the mismanagement of the post-Civil War narrative.
Yes. The Biafran narrative worked heavily against the Obi campaign, because it was very, very easy, and people did it with gleeful ease. They did it. It was very easy to hang the toga of Biafra on Peter Obi. So you can just call him a Biafran, and as soon as you call him a Biafran, everybody really essentially understands what that means. Every Nigerian knows what that means. So you can hang that Biafra toga on him, but he cannot unshackle that Biafra toga so easily. Because if he tries to forcefully untangle that Biafra toga, he will have to use a language that will somewhat jar with the tribe. He will have to go against the tribe somewhat if he wanted to unbuckle himself from the Biafran narrative. And he couldn't really do that because, of course, the tribe is a strong base, but then, of course, the opposition very quickly and very easily isolate him to a regional extremist sort of a narrative, inviting him to condemn Nnamdi Kanu, the IPOB, etc., which he could not do in a full-throaty manner, for reasons that is where his base is. And that this is essentially what Segun Showunmi is explaining to us. So that's Segun Showunmi. So let's go on from Segun Showunmi to a man of a lesser articulation, but nevertheless equal punch.
There are a lot of things involved in this River State matter. And as a friend, I am advising you, if you are not careful, River State will become your albatross, like the ancient mariner. You are going to carry it on your neck. Do you know why? River State have the largest number of Ijaw people. And apart from the Fulanis and the Yorubas to a certain extent, River State people have, the Ijaw people in River State are found everywhere. They are in Gabon in large number, Equatorial Guinea, Cameroon, Sierra Leone, Liberia. They're all on the coast. And the Ijaw people act like one people. You have seen them in Ondo State. You have seen them in Edo State. You have seen them in Delta. They act as one people. They are like the immigrant Fulanis coming from everywhere. When one Ijaw man is hot, Ijaw people, it is very easy to rally Ijaw people. They are one of the easiest people to rally around to come. You only need to say, Ijaw, Kimemia, Emie. Asawana, and they will come. The ethnic card is already in this game. Ijaw sentiment. You saw Ijaw people in Ondo State. You, as governor, you even saw them in Lagos State. For the sake of one man, you are looking for money to implement your programs for this government to succeed. But for a few people, you are ready to throw this away. Why will any reasonable person decide to provoke Ijaw people? Any reasonable person. Are there no advisors? Are they telling you, like Nehru was sitting while Rome burned? He was drinking and celebrating while Rome burned. I might have differences with him, but I know his own people. I know them. And I'm telling you, when Alamesa came to make peace with you in Lagos, after the crisis, I know Ijaw people. They don't relent.
I was speaking, I didn't know I admitted myself. You don't need me to tell you that Asari Dokubo is a highest bidder sort of a politician. It's a highest bidder sort of a politician. So whoever has packed in his account the latest trunk of dollars is who he's championing. This was the guy that was telling us turn by turn on Najagaba barely a few weeks ago. But now that Tinubu is winning Nigeria, so there is Asari Dokubo, of course. But whose tune is he playing now? Clearly, he's been gutted by Fubara and is singing to his master's tune.
Can you afford that? Because they will come like a tsunami. They don't need anybody. They don't need Sim to give them money. They don't need Sim. Nobody mobilize them with money in Lagos, in Ondo, in Edo, and in Delta. Nobody. The environment provide them with the money and the resources to carry out the activities without blinking their eyes. You don't want to hear this naked truth. Okay, don't hear it. Don't hear it. Ijaw people are already angry that this is the worst government. This government is against Ijaw people, and you want to add fire to petrol? You want to add petrol to fire? This is the worst government. That's the feeling of the Ijaw people. If nobody is telling you, as a friend, I will tell you, the Ijaw people feel this is the worst government for them. This is a nightmare for them.
And by the way, the worst government that is describing, of course, is the 3-month-old, not 3 months, so 6-7-month-old Tinubu government. So now, suddenly, from Tinubu is the best thing that has ever happened to Nigeria from this same guy. Tinubu now the worst government in Nigeria's history. But then, of course, 24 hours in politics, a long time.
And when we were voting, when we were campaigning for you, a lot of Ijaw people called me, President, you don't know Tinubu. You know everything about Tinubu. Tinubu is your friend. No? We hope it's not going to look the other way. Oh. And I assured everybody, I say, if Tinubu fails, hold me responsible. And today, the people are asking me, are you still on that if Tinubu fails, hold me responsible? River State is the litmus test. If there is going to be any fire, it will start in River State. I cannot stop them.
It's a game of high stakes. What is going on in River State? It's a game of high stakes, high jinks. What is going on in River State? When you hear winner takes all, it's exactly would they play out in River State? Is an exact sort of example of that phraseology. Winner takes all. So this is a game for everything. A game for everything. You know that Fubara has now gone to demolish the State House of Assembly, telling us that it was no longer fit for human use. So he's going to destroy the State House. This guy is not going quietly. You know that some of the tongue-coat people, those are parliamentarians, River State parliamentarians, that told us all 27 of them, that they were now APC. A couple of them are now quietly making their way back home to PDP. So he's brought them back. He's presented his budget. And by the way, this guy is playing it with everything. This Fubara guy is playing it with every single thing that he has. Let me see. Somebody sent me a birthday something that he did for Wiki. I'll show you in a moment. I'm sure you've all seen it anyway. Somebody sent me that. Let me just see if I can see it to flash it on the screen because it's quite it's quite pertinent to. I'm just talking slowly as I search for it. It's quite pertinent to conversations it's quite pertinent to conversations being had. So I think I may have it. Let me see. I think it was sent in by this chap. Yes. So here it is right here. So here it is right here. This is week 8 turns 61 today or 56 or whatever, and this is the birthday publication that Fubara has sent out to him, to my Oga and mentor and all of that kind of language. So it's a game of high stakes, essentially what we're looking at. But let's listen on.
I cannot stop them. I cannot even stand on their way because they will shove me aside. Let me tell you, nobody, if anybody is giving you assurance that he can stand in the gap between you and the job people, when the job people feel that your government is against them, then that person is your worst enemy, because the job people will crush him. Whoever he is, whether it's an Ijaw man or not, the job people will crush him. The earlier you call your minister and the governor to Abuja again to maintain the status quo, the better it will be. The better it will be. I am saying it.
Let me just bring you up to speed with what is going on here. It's a game of high stakes, as I said. Also, this is my reading of it. If Wike loses this battle with Fubara, he will lose his ministerial position fairly quickly. because he's not in that ministerial position for reasons that he's a performer. He is a performer anyway, and that's just an additional bonus to what he brings. But he's in that position really as a thank you for what he did in the last electoral cycle and as a hold place for the next electoral cycle to come. So, because Rivers State was one of the deciding factors that tipped the presidency towards Tinubu. So if Wike loses that if he loses his stronghold on Rivers State, he's lost his political relevance, you know that. But then of course it makes Tinubu's re-election, it makes it a lot shakier than it need be. And that is how high the stakes are. Because of course, if this guy, this Fubara guy, if he manages to defeat Wike, he will feel emboldened, very strong. And then if he does succeed in defeating Wike, all the political sharks at the top end, Atiku, Peter Obi, etc., Kwakwanso, they will gravitate towards him and then just wrap around him as a prize. And that is to tell you then that Rivers State would not deliver for Tinubu in an election that he only won. I'll say only won, but the margins are not a comfort margin. So that is how high the stakes are for Rivers State. So it's a game of high jinx. High jinx.
I have everything to lose. But if I don't advise you, I stake my life. I stake everything. I stake my businesses, my source of livelihood for you to become president. And if I am unable to tell you the truth, if you are in your government, I have to stake everything for telling you the truth. I have started doing it now. I am staking everything to tell you the truth. It is left for you to hear, but the result you will see. The job people feel insulted. They produce over 80% of the resources in Nigeria. And 100% of the resources in Nigeria, the oil and gas, pass through their territory for export to all the terminals. All pipelines pass through Ijoland. And you look at them, you look at the job people, and you give us one third-class minister. It has never happened. From Gowon to now, it has never happened. And all of us, some of us have tried as much as we can to see that this thing is changed. No. Every day you remove Ijaw people from the position.
All right, he goes on and on, but I think we get the drift of where he's going. So we get the drift of that. Let's go on then, just to manage the time, onto this one. This was something that Kulata flashed up yesterday, and it looks as though it's coming to fruition. Federal government plans a sale of 40% stake in Discos, others. So now this is now the Minister of Power showing some activities. The Bureau of Public Enterprises has said that it intends to sell the remaining 40% shares of the government in electricity distribution companies on the capital markets in 2024. It said the BPE may also take 4 other assets. Let's take that again. The Bureau of Public Enterprises has said that it intends to sell the remaining 40% shares of the government in electricity distribution companies on the capital market in 2024. It said the BPE may also take 4 other assets to the market in 2024. The Director General, BPE, Mr. Alex Oko, disclosed this during a media chat in Abuja on Tuesday. The other assets include Eleme Petrochemical Company Limited, Nigeria Reinsurance, Nikon Insurance, and the Nigeria Machine Tools in Osogbo. Oko said the original intent of the government following the partial privatization of the disco was to list its 40% in the stock market in a bid to democratize its ownership to more Nigerians and not just a core group of investors. One of the original intentions of the way that the partial privatization of the discos was done was to be able to list that 40% that is still being held by the government in the stock market. And that way, you are democratizing the ownership of these government entities, he explained. He said this will enable Nigerians to buy shares in the discos, adding that the government was working on this. So there it is right there. Machine tools Oshobo is what I'm interested in. I wouldn't mind having ownership of that. So machine tools Oshobo and all that. Let's go on from there to this. So this is the other major headline that came through the news cycle today. Breaking Tinubu sacks FAAN NAMAMDs for others, names replacement. So big parastatal shake-ups going off there. President Bola Tinubu on Wednesday sacked 5 managing directors and director generals of parastatals in the Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development. He also suspended the DG of Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority, Captain Musa Shaibu Nuhu, to enable him to face an unfettered investigation by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. This was contained in a press statement signed by his special advisor, Ajuri Ngalali. According to him, the sack is in tandem with his renewed hope agenda, which is to bring world-class standards to Nigeria civil aviation in consumer protection and the promotion of the well-being of Nigerian passengers and the high cost of underperformance in the sector. The affected directors include the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, Mr. Kabir Yusuf Mohammed, Nigerian Airspace Management Agency, Mr. Tayyib Odunnowo, Nigerian Safety Investigation Bureau, etc., etc. So there it is right there. Heads continue to roll within the Tinubu administration. Heads continue to roll within the Tinubu administration. So now this now a storyline that has been simmering in the underbellies of the news for quite a few weeks now. EFCC declares ex-minister Agunloye wanted over 6 billion fraud. So this is going back to the Obasanjo administration. A former Minister of Power and Steel, Olu Agunloye, has been declared wanted by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, over an alleged fraud. Agunloye served as Minister of Power and Steel under former President Olusegun Obasanjo between 1999 and 2003. The Anti-Graft Agency, in a post on its Twitter account on Wednesday, appealed to Nigerians with information about his whereabouts to report to the nearest police station or the commission. So this is really why we're bringing it forward to the point that they've declared him wanted. I'm not quite sure that often happens. It partly reads, Dr. Yu Agunloye is wanted by the EFCC. You know his whereabouts. Please don't hesitate to inform the EFCC or the nearest police station. The EFCC had earlier invited Agunloye for questioning over his role in the $6 billion Mambila hydropower contract, but he declined their invitation. Obasanjo had earlier accused Agunloye of mismanaging the power project and challenged Agunloye to inform Nigerians how he got approval without the Federal Executive Council to award a $6 billion contract to Sunrise Power and Transmission Limited in respect of the project in 2003. Reacting to the claims, Agunloye stated that the... my fin is about to... Hold on. What's going on? So there it is. Reacting to the claims, Agunoye stated that the nature of the initial contract for the Mambila Power Project was awarded as a build, operate, and transfer contract in May 2003 under his watch. He also claimed that the government was not mandated to pay a kobo to Sunrise under the build, operate, and transfer agreement, as it was to be fully funded by the newly registered company whose declared assets were worth less than $2,000 at the time. The former minister was quizzed by EFCC over the controversy and a suspicious payment that was reportedly traced to his bank account. So that is that Mambila space. Then a lot of people submitted that, so we're having a look at it. So that should do it for now. Actually, if you consider that we changed tack in the last minute, then that's sufficient enough to be going with. So now let's play the Kegite music. There's still quite a lot of room in the studio. If anybody wants to hop on. The usual slow start, but if you want the conversation to go on, then you have to be part of it. But let me play the Kegite music as I welcome King Emeka, His Majesty. So that guarantees already a brilliant session. Ajan Lekoko, that guarantees a brilliant session, and War Peace, of course, guarantees a fantastic session. So let's play the Kegite music, and then we kick off the conversation, probably with the makers. But first, the Kegite.
Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùyé o. Ilé ṣọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Wailati kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agbeche, may death have nothing to do with us. So Ikuko Niru Agbeche, let's kick it off with the Mekus, if he's ready. Mekus.
Yeah, I'm ready and set to fire on. Good evening, one man. Good evening, fellow panelists. Good evening, viewers and comment section. Please like, share, comment, subscribe, distribute, disseminate to everyone, including your landlord and your enemies. Don't forget. All right, one man. I want to kick it off.
Before we launch into it, are you aware of our guest for tomorrow? This guy, Ejele Speaks. You must know him.
I think you showed him. I think he was the one, the World Peace friend, right?
Yeah, World Peace friend. Yeah, it's a firebrand.
Yeah, it guarantees to be.
I think you'll enjoy him.
Yeah. I think tomorrow I would log in very early.
All right.
Another delicious show for tomorrow. Okay. You want me to start with what I see on the screen?
Yeah, however the mood takes you. Do you want me to lead you through it? Do you want me to guide you through it?
Let me go to Shegun Showbumi. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, Shegun Showbumi. Yes, he did epic thing with Shenwo Kimbaloye, and snippets of it are coming out in the news cycle, and the guy said a lot.
No, I watched I think I sent it to you. It was last week, Saturday. Was it Saturday? Yes, Saturday. Yeah. He had the interview. Brilliant chap. Brilliant chap. Honestly. You know, him being in the article camp, I think there was something he said in the interview that he had a debate, not sort of a debate, but on channels with Lai Mohammed. And Lai Mohammed, after the interview session, Lai Mohammed said, "It's people like you we want in APC. Why don't you want to come to APC?" And he refused the offer. But listening to him talking about and campaigning about being the PDP chairman, I think he understands the momentum and the political terrain as well as the changes going on in the political scene. And I wish him all the best. If he becomes the PDP chairman, I think he's going to do something really, really different. But there were things he said.
But directionally, is he not just the sort of person that you want as is modern, is articulate, is contemporaneous, he knows what is going on now, not some old fogey that's been stuck in politics of the past?
He's a hybrid between young and old. You understand? He can connect. He's like, those connecting pipe. When you are trying to build a house or you're trying to do some plumbing work in your house, right? So he knows what's going on. You could tell when he was speaking about things going on in the social media and in Twitter spaces, and you could tell that the man is trendy. He puts his ear on the ground. He knows the noises. He understands the noise. He's eloquent. That's what I would say. When he speaks, the fluency and the fluidity of his communication, it's an enjoyable. It's enjoyable to watch. So I enjoyed that interview. He earned my respect, and I wish him all the best of luck. The way he categorized P2B in 1 minute, I was like, this is it. Spot on. The choice of words he used. There's a way you would speak about someone, right? It could take you 20 minutes to really get to the point. But the way he did it, he dissected P2B in 1 minute. He said what a lot of politicians or neutrals or those who are not probably in the obedient camp would say for 20 or 1 hour. He said it in 1 minute. And he broke P2B down. Like, the Taiwan or China or whatever P2B is doing his comparison and his fake statistics and P2B's ability to begin to form piety and being pious but being a fraudulent individual that we know. And he also, why is P2B a polarizing figure? It's because if you don't like him, you really just don't like him. And the reason why you don't like him is because you could see what he's doing. If you like P2B, you really, really like him. And for the reasons you like him, you will not see his flaws. So that's why I consider P2B a very polarizing political figure. His fans came around to say, "Oh, he's not a politician." From he's not a politician, when evidences were being thrown on, every space, he was showing that this man was a former governor. From even being a former governor, he has always had one government appointment from one government appointment to the next. They changed it to be he's a different kind of politician. What is the difference between him and others? Or he's different from other boy. He was Atiku's boy. He ran with Atiku. What is different between P2P and the other politicians that we have? There's really nothing. The only thing I can say is that his voice is very small. He's feminine. That's it. And he uses it to scatter the brains of his fans. and annoy those who don't really like him, like, like a mosquito in your ear, and you just want to clap it to death. So P2B, yes, he has, pushed himself to limelight, just like what Shegu said. And we wish him all the best of luck. He can re-strategize. But one thing I don't like about him is he needs to remember where he's from. There's fire in his house, and he's trying to go and quench the fire in his neighbor's house. And I think that's ridiculous in my point of view. You can't go to Kaduna to go and be giving money to Kaduna when right in your backyard, even in your close to your village, they are killing people. Unknown gunmen are kidnapping people and killing people. You don't speak about these things. They are burning people alive in Anambra State. You don't speak about these things. But any small thing that is outside the southeast, you will take it up and you will talk about it, even if it's a slap. If it's a slap in Abuja, you will talk about it. But if they are burning things down in the southeast, you don't speak about it. What are you, P2B? Are you a leader from the southeast, or are you someone who is just clamoring for power and popularity? Let us know who you are, so that when we see a leader coming from the southeast that want to represent the southeast as well as represent the entire Nigeria, we would understand that. That's my disgust with him. And I'll be very honest. Let me just hold my tongue.
All right. Let me take you to this space, Emeka. I did not read this one out, but this portends good news for certainly you and
yes,
I.
I sent it to
Yes.
you so that you can share it to those of us in diaspora who are looking at trying to get a house in Nigeria, or buy a property back home, either for investment or probably somewhere we want to go to where we visit Nigeria. So I know this has always been in the pipeline. It's been sponsored by Dabiri. Kudos to that woman. She's
It's
doing a
an
great
excellent
job.
idea, Emeka.
Yeah. It's a great idea, but my concern in this is, with everything Nigeria, some people create opportunities just for themselves to cash out. Some will create opportunities to make things better. So I see this as a double-edged sword. I'm watching closely. Um, I'm also telling family members to go inspect, because they said the properties will be probably in the outskirts of Maitama. So they need to figure it out and see if it's true. Not only if it's true, authentic. Not only if it's authentic, would people invest and keep and go to bed sleeping, and not tomorrow you invest and you don't know.
Emeka, I think you should be able to, because if it's coming out of that space, that tells you that the title is as strong as any title that you ever find in Nigeria.
My brother. In Nigeria, people are getting.
I wouldn't mind dipping my hand. I wouldn't object. I will be monitoring it as well. Yeah.
It's a fantastic. It's good. It's good. She has been in the works, not because of this. A lot of people, when she visits, go outside the country, right? A lot of Nigerians have been telling her about this, so she has been working on it. You understand? Abike W. She has been working on it, and it's a good one that the federal government is collaborating to see how to put this into the works. But my fear in all this are those, people, just like what you part of the news, power contracts. What's the name? Mambila power contracts. Provide power for Nigerians. Someone decided to steal out of it to go do shopping. So that's the fear. With the people involved in this, do it out of selfless interest, so that they can provide houses for diasporans to come in, and as well as set up that mortgage space, so that average Nigerians, middle class Nigerians, can also see a way to own properties in Nigeria as they live and work in Nigeria. But you know how it is. You do something, people want to make money from it, or people want to steal from it, or that's just my only concern. Other than that, is a lovely idea.
And it's a good area as well. My Tama is
Yeah, Matema is a fantastic area, good place. I've told one of my family members to put an eye, and I've been monitoring this since last year when she first spoke about it. Now it's in the developmental phase. Initially, it was an initiation and discussion phase. Now they are developing it. Let's see what's going on and check and then how much contribution would one have to make?
Yes, what's the upfront payment and over how long a lifespan, and what's the price for
yes.
Yeah, a lot of things, yeah.
And also to confirm from Wike, the Abuja landlord, if everything is clean, so that nobody comes to break that place where you are.
We get the bulldozer. Okay, now you mentioned we can go there. So I mean, it's a gift that keeps on giving. 27 of them left the PDP yesterday. It looks as though at least
very well. Wike told them that they should move, but not now. They thought he said move now, so they moved to APC. They didn't hear the telephone call well. They didn't get the email or the fax. The fax machine broke down when he was transmitting that message. That they are running back. It's very funny, right? But what I can say from this is that it appears that Fubara is gaining grounds gradually. He's attacking that space gradually. He's convincing people to come into his fold. You can hear this noisemaker that you just played now talking about the job people.
But I'm paid for.
Yes. So Fubara probably, we cannot deny the power of a governor. You cannot deny it. Being a governor is a very powerful position, despite the personality of the individual who sits on that seat. It is now the personality that can now make that place frightening or make the place calm. But being a governor is a very powerful position. I don't know if we did a rundown of those who fought against the governors and lost. Oshomole tried, he lost in Edo. Who else again? Many of them tried. The only person who has succeeded was Tinubu, and he only bided his time till the election, and he used the structure to get Ambode out, right? He just said, okay, this is where we are going to, and Ambode came out shouting and calling Sowolu a cocaine sniffer. You understand? And that didn't work, and they moved him out of the way. So it's only Tinubu. Others has failed. Even Obasanjo did it to Tinubu. Obasanjo, a very powerful president, did it to Tinubu himself when he was governor, and he failed. It shows how powerful being a governor is if you know your onions, if you understand the terrain. So I think, like I said yesterday, or was it day before yesterday, this battle is going to be a deadly one. With this noisemaker speaking, I'm afraid where it may go. You may push a man to the wall, but you don't know how that man was going to react. So we don't know how Fubara and his allies may react. We just hope that his reaction would not be overblown in a proportion that will affect the resources of Nigeria, especially our pipeline, because those people too can be very ridiculous. They can go about blowing pipelines up just to escalate issues. So I think who was it? Somebody wrote a brilliant piece that Wike should have not shown his hands too early. He should try to calm down and try to learn from those who have tried it before and was not successful or were partially successful. Wike should hold on, bid his time, and then the appropriate time when Fubara would be at his weakest point is when he's seeking for re-election, right? That is when he needs to strike. You understand? So let's watch the space and see how it goes. It's unfolding, but Fubara too, it's quite a man. You understand? You saw the slight dig.
I never knew. I never knew he had. I didn't know he had the testicular fortitude up to this level.
No, me myself, right? You saw Weekend's birthday. Still calling my Oga. You are wishing him well, and at the same time not wishing him well.
And no,
So
it's play. Afubara is actually playing three-dimensional chess with him.
yes, yes,
He's
and
playing him at the federal. He's playing Oga boy, but he's
mm,
also playing him in the ethnic play out in
exactly. He's
it's going to be
fighting.
bloody,
Yeah, yeah, he's fighting but not showing his hands, right?
Yes.
He's the kind of person you look at, you can't read his mind. That makes him very dangerous, you understand? So he has not said anything. Wike has been the one speaking. He only acted. What did he do? He blew up the House of Assembly. He
What do you
brought the
make of
place down.
he sent the thing to the bulldozer sent to go and demolish the State House of
Yes, the
Assembly.
place is not in a good shape anyway. So he's just bringing it down and is saying nonsense to the press. That place was burnt down now. The House of Assembly in River State. They can't stay there. It's not a place they can go in to conduct their affairs. So, and then again today he presented the budget to the five House of Assembly members that support him, while still digging, slighting, taking a piece at Wike on his birthday. You understand? You see the way, like what you said, he's played a three-dimensional chess. You get, he's pretending like he's not fighting Wike, but he's still fighting Wike, but he's not showing his hands. He's still, trying to hide his hand, but tell Wike, come, you can't do like this. Then at the same time,
If Wike clearly and openly loses this fight, will he be able to hold on to his position as FCT minister?
I think let's I think he will be able to continue to be minister. Why do I say so? Wike's local government is actually the place that gave the president the highest number of votes. Port Harcourt City voted mostly for Obi. So if Wike can still control that local government, one or two, and it has the highest number, right? If he can still control one or two or three local governments that can give the president 25%, for sure he will still retain his ministerial slot.
Emeka,
Yeah.
sorry, can I chime in a little bit?
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know if you listened to I don't know if yesterday, my outboss yesterday or day yesterday was talking about this situation that is going on in Port Harcourt. Though I just referenced so many things, and I said that sometimes we overrate these politicians and sometimes we think they are invisible. You understand? Now, if we can want to get this thing done, let it get it done over with sharp and fast, because it's becoming nonsensical. You cannot want to impeach somebody and you begin giving the person heads up to what you're going to do.
That's the problem with Wike. He shows his hand too early.
I don't understand.
Now, what's going to happen if those lawmakers now try to impeach the governor, right? There's going to be riots in Port Harcourt. Most definitely, confirmed. There'll be riots.
Okay, look at this.
Because he has shown his hands, what he should have done is ensure that the military is in check in Port Harcourt, impeach him, control the crowd, put curfew down, and let the governor go and be fighting the legal battle outside.
Thank you. Every common man, every common politician, 101 knows this. Now, but the two things is this: two of them show their hand too fast. I think Fubara is taking it too far, and Wike is making too gra-gra. I feel Wike just wanted to bring it back, cut into size, and Fubara is just taking the next action, like in going to any little thing. He reacts so too much. Now, the first time they were impeaching the Senate Speaker, the House of the Speaker of the House, he took it. There was a rumor that they were going to impeach Fubara. He went to burn some part of the place. Probably he hasn't gone into that. They wanted to change the speaker so they can cut into size, you understand? Because when you control the speaker, control the government, you understand? Now he took it far. He took it ethnical, right? Now, these people came to decamp. They decamped and they left. They didn't impeach him. Now he took it far again to destroy the House of Assembly that they are going to impeach him. Now you can see that this thing have not gotten to, even though we can have impeachment, I don't know, like even though you have impeachment in his mind, probably that is the last game, you understand? The last card to pull out. His own, Wike own is to get the Port Harcourt into his control. But Fubara is taking it very, very, very far. Now, that brings the question to me asking Wiki, why this 27 governor decaming at the first place? You are 27 out of 27 against 5. No, anybody you take it to, you are a winner. If you have access to the House of Assembly to decamp, why didn't you just impeach the government that there and there and close the house so that the governor will go to the court, start battling courts? Then there will be 2 governments in Port Harcourt, and you having federal, you can easily put your person there as a governor. I don't know if we can understand this. You decamp APC, they decamp to APC. That very day they left the house. Who does that? If you decamp to become APC member, then you impeach the governor there and then you leave. You impeach the governor, you decamp, you gave him 3 days or 2 days to be thinking what to do. You didn't even come back the next day to make on that whatever, like come back and say, okay, now we have decamp this. You did not do anything. You went to Abuja, be singing, celebrating birthday, just like what happened to Oshomole and Obaseki. I don't get it.
Yeah, but that's what happened there.
Sometimes we now start, we that are not supposed to know what they are doing, we are not telling them what they're supposed to do. With all this money they have, with all the science and economics and political experts they have that make first class from whatever they make first class from, they could not just give them this common advice, common sense. I don't just get it. Now the country now is on
if you say, I think Fubara understands he has probably worked with Wiki for 8 years, so he understands the temperament of Wiki and the extent at which Wiki will go. So the thing there with Wiki is he talks too much, right? If Wiki had, tried, I don't know how their fallout came about anyway, whether it was through a phone call or it was through a meeting, but probably I would presume Wiki would have threatened him that he would impeach him. And so you giving him that heads up would make him go back to think, how do I stop this impeachment? You understand? Because, for them to go right to the House of Assembly and burn that place down, it takes a lot of a lot of work would have gone in to develop that explosive to use to blow the place up. So we can preempt him, and he decided to use that information to safeguard himself. Those kind of things. If you're a chess master, you have to you don't open your hand that way. You must try to play your game.
Emeka, 1 second, please. I don't. If I can quickly just chip in here. Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah. So I think what the governor did, I think he jumped the gun. So it's almost like what the deputy governor did in Edo State. So he must have heard rumor that they were going to impeach him. So
it was not a rumor. They were going to impeach him. They were going to impeach him. It wasn't a rumor.
Yeah, but impeaching a governor, it's not the same thing as removing a speaker, where you just have a sitting and then you remove the speaker. There are procedures which you follow before you can impeach a governor. You saw it in Ekiti, where they were trying to impeach the deputy governor in Ekiti. So we've seen it in different areas. So there are procedures which you have to follow. So none of the step has even started. So he jumped the gun. So what he has done was to quickly look for a way to bring 4 or 5 members of the House, as many members he can, to his side, and then start to take all of these actions that he's taking. He knows that he has to take all of these actions if he's to try to avoid the impeachment. But for me, the way I see it, he should have at least allow the process to start first. Then if he was taking all of these actions, then it will be justified that, they were trying to impeach him, then he started to do all of it. But then you cannot just anticipate that, they want to impeach me. It's not like they just sit down and just impeach you straight away. There are procedures that they have to go through before the impeachment process can be complete.
Yeah, can I add something a little bit?
Yes, Emeka, let Ribado. Yes, I was just going to say, let Ribado come in for a moment. I think he has a different perspective. Good to see you, Ribado.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to say almost the same thing as what they are saying, but I think sometimes when you are in a position that the governor was in, escalating the issue is the best way, because had it been he delayed, a lot of things would have gone south. You understand? But escalating the issue was the reason what gave he preempt the Wike's attempt. You understand? And it gave him the upper hand. As you can see now, the building, the State House of Assembly is not standing. So had it been he allowed all that and maybe try to in fact, even if he allowed them to start the first process of impeachment, later on he decided to take it roughly with them, it wouldn't look legally good on him, and it may kind of damp his popularity, or from the legal point of view. But by preempting them, by escalating the issue, you see, now he is beginning to have an upper hand on them. So this is the point I want to make, even though the previous speaker says almost the same thing. And it's good to be here. For almost 4 months I have been away. I don't even know what's happening in the country. So it's good to be here.
Yeah. Well, you've been hiding away somewhere in the interior, Sabi.
Roberto,
Yeah.
don't you see this thing right now you are doing right now has put whatever plan Wiki have in a teammate?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're very correct. But as the other guy said, the position of a governor is one hell of a strong position. So if he can still play it cool, and as you can see, he's bringing a lot of indices into the equation by trying to divide the conflict on ethnic lines and all that. Now he has to use all the instrument at his disposal to make sure because APC PDP relation in that state is very delicate. We shouldn't forget Rotimi Amechi also influence on that area. So it's a very volatile situation politically, and but eventually I think he has shown an aptitude for political maneuver. This is I think my observation. Even though I just came in yesterday, so I don't know really.
Wike doesn't really have the power for this fight because it's not a money fight, is it? It's a power fight. And Fubara controls all of the levers of the administration of River State. And people that are loyal to Wike, he can very, very quickly punish them into line. He can sack, he can remove people, they cannot impeach him because they've tried now and they failed. And the more he continues to consolidate, the stronger he becomes. So it's not a money fight now, and all Wike has is money.
One man. Listen, Fubara have to be very, very, very careful. This is not a Buhari administration where Buhari don't give a damn. This is a different person who is the president. If the president begin to use the presidential powers against him, he's going to find it a hell quickly. During the law, one of the law Obaseki had when he was there was because it was Buhari. Buhari don't really have time for all of those things. He just say, you guys go and do your thing, that's all. But Tinubu is not like that. Tinubu, if he decides to start pressing the buttons, Fubara will find it a hell to be a governor in that state.
I don't see Tinubu trying to press to further and
even the federal government came out today to say they are not involved in the fight. The federal government
exactly. I don't see that, because what's going to happen is and you can tell from what's his name? I keep forgetting his name. The crying man from Ijo. You can tell that is what he's trying to let the president know. If you try to back Wiki on this fight, we will also come out. So the federal government coming into this crisis, we only escalate it further. And before you know it, you can't tell what was going to happen. It has happened in the past where we saw the job people blowing up pipeline. You understand? Now it might turn into a security crisis. Then you send the military. Then it turns into more fights. From political to a civil unrest situation. I think the president would be this time properly.
But Mecca, you know why Sotuko is saying it's the truth? No, he's saying it's the truth. That when Nigeria.
Hello? Then again, we should also remember that the president is the president for all. He's not a president for a particular minister. He's president of Nigerians.
True.
So he's going to look at it collectively. That okay, for what is the reason why do I want to get into this situation and make it so bad? Why don't we just wait the election season and then see how we can try to remove him if truly we want to remove him? But again, we should not ignore Fubara. Fubara might play a very fast one. He might go to the president and tell him, you know what, back me and I'll give you the numbers that you want.
What
President
numbers is he going to give him?
Fubara does not have 4 years is still a long time. Does not have any number. Fubara is from the smallest.
We're saying it now, right? We're saying
no,
it
but
now
it doesn't have the numbers now. His numbers are weakest numbers. His weakest numbers are
we're actually saying it now. We're saying it now, right?
To office.
We're saying this now. Yes, Fubara does not have the political might that Wike has. But
hold on, let Emeka land. Yeah.
But in 3 years' time, Fubara can begin to build his own structure. He's the governor. We need to appreciate that seat, that office. He's the governor. He can begin to build his own structure.
But listen, Emeka, listen. True, that's true. But Rivers policy is very different from the rest policies in Nigeria. I would say it's the most tribal place if you are familiar with Rivers. And again, Fubara is from the super minority at Apo, just like Isoko. Like you are going to say that this guy
is an Ijaw man now. What do you mean super minority?
No, there are different type of Ijaw.
No, there are 3 major tribes in Rivers State: the Ikweres, the Ogonis, and the Ijaws.
Yes, inside the Ijaws they have different communities. He is from the most minor community. Even when this crying man, as America said, as I was saying yesterday, he told them in life. They said Fubara has no capacity. He's from Apollo, but you can forget that people cannot do anything. But what this guy is saying, and which is true, and I've said before, I said yesterday, they're taking to a tribal, which is not good. If the president decides to play like support Wike, all the jobs, not only job, people now have sympathy for Fubara, and that's what Fubara wants. He wants sympathy in tribal game, which will not be good for that state. Ethnic game will not be good. It will store that state. Because Wike clan control the majority. The queries are the majority, and there's other jobs that are supporting Wike too. So it's going to be that state will not get anything in the next 4 years. So nobody wants.
Yeah, one man. This OT that is going on in River State here tells you would show you how astute our northern politicians are. Our northern politicians, for me, I think they are ahead of our southern colleagues. The southern politicians, they're just full of egos. And go and look at the way they deal with Matawale in Zamfara. This is how you handle issues like this.
But they're not dealing with him now. He's a minister of state, is he not? You mean because they went and took his cars?
No. Matawale was the governor under PDP. You remember when the Supreme Court removed all APC elected officials from Zamfara? Matawale inherited that office from PDP. While he was in PDP, he decamped into APC. But the people who held the structure in Zamfara, them Yari and all of them, they didn't say anything. They agree with APC. Imagine this: Tinubu won Zamfara under APC during the presidential election. When it came to the governorship election, PDP won. So these people know how to do this thing.
Okay, all right, let Ribadu come in. I think he wants to come in on that River State space. Ribadu.
Yes. Let me bold this statement. I think let us not forget the conflict resolution style of Tinubu. I don't think Tinubu will back either of the party prominently. You understand? Because eventually it will not be in the interest of the federal government to back even Wike. You know, they may make a concession to the governor, and there is a precedent to that. You see, look at what happened in Kano. eventually when Konkoso wanted to give them headache, they pushed some, you know, they pushed some buttons and his party kicked him out of the party he created. You understand? And eventually they gave the governor an option. All what we don't want your boss, and we have neutralized it. That is Konkoso. Are you going to come to APC or to retain your seat or what? But the guy, Gida proved stubborn. He says no, he is loyal to Konkoso, and there is no question of the campaign, even though Konkoso was kicked out of that party. And they did that. They kicked Konkoso out of that party so that to give the governor leverage if he choose to come back to APC to retain his seat. But he refused. So they went ahead with all these court issues. So I think, to me, I don't know, this is my opinion. I may be wrong, even though I'm not quite more sound on that axis. But I think eventually Wike has been compensated for all his troubles for supporting Tinubu. He has been well compensated by FCT ministry. That is one. And then eventually, if the federal government want to intervene, they will somehow find a way to solve and resolve that issue, because
Ribadu, can it be resolved and Fubara still hold on to his seat? Because if Fubara holds on to that seat, then that means it's no longer Wike's lapdog. And if it's not Wike's lapdog, then that means Wike loses political relevance.
I think from the moment he took that FCT minister, his political relevance in that state has become into question. I think that's quite obvious. You understand? Because some hardliners, PDP hardliners, feel betrayed by him, even though everybody knows his achievement in PDP. So, but eventually, because you see, our democracy, our electioneering is becoming more sophisticated day by day, and I will give you instances. Tinubu will want that governor to hold that seat, and the reason is this: in Nigeria, especially in Nigeria, people tend to support on that wherever he is. You understand? So now Fabara has become an underdog because everybody feel he is fighting the mighty Wike. So even those that initially doesn't have sympathies, his sympathies at heart, they begin to support him. So to me, based on the way I see Tinubu maneuvering and his style of influencing things to happen, he will eventually try to subdue the situation and trying to calm people and see how he can take advantage of that conflict. One, and also let me give you another example. The reason why I had this, I believe. You see, in my state, Adamawa, the APC, Nuribado and Co., they deny Aisha to be that seat at all costs. Because they have ambition of Nuribado to come and contest for that governorship. So they want this PDP man to finish his last 4 years tenure. But what arises is, he is from northern Adamawa. After his tenure, where can he go? Eventually is a senatorial, Adamawa North senatorial district, which is being occupied by an APC guy. So when I came into town yesterday, I heard he was sacked by the court, and the Senate INEC has issued his replacement without even waiting for him to appeal or what. I don't know those these legal issues. So you see, what APC is doing in Adamawa is they are clearing way for this incumbent governor to go out peacefully without trying to groom any strong candidate for next election, so that APC man, that is meaning no reward, will come back and contest peacefully. That is the reason why they denied Aisha to Binani, the last gubernatorial candidate, any ministerial slot in federal government. So if you take this pattern, even though they varies in some little decimals across the country, if you take the pattern of the way APC are doing this strategically and systematically, I don't think federal government will back Wike on that in Port Harcourt. You understand? they will somehow try to, because personality matters. You see, personality matters in all this political calculation. We all know who Wike is. We all know his personality, the way he carries himself, and that was exactly because of his pompousness. Was what gave Bara the upper hand to preempt him from day one. So I think APC is going to make use of that to see that they have gotten two birds with one stone. This is my submission, sir.
All right, Ribadu, I'm glad you turned up. Do you have a screen in front of you? Do you have a screen?
Yeah.
All right. Do you remember some time ago when I contacted you that I wanted to do reports on the lives of our people in the north? Do you remember that? I spoke not only to you, but I also spoke to Hassan. So watch this.
This is an example of what the after effects of an insurgency looks like. Now I'm standing on the main road between Goza to Pulka to Bama and Maiduguri, and as you can see, the whole road is deserted. There is a convoy of cars that are coming from Goza and are trying to make it to Maiduguri, but unfortunately, this road cannot be taken to Maiduguri because of a lot of insurgent attacks that has been consistent over the last few months. And this kind of ambushes are the kinds of things that people here that you can see are fearful of, and they cannot take to the roads on their own. Now, we are waiting for a military convoy, which is expected to come in a few hours, and then we can begin to proceed on the not so easy journey. But we hope that with good spirits, we are going to get to Maiduguri safely. Ciao.
So that was Hassan Ribadu. So he has set about. He's already done an interview with one of the victims of the Boko Haram space. So he's going to do two more, and he'll start sending them in tomorrow. So now we have the report from Maiduguri, but what is going on in Adamawa, Ribadu? What's going on? You should be sending the clips in by now, eh?
Actually, I'm in Maiduguri. You know, for this past yeah, I'm still in Maiduguri. You know, I based in Maiduguri, even though I'm from Adamawa. My moms and all my family are there. I'm just here with my wife and kids. But you see, this is Bama axis. As you can see, he's waiting. But it's almost, this is where the situation is even bit better. I was just so pressed because I was doing field work and we were trying to round it up before ending of December, because if we did not do it, our funds would be relocated somewhere else. So that was why I did not even had that time to give you that video. But had it been, I sent you guys the video of road from Maiduguri to Dekwa, which is roughly 80 kilometer or so. You will not believe it that is in Nigeria. You understand? And you know, one time I was driving, we were 4 on our way to Dekwa. It's just roughly 3 hours journey. And what is happening is the repentant Boko Haram that are guarding that highway. And there is no tarmac, absolutely. There is no tarmac, it's just desert. You understand? So on our way, when we were driving there and our driver stopped, the guy stopped us. My heart nearly jumped out of my mouth because I thought, oh, today is the end. Boko Haram has stopped us on the road. You understand? Then they just asked us of cold pure water if we have. So the driver normally bought about 3 bags of pure water, very chilled one, and gave them some few pieces, like 4 or 5. So we went, because when those guys came and stopped us, they were not putting complete military uniform, you know. The trousers were khaki and one Manchester United JC.
Sorry, did you say repentant Boko Haram?
Oh yes, I'm going to elaborate on that. I know you guys would be expecting. Okay, okay. Let me conclude this, then I will elaborate on that. You know. So when we gave them the water, then they tell us to go. How is the road? They asked. We said fine. Then they tell us to go. We drive for like 30 minutes before I asked the driver, I say, is that not Boko Haram? He says, yeah, that was Boko Haram, but they are the repentant Boko Haram. You know, so in fact, I was just not myself till I reached the Kwa. So what is happening is, you know, in the Boko Haram camp, they have a Shekau group and Mamanur group. Mamanur is the son of the founder of the Boko Haram, which is Mohammed Yusuf. So when his son come of age, they split the group into two. Some went with Shekau, some went with Mamanur. So after the elimination of Shekau, some of the Boko Haram decided to surrender to Nigerian army. So they pulled them, when the Nigerian government accepted them, they put them into rehabilitation. But because of the nature of the people, you know, I mean, somebody that has been in the bush for years, clean people all here and there, and they cannot engage into any occupation, welding or carpentry or what, they decided to, okay, we are going to give you arms again, and then you guys are going to work with the army, Nigerian army. Maybe perhaps they will be supervising you or whatever. I don't know really the arrangement, but they end up guarding the roads and some critical crossing of those terrorists. So that is how they end up. And now, as I'm telling you, they were the one almost in the whole surrounding local governments. They are the one guarding the roads, and I don't know where they sleep. I don't know how that arrangement is done. You understand? But this is what is happening. So it's really scary. And you know, I'm involved in WASH, that is water, hygiene, and sanitation, and that is what I've been going around all these 4 months. You know, if this, oh God, now I was in Burma. I came in yesterday. One camp, just a single IDP camp, internally displaced person camp, they have population of 104,000 households, not individual households. You understand? And some of these households you may find up to 13 to 20 people. So we went there to cluster them, see how humanitarian aid can intervene, what is the pressing issues, all those things. This is what I've been doing for the past 4 months. It's absolutely terrible. You know, I don't know. The state government.
Basically, you have millions of people in one camp.
My brother, I don't know. In fact,
so what's going on exactly, Ribadu? Why is it that the Nigerian forces cannot just decimate these people? I mean, they are within our borders. So why can't they just finish them off?
Are you talking of borders? Sure, you have seen it yourself. Hassan, look at those convoys. They know they cannot cross the road because everybody knows there is Boko Haram ahead. So they have to wait for military convoy, you know. So it's not even within our borders. They are just 2 to 5 or 10 kilometer maximum. Everybody knows where those guys are. What? See now, can't you see the drivers stopped because they know if they cross some few meters or 1 or 2 kilometers, they will run into them without military escort. The issue is our armed forces refuse. I don't know the reason. I don't know the wisdom behind that. But our armed forces refuse to go out and hunt these guys. They are only taking defensive position. They only wait for Boko Haram to come and attack them, then they repelled. They attacked. You understand? Even the camp that I went there, I spent 2 weeks, Abby, in the camp. You know, one man, gentleman of the platform, I swear to God, none of you, even if they are to give you $1 billion, none of you will go there. Because it's not just the Boko Haram. The first time when I went to the camp, I met the camp manager and the local head and all the government representative there. I introduced myself with my crew. I told them, this is where I'm from, social organization. I'm here to do so things. The first thing they did to me, they said, okay, Tamfulani, don't allow anyone to see more than 5,000 in your pockets, because here, if they see 7 to 10,000 in your pocket, they will choke you knife and carry that money. You understand? So I have to bring my crew together and tell them, see, this is what is happening. So the maximum money is maybe 2,000, 1,500, like that, just something what you can eat. Then later you come back and take some little change and put in your pocket. So it is that bad. Nobody, I think we lack the political will. It's just the political will is not there. The politician, there is miscommunication between policy and the public.
Ribado, I'm just so frustrated, because we've spent countless billions on this particular thing, and it's not even the money that they are. We just a report coming out that one of the commanders for logistics in the army is just looting the money to go and buy mansions in America. So there's that narrative, but it's really the narrative of all of these families. That little convoy of people that were parked waiting for the Hassan said they are going to wait for about a couple of hours for an army convoy to come and guide them through that space. So in terms of man hours, in terms of productivity, in terms of value, there's just so many intrinsic losses being incurred. It's just such a mess, which they should just go for one push and push these people hard and then shore up the space and overwhelm them with why can't this be? It's just 10-15 years. People cannot drive.
Woman, can I interject?
It's maddening. Good to see you, Prince.
Yeah, you too. Hello, everyone. Well, Woman, you partially answered the question. I mean, what is the difference between the Nigerian military or army and NMPC and other institutions in Nigeria? Why do you expect the military to be efficient to the core and solve the problem, whilst other institutions are stealing the money in the country? So it's not in the interest of the military or the army to do a good job, because it's an opportunity also to be fleecing the country. They get contracts, they get money for weaponry and all these things, and they have to maintain that source, that source of revenue coming in. All the politicians, they fatten their pockets, stealing the money. Why shouldn't the army? That's why, if one reason why there wouldn't be future coup in Nigeria has to do with the fact that the military doesn't have the interest in doing coup. Now they have their ways of getting their money. You just mentioned a general, perhaps, that's buying billions of dollars and millions of dollars property in America or around the world. That's part of it. So the people in the army, in the military, though they're military, they're not stupid. I mean, they have detailed, concrete information about the security in the country and information about all these civilian politicians. So why are you expecting them to do a good job? Is the question. No, it's not. There's nothing strange going on there. They're not going to decimate Boko Haram. They're not going to do none of that. It's not in their interest. It's not in their interest, and they wouldn't do that. Not because they're incapable or they're stupid or they don't have the ability. It's just not in the political interest to do so.
Yeah, please. Hello. Are you guys there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I so much agree with what Prince says, and let me tell you one surprising thing. Like Goza is a border local government to Cameroon, and to Cameroon. Do you know that now even the population there, if you ask them, they will tell you that those repentant Boko Haram, if they go out, they always come back with souvenir, meaning they have ambushed the Boko Haram, the active Boko Haram, and they kill a lot of them and come back with their guns and something, and they pay them extra for doing that. The question is, why are they not paying our regular soldiers for those bonuses that the repentant Boko Haram are receiving? Yeah, I know there is a wisdom in giving them more bonuses because it will keep them in the cities, but still, there are so much damage in the head. There is this psychological trauma that that they cannot even socialize normally. They cannot be integrated back into the society. And most of the population knew them by name because they were part of the society before they joined the Boko Haram, and they have killed so many people within their community. So the relative of their former victims, the people they killed when they were in Boko Haram, are still there in the community, and you expect somebody, okay, for instance, now you kill my uncle or you kill my dad because we're Boko Haram. Now you repent and you come back and you think you live with me peacefully. So all those problems are there. You understand? And
Ribadu, good evening. How are you?
fine.
If I could ask this, yeah, this is Thomas. Yeah,
Okay,
if I could
Thomas.
ask you this question, yeah, how are you, my brother? A long time. Yeah, can I ask you this question? What are the jobs
Yeah.
of those repentant Boko Haram? What are they doing?
Okay, you did not hear my earlier submission.
No, I didn't hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, basically what they do now, they act as a scout for Nigerian army, and from time to time they go out to the men to the forest or bush, and they ambush the Boko Haram, that is their former brothers, and kill them and they come.
Employees.
Yeah, and they also guard the roads. You understand? And like now, when I was coming from Bama, that is for start the journey till they come and with their motorcycles they clear the road like for 20 kilometers and come back and have other private vehicle will be in on that road. So what I'm saying is this: why can't we capitalize if we are really serious as a nation? Why can't we capitalize on the potential that these repentant Boko Haram are providing? Since that they have come back, they said they are willing to fight their former compatriots or their former brothers.
You mean to launch them in one big assault against them and then let them? Is that what you think?
Yeah. Apart from that, if they move from point A to point B, they dislodge those Boko Haram. Let the Nigerian army, if the government don't want to lose our troops, okay, since those guys they are expendable. If they move from position point A to point B, they clear it. Then let the Nigerian army occupy point A. Then when they clear from point B to point C, then let Nigerian army occupy point B. Like that, till we push them out or till we eliminate them. That is one. And then second thing, gentlemen, I think
Rivado, I haven't finished my question, please. But how did this sound in your ears and your understanding? Repentant Boko Haram still guiding people they have been killing. Does that sound good in any way? Thank you.
I think it's pragmatism, isn't it? It's pragmatism. So if these people are repentant, what do you do with them? Do you take them through a legal system and look at the mass of them, or do you extrajudicially kill them, which is not something you should be doing, or do you try and make the best of the situation? So if you can point them against their fellow, who knows that they're the workings of Boko Haram are better than an ex-member. So if they can come to the Nigerian side, then you can use them and then launch them against their space.
Okay, let me give you the.
Sorry. Let me tackle one man. But what tells you today that they can't go back to their old ways? They are still potential threats.
Yeah, but they always will be. But they usually go through a reorientation program, which does not guarantee anything, but it allows you at least to know their texture and to know how to manage them. So if Ribadu is telling us that these people are actually clearing roads for citizenry and business to function, then they are already serving a purpose. We don't even have the numbers in terms of military personnel, Ribadu.
No, one man, we really have the numbers, but we lack the will. And let me give you the info how the repentant Boko Haram came to being. Okay, I think this is one of the most genuine approach that I will respect Nigerian army and the Borno State government for. You know, when the faction happen in the bush, they begin to fight between themselves. I think it's about leadership or something. I think it's the Nigerian army or one of our intelligence agencies that report to the government that this is what is happening with these guys in the bush. You know, even Sheikh himself was they killed him. He was killed between as a result of infight between them. So, what happened when the split happened? I don't know the method they use, maybe leaflet or whatever it is. But it was announced, come and surrender to Nigerian army. The government will spare your life. Understand? And that happened is a pragmatic thinking, which I even though it's a painful decision, but I think it's also served good, in a sense that dividing them is more advantageous to Nigerian nation than allowing them to recoup in one place and keep on killing our own soldiers. So by reducing their strength and also by accepting them and gathering intelligence on how they operate and all that, we have, we gain experience of their inner work, and it's a good intelligence we got from that. You understand? But the issue is we did not exploit it further. We should have exploited further, because let me tell you, apart from the main Nigerian army body, we have civilian JTF. Those are the indigenous young youths from Borno State that said enough is enough. They were the one who pursue Boko Haram from the metropolis, not Nigerian army. You understand? It was born out of necessity. It wasn't a government policy to bring about civilian JTF. You understand? So we have civilian JTF. We have a vigilante group. We have hunters group, and then now this repentant Boko Haram. So there is opportunity here that we are still not making use of. If we can gather all this group I mentioned, you understand, mold them together, give them objective, pay them as best as you can, motivate them, then let them work with the army hand in hand. If they work with the army hand in hand, I think this is video of is this Shehuri's palace? I think this is
Yes, I was actually trying to find out just what Sambisa forest looks like. And it's not a forest at all, really. It's an arid, somewhat semi-desert sort of a space. So I'm not quite sure. A lot of confusion about that, what's going on there. It's an open space, which these people have occupied for about going on 2 decades now. What's going on? Just go in there and just do what you have to do.
One man. Listen, Sambisa Forest span up to 5 different states. Goes across about 5 different states, one man. It's not a small place.
No, Sambisa is a game reserve. Yeah, Sambisa is a game reserve. I think during Babangida regime, even the expatriates, the white people used to come and spend some time there. There is structures meant for tourism there, and there is a lot of mineral deposit, especially rare earths metals. They are all there in Sambisa. It's a very rich place. So keeping that aside, let's come back to the main issue we are saying. What caused all this? I mean, what we are missing. If we can put together all these groups and give them purpose and objective and let them work hand in hand with the Nigerian army, this thing will come to pass. That is one. And the second thing, if really we have, I think somehow the political elite of Nigeria are still afraid of the military institution. Because today, if you ask me a way forward, you see, under Nigerian Army headquarters, we have theater command that is being commanded by Major General. So all that theater command is the headquarter, is the main body that is in charge of executing this war against terror in the Northeast. So it's a chain of command, from this to that, to Chief of Army Staff, to Chief of Defense Staff, to Minister of Defense, to the Presidency. But there is a shortcut that you can follow, and there is a precedent for that. You understand? Why can't we make the theater command independent of the Nigerian Army headquarters? Find retired colonel, somebody youthful, somebody maybe of 40, or you can, as they do it in the West, you can just borrow somebody from the Navy or Air Force or where, and then create that command for him and let him be answerable to the presidency direct, not the army headquarters, not the chief of army staff, not that. You understand? Give him all the hardware that he requires. We have a lot of, in Burma, we have special armored brigade, not just ordinary armored brigade. You understand? It's a special armored brigade, which means their hardware is more advanced than all other brigade, the armored brigade we have across the country. One, and then we have special task force battalion that was created by that was trained, equipped by this private military company of South Africa. You understand? So these are elite fighting battalion. Those battalion was hired. That contract was hired by Goodluck Ebele Jonathan to come and bring Chibok girls back and then train our special forces on anti-counter-terrorist operation. But later, when Buhari came in, the first thing he did, his first official work that he did as a president, was to annul that contract. That was what pained me the most, especially him coming from the north. So may God forgive us, the northerners, for the bad feelings we had against Goodluck Jonathan. You understand? But this is it. If there is political will, this thing can be ended within 1 year. But still, our politician, the political elite are afraid of the Nigerian army.
What is Ricardo? What is Kashim Shettima doing about this? Because in the build up to the to the elections, he was saying that because the insecurity predominant in his own space, and he said that Tinubu can beat himself with governance, and he will end all of these things once and for all. So is he coming up with a strategy? He from Borno, the heartland of all of this goings on. So what is Kashim Shettima doing about all this?
This one is far way above him, in essence that he's not if he's not a military man, just leave him banking, finance, and this long Turanchi, big grammars and diplomacy. He's good in that, but definitely in this aspect. If you say Zulum, if it's Governor Zulum today said he's going to end that, yeah, that one we can believe him and we can expect something tangible, but definitely not Kashim Shettima. I like Kashim Shettima. I respect him. In fact, I even consider him as a model. You understand? But definitely, security is his zero on security issues. He governed Borno State for 8 years. I have been there throughout the state. I know what he's capable of when it comes to that. This one is, he doesn't have stomach to confront this. Military issues need something that is pragmatic, somebody that is ruthless, somebody that has the guts to say, yes, let's do this. So it's not his field, it's not his, he lacked the acumen for that, you understand, whatsoever. So this is my submission. It's a terrible thing.
Sorry, quick question, Roberto. So, if you don't mind, does it matter how many special units they form and all this with all the gadgets and everything, well-equipped units? Don't they have to respond to leadership in the military for them to make any moves? So yeah. my point here is that, look, again, it doesn't matter. So the only way there's going to be success in the army or the military is when they clean house. If they clean house and get rid of all these people and put in military people that are willing to do the job. Because at the end of the day, just like in the West, they talk about police brutality and all kind of malfeasance by the police. But guess what? Police in America, for example, they don't have any power. The power they have comes from the mayor, the councilman, and the Congress people, right? But the police officer himself has zero power. The same thing applies to the military. Those fine military people, they have no power. They have to take instruction from their bosses, and it comes from the top. And if the top wants to circumvent the system, as they are doing right now, that's exactly what's going to happen. So there will never be a solution to the problem that we have. It's all a continuous way to propagate the same crime at the end of the day.
It's Showore's position, isn't it? He said it started as a crisis, but has now turned into a business.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, that's a very big business. Insurgency in Nigeria is a $1 billion investment every year, all from the general to the last confirmed captain. Because even to the civilians, contractors, they all make money. Now people take care of the ID camp, people feed the ID camp, and that money is from there. So if you eradicate the insurgency, there will be no ID camp.
So, what is that what you call downstream economy from like the oil industry?
Yeah,
the downstream economy, huh?
Yeah, of course. That's the problem. That when you allow evil to stay too long, it becomes the new normal, and people start seeing it as their own pet right, their own how will I put it, their own as their own right, given right, and they will do anything to defend it. They start seeing they don't see the wrong thing in it. They start seeing the good part of it. People are building houses. People are taking care of their kids, and because of this insurgency, you just imagine those guys waiting for an hour to move. Now there's somebody in charge of that tactical team, that logistic, that move. So they have to assign petrol to him. Only that move alone, maybe a day he makes 20,000 naira. But you might see as 20,000 naira. In a month, in a week, he's making 100,000 naira. Because the captain in charge of that just one route. So tell me how they're going to allow the insurgencies to stop. Because they have stayed too long, almost 15 years now, or going to 20 years. Yeah, it's in deep. And it's bigger than what we think. Thank you.
Gentlemen, let me give you my parting statement or submission, because I'll go any moment. I think the root causes of this is as you guys has well said, it has turned into business, and then secondly, up till now, I said earlier, the political leadership of Nigeria is still scared of going head to head with the armed forces. And as you can see, it's happened during Buhari regime. He allowed the chief of army staff and all the service chiefs to stay. In fact, is the longest. They were the longest serving chiefs in Nigerian history. So all this is a form of compensation, and even their budget. Nobody is scrutinizing the defense budget. Not even in the Senate. Talk less of the House of Reps. Nobody. It's a hush issue. So I think we still have this fear. Our politicians still has this fear of confronting the army or making it accountable. That is why you see the non-commissioned officers are still suffering. Even their bonuses, what they call them, their allowances, their operation allowance. That is, if they remove them from their unit, mother unit to operation, they relocate them to operation here in the south, in the northeast. Even their allowances, sometimes to 1 month, 2 months, it did not come, and only God knows how much has been cut off out of it. So this is it.
Ribado, the harrowing thing for me is the human cost of these things. I was speaking to Hassan just a few hours ago, and he was just narrating some of the individual stories, like a 12-year-old girl captured by these people, passed around the camp, brutalized her sexually, impregnated, of course. She makes her escape, but then she escapes to her community, who then ostracizes her. She's a pariah to her community for reasons of having not been protected by that community and falling into and then they're talking about a 12-year-old who escapes by the age of 14, a good 50 years ahead of her. But it was telling me narratives about suicide, people taking their lives.
Okay, I promise you guys here on this platform, maybe before December runs out, in next 2 weeks, I'll be going back to Bama, that camp, because I have solarization that I will do for water pump, solar system for them to get water. I will do my possible best to do a few interviews and also give you the aerial view of the camp and the people. And let me give you one. Let me say this one, man. You see, 99% of those people living in those camps were farmers, people who don't care about coming into the city. They farm what to eat for 2-3 years. You understand? and they have their goats, their chickens, they have all what to eat. They don't care about the city. And there is no school for them, nothing. They were just living their rural nomadic life. How will I call it? Just ordinary not nomadic per se.
Yeah, sedentary life.
Their rural life.
Their rural life. Thank you. So the issue is now they have their villages and their hamlets has been burned to the ground, and they rush into the town, local government, and there is no place for them to live. So the government and the NGOs created those camps for them. That you are talking of over 100,000 people. There is no single brick, no building of bricks there. It's just trampoline, nylon. You understand, with woods. During this cold season, this winter that we are in now, you see small children coughing in the night because of the harsh weather there. It's too cold for them. They are running nose in the morning. No shoes, no school, no proper diet. And the fathers and the mothers, there is no business that they are doing. So you just see people sitting down with all this face, all this agony and pain and frustration on their face. You greet somebody, he will just look at you like...
Roberto, 1 second, please. So these people, they have senators who are collecting constituencies projects.
Forget all that one now. What do you think?
Our politicians are sharing 160 million to buy car.
No, the constituencies where these people come from, their senators are collecting constituency projects. To do what?
Let Ribadu give us that description, because it's important that we because we see it from a distance, isn't it? They say, oh, Boko Haram XYZ, and then you think, in your mind you curse them, you say, oh, those bastards, and that's where it ends for you. But that's not where it ends, is it? It actually carries on in hundreds of thousands of people in camps. There's a budget for those camps, by the way. Those budgets stolen, of course. You're talking about children that just... Oh God, man! It's quite a when you think about it, it's quite a thing going on in that country.
I will do the video. I will send it to you guys so that you will understand better. But the issue is, even we the so-called educated ones that are living in the cities here, what does the senators do for us? We have the right, at least to some certain degree, we know our rights, or to some certain degree we are educated, no matter how little it is, to say, no, we know why you guys, we put you there and this is what we want from you, you're not doing it. We have some certain advantage to say we can hold them accountable. They are not doing anything for us. Talk less of those people that are coming from hamlets, not even established villages. You understand? So these are people that cannot read, cannot write, cannot do business, because they are, they feel they are aliens, or we are aliens to them. It's only the state government that is doing some certain effort to share food for them from time to time, and with the help of the international NGOs. So all this, why I'm saying this is this. This on its own is another time bomb waiting. You understand? Because almost 40% or 45% of them will never go back to their original settlement. So how will they integrate into the city life? One, what will they do? What will they sell, or what business will they engage in? So if you go to those camps, you see marijuana being sold openly, you see hard drugs everywhere being peddled, you see 13-year-old girl getting married, or you see, God forbid, sometimes the soldiers that are there for 5-6 months in the bush without woman, when they get some 2-3 days past, they come into the camp, look for any available woman and sleep with. So imagine these diseases that is being shared within those populations. Imagine the unwanted pregnancies. Imagine the stigma. So it's a horrible experience, As for human being, you are just sitting in your village, farming, rearing your cattle and living your peaceful life, and then suddenly they just throw you and your children and your parents, your uncle into such life.
Ricardo, finally, before you go, what exactly is the objective of this insurgents, bandits, etc.? It's nothing to do with religion, but what exactly? But from your gleaning, what do they want? Or is it just criminality? Ricardo, have we lost you? Have we lost Ricardo? Oh, we've lost Ribadu. You know, it's always good to get a glimpse into that space. That's why I'm pushing so hard to get so images out of that space so that we have a real context of what is going on. So, Emeka, you had the floor. What did you make of what Ribadu had to say, Emeka?
We just want to appreciate Ribado and his insight into what's going on in the north, and not just that, for his participation and active involvement with the camp, the IDP camp, and we hope he comes back again with his promise to show us how that situation is. Just like what you said, you know, it's very remote for us. We don't know the hardship these individuals are passing through. It's quite sad that they've lost their normal way of living, and they're now living hand to mouth and in the mercy of the government. We only hope if our government will pressurize those who take our security infrastructures and apparatus seriously to get this insecurity situation addressed and arrested. At least for normalcy to come in. It's quite sad hearing this story, but I'm happy that Ribadu came in and fleshed things out for us, giving us that perspective that we tend not to hear from or know about in the north. A very good insight. I enjoyed every part of it.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So let's get back to conversations. And let's move the conversation on to let me stay with you for a macro moment. You open up this space, and then we're moving on. We move it on to Ajanle Koko. So, is the narrative of this Mambila power project, which is shrouded in a lot of mystery, but all of that mystery really hemorrhaging a lot of money from the Nigerian space. EFCC declares ex-minister Agunloye wanted over $6 billion fraud.
I saw the ex-president speaking about this matter, right?
Yes, Obasanjo, he says he will give evidence. Yeah.
He better does, because, you know, he has been insulted, accused, and, you know, fingered in this deal. So any way he can help to bring justice to this matter. But I from the look of things, it seems like the money is all gone, and there's nothing we can do. What's so funny is that the EFCC, they are looking for this man. Oh my goodness. It's shameful that they don't know where his whereabouts is. You understand? And he's wanted. I wonder, maybe
I feel it's a fall guy. I feel this guy is, I feel Mr. Agunloye is actually a prince. I think it's a fall guy. I think they're trying to set him up.
Maybe let's see how it goes anyway. Maybe he can say a lot of things that we don't know, because this is way long, you understand? And I think they just decided to open up the case, because it went cold for a while. Nobody know what was going on. It started as a rumor, accusation, and even the former president was fingered to be a party involved in the corruption with this situation. You see, now it's not becoming so expensive for us to generate power supply in the country, because we didn't get it right at some point. Some individuals or some Nigerians decided to be very selfish, and decided to eat where they are not supposed to eat. That's the nature of our country. When I go around saying that Nigerians are not patriotic, so people will begin to open their mouths to say differently. But it shows that many of us are not patriotic, and we don't really like our country. If you are being privileged enough to serve the country, out of 200 million, over 200 million people, you should try as much as possible to give your best, not see how to enrich yourself. And it's a sad situation. If you, what we all know that if you spend 1 naira today, in 5 years' time, that 1 naira will not become 1 naira again. It would have lost its value as a result of inflation. Now, to power the country is becoming so expensive. If Obasanjo had gotten it right during his tenure, I think we would have all been smiling now. But now we are not spending so much. And now, even going to the next news, where we have an irresponsible power minister who does not know what is going on in his shop. The Bureau of Public Enterprise is saying that they intend to sell the 40% shares of the discos. They want to put it up in the market to sell. But the same minister, that something that is happening in the shop, is saying that they would like to exchange it for equity, swap it for equity with state government. Even when the 40% is still owned by trade union and some state governments too. So it shows the man does not know what is happening in the shop. And then when they asked the director of the public of the Bureau of Public Enterprise, he said he's not aware of that swap deal, that nobody brought it to his table, and that's not what they are up for. They are 2024. They are looking at shopping and selling off some federal government assets. Let's be very honest, right? Some people who are privileged, maybe due to their political affiliation or associates or closeness to those in power, do not know what they are supposed to do when they get that power. Now, for example, I criticize the Minister of Trade. What's that her name again? And then we can likely see, because I know the ministers who are working and those who are very irrelevant, disgusting, and are there just to make money. It is on this platform I called that woman out that she doesn't know what she's doing, and some people came to her defense. And right here, the minister, the senator from Edo State North, Senator Oshomole, called that woman out again yesterday and said, "You are supposed to be in your office working. Develop the trade in this country, but you are budgeting over R1 billion to travel to go to where did she say Geneva? What do you intend to go and do in Geneva with over R1 billion? Why don't you stay in your office? If you think you don't like it, I used to see you in BOI, Bank of Industry, where you were sitting in your office. But now, because you are now a minister of trade, you are going up, but you want to be traveling, you want to be jaloping all around the country with Esther code and living the frivolous life. Why don't you develop the trade? We are importing toothpick. We are importing toothpaste. These are the words of Oshomole, not me, the senator. We are importing toothpicks in this country, and you call yourself the Minister of Trade. You want to go to Geneva. What would Geneva teach you? Why don't you use the people in your office, the experts you have in your office, to develop trade in the country? And that is what I said. So people say she needs to travel. To where? Traveling to who? To go and say to what? She doesn't know. To go and do what?
To go and woo investors now.
Who? It was even the president that was doing that. I said it, that the president is doing her job. I called her out. Her main job is to develop trade, develop it, improve the trade in Nigeria. But you want to be traveling everywhere. The president is going to UN to
she went for global warming. This thing.
She also went there. You are traveling. You are rushing there to go and be traveling up and down. I just don't get it. What is wrong with our ministers? Is it that traveling out of the country is so exciting that they just want to know? What trade has she brought in so far? Before we begin to debate, she's useless in my point of view. She and Minister of Power, useless set of people. Useless set of people that don't know their portfolio, and they should be removed from that place. I said it initially, and I'm very happy that the senator has called her out. How can you budget 1 billion for travels? Only 1 billion naira to travel. Who are you taking? Your entire family and your relative, or you want to go and build castles in the air? One man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Emeka. So thank you, Emeka. So let's go on from Emeka to Ajande Koko. So Ajande Koko, yes. As angry as Emeka sounded, it not half as angry as Oshomole, who was just because he was on the committee that was interrogating this woman's budget and just an item, R1 billion to go on a jamboree in Geneva under this economic climate. Do these people not read the tea leaves of the country when everybody is lamenting about the excesses of administration and she budgets that? Ajale Koko.
Hey, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button. share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Well, I think she travels a lot, and that is what is responsible for her to budget so much for her traveling. And I don't know when they travel with the president, if they use the presidential jet, or maybe their own. They go separately. But I think she's gonna be traveling. She's gonna be, you know, uh, going out of the country to meet with several countries, ministers as well on trade and international traveling and stuff like that. So, and you know, as a minister, it's going to be she's going to be in first class, and I don't know what class is she going to fly.
Sorry, Baba Jali Coco. It is 1 billion for one location, Geneva. Not that she's going to China again. 1 billion, one location. One location. Yes,
One
Geneva,
trip.
1
One
billion.
trip. Hold
Yes.
on. One trip.
I don't know if it's one trip, but one location. She budgeted 1 billion naira for travels to Geneva. One location. Not that she's going to China, Italy, Spain, Argentina, or Morocco.
It's not for her travel for the year. It's for just to go to Geneva.
Just Geneva, one location, 1 billion. I don't know how many times, but that was what the senator said.
So is she going with in group of others as well in the ministry? She can't be the
I
only
don't know.
the
Maybe she wants to close shop and carry everybody. Maybe she wants to relocate the Ministry of Trade there to Geneva.
It's the over bloated excesses of the people in government, really. Because of course she will take it will be like a largesse, isn't it? She will take members of her family. She will take office pets and whatnot. Everybody gets estackled. It's a junket, isn't it? What portfolio that has never served any purpose, and you are using a billion naira to go on a trip. I mean, Akilo, what's going on?
Well, I think the information we have to find out is how many of them going on that trip. Is she the only one, or with a team of other officials in his ministry, and how many of them? So, and we have to consider the hotel cost and transportation within the country they are going. So all of these we have to look into it. I want to know how many of them going on that trip. But if for only her, I think that'd be too outrageous. I don't know. So I don't know on what basis that the senator was criticizing her or was interrogating her for that 1 billion. I don't know, but I know for a person of caliber and traveling out of the country, I think it costs a lot of, and the ESTA code and all these things, and other team, group of people that be going with him too. I think it's going to cost some money, but I don't know. I don't know how many of them. So if we have known how many of them going together, people that are traveling with her, then we can start to estray and say, oh no, this is much. This is, but 1 billion is a lot of money though. So, but we don't know if if that's for only her.
All right.
For the team of people that are going to be traveling with her, we don't know. So.
All right. Let me move on from there. Federal government to launch mortgage scheme in 2024 for Nigerians in diaspora. So this somewhat a lot of people have been actually looking for this window of news, which is something that should have happened a long time ago. So I think they are actually building. There's a designated the project situated in Maitama 2 spans over 675 hectares of land, as noted in the statement. So this is something arrowheaded by Abike Dabiri Arewa, But then she's been able to persuade a senior minister to take it on board. So what are you then making of this? Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Architect Ahmed Dangiwa, he made the announcement. It says the overall goal is to ensure that our brothers and sisters sojourn abroad. The overall goal is to ensure that as our brothers and sisters are sojourn abroad, they also have a decent shelter over here in Nigeria to call their home. So what are you then making then of this mortgage scheme for people in diaspora? Are you there? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah,
Hello?
I can hear you.
Oh, all right, you
Can
pick it
you hear me,
over.
woman?
No, we can hear you now. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah, I think it is a good program. The only thing they just need to do now is to make some clarification on how they want to run this program so as to make it attractive to people like us in diaspora. Because Nigerian government very good at coming out with this program we have for the people. They are not good at implementation, so they have to really come out, clearly on how they want to implement this program, and they have to show us the prototype of how the building going to look like.
Kajale Koko, please, can I interject you in a minute?
Yes.
Yeah, this lady coming up with this brilliant idea is not bad, but I'm very, very worried. The location they picked, Matama 2. I don't know if anybody is if anybody have anybody know anything about Matama 2, that area. I don't know the free land they are going to use for this kind of massive project. Because as 4 years ago, Matama 2 or 5 years ago, it's almost finished selling up. I don't know which land they are going to use that Matama 2 for this project. Thank you, Adelko. You can go ahead.
Okay, so as I was saying, so they need to.
But it's a federal housing authority project now, so they will have their land.
That's what I'm telling you now, because it's not everything we say here. As 4 years ago, people have purchased land through the Accountant General Office. This federal, mathematics is federal housing this thing now.
Yes.
And it has been almost finished selling. They almost finished selling that land as 4 or 5 years ago.
If they don't have the land, they won't say it now. Is the minister in charge of the housing and is the one speaking? So what's your concern? I don't
My
get
concern
it.
is that most time when they come up with this kind of program, which is okay, but they will have finished selling before they even come out with the program. By the time next year you get there, you are buying from the fourth party or the fifth party. They sell it to themselves, or they do the money for themselves. So I'm just wondering, probably they created new land that we don't know that they're going to use for the project. But same
how do they create land? Anyway, I don't know. But yeah, back to your Danny Coco.
But like one man is saying, surely they must have some land, to effect that program. But I think it's a good program as far as I'm concerned. I think they can make it more.
But Ajale Koko, Baba, let me ask you a question. Why are they focusing on people in abroad? I don't think we need help. At least many of us can say they have us in Nigeria. Why can't they focus on people in Nigeria? It makes more sense.
No,
Ajale Koko, I know you have a mansion in Nigeria. You don't need that. They focus the people in the country.
Yeah, that's a good
Thank
point.
you.
Good point there. That's a good point. But I think why they're trying to do this is to encourage, diaspora investment into Nigeria. They want us that have been away to come and invest in Nigeria. So if you own a property in Nigeria, that could encourage you the more to invest in other in some key sectors in Nigeria. So as far as I'm concerned, I know it's going to be. I know those housing units are going to be expensive, particularly to Nigerians. So they know it's not going to be too expensive for diaspora. So, but they need to come out and let us see the protest. Let's see how will those units look like, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, or how will it look like? We need more clarification, and they have to make it, easier for people to apply and get, allocated, get, get their own allocation, or how do I say make it easier for people to get their own unit. It has to be very, very easy for people to apply online, make payment, and stuff like that. So it is good, So, but it's not. So trust is very important. The majority of people in diaspora doesn't trust Nigerian government or Nigerian officials when they talk. We don't really trust them because they have made so much promise in the past for people that live in Nigeria. Our people in Nigeria, they make so much promise for them. They come out with so much, program that, oh, this is what we are going to do. But at the end of the day, they will not implement it. So we need more clarification. It's a good program, and I think if they give more clarification on it to diaspora and make it open, make it easier to apply, to make payment, and get their allocated their own unit in a very easier way. I think it's going to attract a lot of diaspora to shop for that housing unit. So that's the way I see it, One Man. One Man, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Brilliant. So I was just actually looking through the news cycle as we were speaking, Ajanle Koko. It looks as though they're saying some minister is about to. It says top Tinubu minister to resign. Details emerge. It says, barring any last-minute change, Simon Lalong, Minister of Labour and Employment, will resign from his current role. Correspondents recall that on November the 7th, the Appeal Court Abuja upheld the judgment of the tribunal, which declared the minister winner of Plateau State South senatorial election, which was conducted in February. It says on November the 23rd, Lalong received a certificate of return as senator-elect in the 10th National Assembly. It says now, according to correspondents in a report on Wednesday, sources close to the minister, who was the former governor of Plateau State and director general of the Bola Tinubu Campaign Council, disclosed that he, Lalong, will soon resign to become a federal lawmaker. So, it looks as though Samuel Lalong is about to switch a ministerial position for a senatorial one. What are you making of that? That's just coming through the news cycle.
One Man, I think I think he knows better. He knows which one that can give him that can guarantee a better political future for him. And the position of senator, I believe, is more secured than the position of minister, because the position of minister It's the position he's holding by the grace of the president. The president could come out tomorrow and kick him out. But the position of senator, that guarantees him 6 years. And after that, he can recontest and win again. And he can leave, he can get re-elected back to back for to the rest of his life. They are in that position. So that is more of a guarantee political, elective political position, better for his political career, better for his political future than the position of minister. So I'm not surprised that he want to leave that position, the ministerial position, to go and, sit in the Senate. So I think it's a wise decision to take, and he should take it. He should leave the position of the ministerial position and, for another person to take up that from the state. So that's the way I see it.
All right, Bridan. Do you want to speak to the Agunloye narrative a little bit? EFCC declare ex-minister Agunloye wanted over $6 billion fraud. What are you making of that?
Well, it's an allegation. We don't know yet if actually he stole that money. So he has to go and clarify his name and answer all questions that they have for him. So I believe that under the law, if they really have anything against him, anything questionable financially and not the other way, they have to take him to court. EFCC doesn't have the right to just slam person in jail. They could detain somebody in preparation to take him to court. So they have to take him to court to present their fact against him. And then it's the court that will deliver judgment, to either, find him guilty or free him and discharge him and let him go home free. So it's an allegation. So I think you guys were talking about Obasanjo. What did Obasanjo say on that?
No, Obasanjo said it was ready to testify in court. I'm not quite sure. Yes.
Against him.
I'm not quite sure. It says alleged $2.3 billion fraud. I am ready to testify in court. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo has declared his readiness to testify for Nigeria concerning former Minister of Power and Steel Olu Agunloye in the $2.3 billion disputed Mambila power contract. Sunrise Power and Nigeria are at loggerheads at the International Chambers of Commerce, ICC, Paris, France, as the company alleges a breach of contract. Sunrise Power said it was awarded a $6 billion contract to build, operate, and transfer in May 2003 by the government of former Obasanjo. The company is alleging that the federal government of Nigeria repudiated the agreement and is asking for compensation of 2.3 billion. So they're just trying to squeeze us from all angles. Remember, we just escaped one in London, but the law in Paris is a bit more shaky because their one is a LGBT law. But that's really where it is. I think essentially he wants to testify on behalf of Nigeria against this Gbadwe attempt.
Where is he currently?
Oh, who?
Agunloye.
I don't know. They've declared him wanted.
Oh, wanted.
Yes, they've declared him wanted.
Okay. I didn't know.
Yes.
It should.
You know how they declared him wanted?
I didn't know.
Do you know how? Do you know how?
How?
They declared him wanted on Twitter. The anti-graft agency, in a post on its Twitter account on Wednesday, appealed to Nigerians with information about his whereabouts to report to the nearest police station or the commission. It partly reads, Dr. Agunloye is wanted by the EFCC. If you know his whereabouts, please don't hesitate to inform the EFCC or the nearest police station. So this is the new world that we live in now. Just embarrass an innocent man on Twitter. Hello? All right. So it's going to be a somewhat of a short session. Ajale Koko has dropped. There's 3 people left on the screen. Let's hear from War Pace. And is Akim still there, by the way? Akim, are you still there?
One man.
Oh, you're back, yeah.
You are telling me how they declare him wanted. How?
No, they put it out on Twitter that if anybody knows his whereabouts, they should notify the nearest police station.
Obedient will find him now. When they declare him on Twitter, they will look for that guy everywhere.
The Twitter champions, Abby.
The Twitter champion will look for him. Anyway, one man, I think, I don't know what they will have done or what they have done before they declare him wanted on Twitter. I believe they will have tried as much as possible to reach out to him, and it's not responding. So that is why they go on social media to declare him wanted publicly, which is very, very embarrassing. I believe for him to have, not for him to, not to respond to EFCC until when it's declared wanted on social media, it shows that maybe he has some skeleton in his cupboard as well. So, such a person, I think he knew he had done something bad, and that's why he's not showing up. I believe he's not in Nigeria, because if he's in Nigeria, they would have picked him up. I believe he's outside Nigeria. He has run away, and is run away from being prosecuted. That he's not in Nigeria. If he's in Nigeria, they will have picked him up. They will not. They will have picked him up. So he's outside Nigeria. So I hope every Nigerian can keep eyes on him and can furnish the information, pass information to Nigerian authority wherever they found him. So that this guy can be picked up to answer question on the embezzlement of a public fund that he perpetrated during his term of office. So that's my take on that.
All right. Let me see who is still with us. War Peace, are you there?
Let me before you go to War Peace, let me say something on.
No, I'm still with you. I'm just trying to see who exactly is here. All right, brilliant. And Akim, are you there?
Akim Tilosun.
So sorry, back to you, Ajanle Koko.
Yeah, so let me speak on Wike's and what happened in Rivers today. What happened in Rivers today is very, very shameful, very, very bad, and it should be totally condemned by everybody. That governor should be condemned, because what he did, it destroyed the chamber of democracy in that state. The chamber of democracy, it destroyed it with all the documents that are historical to the democracy in that country, the archive, furnitures, everything. No single thing that is allowed to be taken out. That is barbaric. That is madness, one man. That is insane. This guy should be picked up and put in jail for a long time. I mean, for over what? Over what? What you said when he burned, he actually is the one that is responsible for the burning of that building. What do you call it? Is the legislative arm of that complex that was burned. Not the entire complex, but this guy pulled down the entire complex, one man. Pulled down the entire complex. Everything. And he did not even allow the state or the legislators to take out anything from that building. He did not make effort. All the document, legislative document in archive and everything to be taken out. This guy bulldozed everything down. This is insane. This guy should be picked up and put in jail because that is the everything concerning resolution, concerning what do you call it, laws, every document, files, and records in regard to all those legislative activities that be conducted in the past since the beginning of this Fourth Republic. This guy destroy everything. Oh my God! How can that be? How can that happen? For God's sake! Just because you don't want some people to have a place to sit down and check on your activities, and you have to destroy the democratic structure. I mean, what am I saying? The chamber of democracy of that state. This guy destroy everything. I mean, I have never seen this. This is the worst offense that somebody can commit. This is, that guy should not be spared for what he did. But I see some goddamn idiot for reason of tribal and sectional nonsense, like Asari Dokubo, coming out to say all this nonsense that is in that video that you are playing, calling on the president, oh, if you don't do this or this can happen. They are minority in that state, and he's saying that they are in the majority in that state.
Jelly Coco, sorry. Asari did not just did not support Fubara in totality. Like, as the stand you took for that National Assembly, that's the same stand Asari took. At the same time, it worries Fubara too that he's a minority. But what his capacity for is for peace and calm, that people should not foil it further. I watched it yesterday.
But he said in his statement that if anything should happen to
that's the part some people are pushing to. Sorry, that's the part some people are pushing to the ethnic side. You know, no, of course he will reply now. And on this comment, you're abusing him. You know, the headless mob that always go to his comment and be insulting him now. So he was responding to those this thing. I was watching him live yesterday. There's a part he even respond to that he will go to Benin. They were pushing me, why don't you go to Benin? He said, I will go if I want to go. Nothing will happen. But he condemned Wicked, he condemned Fubara, but he said Fubara is a Satan. He's more wicked, he's more dangerous. That Wicked never tried to kill him. Fubara, not on this video, that was the previous video. Now this one, he condemned bringing down the House of Assembly. He said it's totally wrong. At the same time, he should caution Wicked too. But you know, Asari now, he will everybody will collect a straight bullet from him when he's talking. I just want to put that.
All right. Before you carry on, Ajanle Koko, let me bail out, hand over to Thomas. Acknowledging the super chat. Ayo, of course. Team Majek, who decided to then poke at Ayo, and then that's Ayo responding to the poking at by Team Majek. So thank you to the two gentlemen, and that's Team Majek still doing as it does. So thank you to all that. So let me flash up again this charity initiative that we're embarked upon. So let me flash this up. I'm flashing this up. Firstly, to direct people in its direction again. Let me remove Timaje for a moment. So that's the initiative right there. And then the link to the initiative, if you want to understand what it's all about, the link to the initiative is right here. So go have a read, see what what we're trying to achieve, and see if you want to be part of it. So if you look at what's showing up there, when we first started it, there was a flurry of donations, and then it ended there. So we got £295 as the donation assistance at the moment. But that £295 is a false reading. It should actually read £395. And the reason why it should read £395 is because this chap right here, Don, he has sent in £100 to add on to that space. So he wasn't able to access it via the he wasn't able to access it via the via the GoFundMe, but he sent it in privately. So to acknowledge then this chap right here, Don, he sent in £100 to add on to that total. So that total should read £395. I had a thought to add it onto it just to, but then I will end up withdrawing it back out anyway. But to publicly acknowledge it, that documents that. So that's it right there. So thank you, Don. Anyone else that wants to be part of it, it'll be on till Friday, or if we hit our target earlier than Friday, and then you already know where it's going to be pointing in the directions of what Hassan is doing in the north. So there's that. So Thomas, acknowledge your presence.
Yes, Daddy.
All right, brilliant.
Before you go, where is the engineer and where is Izzy?
Engineer is very busy. I probably call him to, I don't know, maybe it's just staying offline. I don't know, but I know that Izzy is in the middle of a program. So that's why but he'll pop in. He pops in every so often just to say hello, but is in the middle of a program. So he's not able to join us as often as it does. Well, yeah, but a lot of the stories that we discuss, he actually sends them in. So he's always in touch with me. But yeah, I'll contact engineer now. You said, and I'm sure Izzy is listening anyway.
And I saw you were able to get Jelly. One man.
What was that?
I saw you were able to get hold of the Jelly. Get a hold of the Jelly.
Yes, he's on tomorrow, so he'll be joining us tomorrow. So make sure you're here.
Yeah, I'll try.
Tomorrow is going to be a banger.
It's going to be a banger. Yes.
You line up your questions because have you lined up your questions for him?
Yeah, I've lined up questions, but yeah, we'll just flow with it, isn't it? I know roughly his space politically, so I'll just because I'll just open up some space, and then he will because I know how he flows. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good, man. I'll be there too. I'll be around tomorrow, and I'll try to share the link to other people see so they can come.
All right. Should I put the link up as well? Let me actually let me put the link to that as well. In the guy, he has a busy day tomorrow anyway because he's starting off the morning with ITV where he's doing a big interview, and then he has a series of other big interviews lined up. But he's kindly volunteered to. Is kindly accepted to come and join us tomorrow. So which I think is great. So it should be a banging session. So the first link I'm sending in is for that charity initiative. Anybody that wants to go there, and then the link to the studio. Anybody that wants to come and keep Thomas company. Otherwise, the session will come to a natural conclusion. And then this link that I'm sending now is for tomorrow's session with Ejele Speaks. And when he speaks, the earth shakes. So come listen to the earth shake as Ejele speaks tomorrow. So Thomas, over to you.
Oh, thank you, Mama. Yeah, I think everybody's spoken.
No,
We don't even have.
I think.
Yes, you haven't.
No, Ajale Gogo
Yeah.
was still in the middle of our conversations around River State.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ajali
So,
Koko, go on.
yeah, I'm still speaking. All right. You see what happened in River State. It's unfortunate that that governor have to go.
Ajali Koko, sorry. What did the man do? I didn't even get the news. What did they do?
They went and bulldozed the assembly complex in that state. They pulled everything down.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes. You
That
know,
one is wicked. That one is wicked more than wicked.
yes. So I think he's trying to make it impossible for the 27th legislator that moved to APC to have a place to sit and conduct legislative duties. So
Against him.
yeah, against him. So to me, I think.
But Ajali Koko, it has happened in Oyo before. They impeach governor in Oyo State. It happens in Oyo before. They impeach a governor. They didn't sit in the house. They went to an hotel. Haven't you heard that before?
Oh yes, yes. That's yeah. No, yeah. That is uh, that one is different. They did not destroy the legislative complex. You understand what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
you are right.
They didn't pull
Yeah,
it
you're
down.
right. Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't bulldoze it. Those ones just went and plan coup against the governor. So, but this guy is trying to prevent them from doing that against him, and he has to go to the extreme to destroy legislative arms of government. That is insane. And the worst of it is that every document in that building was destroyed. Every legislative, resolution, everything that has to do with the records and everything they've been doing since 1999, that they have an archive, library, every air conditioning, furniture, everything destroyed, bulldozed. That is insane.
Ajali Koko, taxpayer money. Taxpayer money.
That's taxpayers'
Money,
money.
taxpayer money.
That is the resources of the people. It should not be destroyed like that. That is an infrastructure for democracy to function in the state, and you destroy it. So is this man telling us that if a judge tomorrow rule against him or try to take up, some kind of judicial action against him, he will take bulldozer there to go and bulldoze that place? This is insane. It must be stopped. The crazy one they have in Edo State, that one went to remove the roof the last time. That crazy one went to remove the roof of the legislative. What control do they have over the legislators? when it is clear in the Constitution, they are different organs of government, and they have to function separately so that they can act as check and balances against each other. But you see these criminals in position of authority in Nigeria, particularly these governors, they are all criminals. Don't let me say, don't let me go to the extreme too. Don't let me say all of them are all criminals. But this guy show a level of criminality in him. He doesn't want this thing to check him, the legislators to check him, and for that reason, he has to destroy the legislative complex, the whole complex. Before, yes, it got burned. He's the one that was responding to burn that place. So he's the one, he and his dog, burned the Hollow Chamber within that complex. But Hollow Chamber, what he said after that day that they burned that place, he said, we are going to renovate it. He said, we will renovate it. Only to come today and bulldoze everything without notice to anybody. They just came early in the morning with 10 caterpillars, 10 bulldozers. Thomas, 10 bulldozers.
Wow.
With everywhere. They pull down everything with all the documents, monitors, electronics, everything in there.
Okay, Jalikoko. See, our politicians then, I think they are the most short-sighted people I ever know in this life. And
anybody that supports this guy for what he did, that person is a real mad person. It's really insane.
They are very short-sighted, and sometimes you wonder if they will attend 4 corners of or any building, school building of education at all. How can you just destroy a beautiful edifice like that? On whose expenses? Whose money are you going to build it? You just come there, like you said, you didn't even allow them to take anything out. You just destroyed everything in the building. How is that Port Harcourt problem? How can that bring development to Port Harcourt? How is that going to stop you if they want to remove you from power? They already have 25 or 26 against you. And the wicked said it's not even smart. Like I thought he's very smart. Both the Fubara and the wicked, they are not smart. And people are clapping for them. This does not make sense at all. Now you destroy that place, you store the democracy of, you store the the legislative duties of that state. Now it becomes dictatorship. Now have the 5 members will have to come to your government house to start sitting. I think it's hard time Senate have to pass a law. If anything happened to the House of Assembly, the House of Assembly have the right to choose a conducive place for them to carry out their duty, and the building have to be fixed within 3 months. But people are just taking laws into their hand, like they don't care. These are government property, meaning the citizen own it, not him. He cannot just take decision on his own.
Sorry, I think they have a right to meet anywhere within the state. You understand? There's nothing in that building. What they need is the mace and the people. That's the House of Assembly. It's not the building. That's just a chamber. You understand? The House of Assembly is made up of the honorable members and the speakers and the principal officer. That's what they call House of Assembly. The honorable members and the principal officer. That building is the chamber of the House of Assembly. So they can decide to say, okay, you have demolished our place. Let's go to my 4 or my 12 market and meet. You understand? As long as it's within the state. So I don't know what the governor is thinking. That is thinking that, okay, if we demolish the building, it's inconsequential. If they want to impeach him, as long as they meet within the state and they have the mace, he's a gunner. If they have every reason to impeach him, you understand? Carry on.
Okay, Okajakuko, you can go ahead. Thank you for the floor.
Yes, you are right. You are right. Yeah, they can meet anywhere to carry out their legislative function, but that complex is to be destroyed is not right. You cannot say because, okay, you want to fight the legislators down and then you go to destroy a governmental building.
Ajalebuku, can we say our governors are the problem of that country?
Oh, yeah, they are. They are the problem. Not the federal government, not the federal, not the federal
Oh
government.
my
Federal government
God.
area.
You are very correct, Thomas.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they have their own. They have their own little blame, but the governors are the real problem of that country.
They are.
You
They
imagine the power they just have
share,
now.
They have power,
they share 80% of the problem we have in that country. Federal government 20%, 80%.
They ascribe a lot of power to them. So you can see that they have power over the local government. Now they are showing that
Thank
they have
you.
power over the House
That
of
was what I'm
Assembly.
going to say. Let's stop this government problem we have. It was the governor's initiative.
Yes, now.
Funds return, better funds return that we don't have today. It was local state governor's initiative. We're fighting for it. Our foreign reserve, people remember during Jonathan, our foreign reserve, they were fighting Jonathan to say that to disburse it. I think by 20 billion that time. They stopped Jonathan they dispersed that
They
money
went
that
to
time.
court. Yeah.
They went to court. Imagine these people, and they don't do anything in their state. They are eating Gucci rice with 1 billion. Some of them are eating rice with 950 million for 2 months. Obasanjo is eating rice with 460 million. Some always buying SUV for chief of staff. They're living like a lord, buy perfume 2 billion. Oh God.
When Obasanjo was dealing with all those dogs, then everybody was saying, "Oh, Obasanjo is this, Obasanjo is that." Hey, it's not good. He knew that they are criminal, and he knew that these people does not want that country to function. Jonathan chicken out. He want to do Mr. Too Good. He thought by complying to the court order, which I'm not saying that he should not do during democracy, what the money that does not belong to them should not be shared. The excess crude call account that they went to do this thing, Jonathan should have stood on his foot that I will, even with court from heaven come and deliver job, I will not give you people this money. They fought Obasanjo. Obasanjo he didn't give them no shishi. He said they will all die. He said he will not give them.
That one is a weak man now. That one is a weak man.
He said, I will not give you this money. They took all the money. They squander it, having girlfriend everywhere, buying jets, buying everything. They said they want to build airport. Edo will have his own airport. Ekiti won't build the airport. Ondo State won't build the airport. Is that not insane? In a place that you cannot even fly, to say you are going from Edo to Ekiti, you can't even fly. Before you fly up like this, you have to land in maybe it's 2 minutes flight.
Okay, Jericho, you can imagine that no, they thought of building trainway, interstate trainway, but they were thinking of building airport that is not viable.
Airport that is not viable, no economically viable. It's just for themselves because they know that Nigerian roads are not good. They cannot drive on the road, but they want to fly jet everywhere they are going. So they share the greater percentage of the problem of that problem in that country. The government are the root cause of it. So, but on this one, this guy, I think people, if we are right thinking people, there should be demonstration against him that he must go. Because that shows how reckless, insane, reckless, and the destroyer that he is a destroyer. You can't destroy the state property. That is the state property. And they said that what do you call it? That legislative complex is the most beautiful in the whole of Federation. The best in terms of the structure.
The most beautiful and the most expensive.
The most
just destroy it.
And they destroy it, for God's sake. Look, I don't want to care about the fight that is going on between that one. There's a way about to pull down, destroy the property of the state. And you call yourself, so such a person, what is it that they cannot destroy in that state? Maybe Wike's house will be the next. We will target the Wike and go and destroy Wike's house very soon. So, but I know that, he's playing this game against master politicians. He doesn't keep on saying it, that this guy he might be acting as if he knows what he's doing, but people that are national politicians like Wike and the rest of them that are around Wike now, I don't think they will want to spare this guy. They will like him. They've lured him into acting foolishly. He has acted foolishly. He has acted insane. And he has shown that he have no respect for the people of the state by destroying the property of the state. So I think they will get him. They will set him up. It's a matter of time. He might want to do, but they will they will do something about it. I believe that. But he have the money, because except if he has to cross to APC, maybe that can minimize the kind of what do you call it, that they want to do to him. But as long as he remains in PDP in that state, and as strategic as Rivers is in the Federation, APC wouldn't like what do you call it, Rivers State to slip off their hand easily like that, particularly when the majority of legislators are not with you. How do you want to govern the state? Yes, Obaseki did it. He might be looking at, Obaseki, but he doesn't know that Obaseki case is different from his own case. Obaseki case is different from his own case. So it's
as at the time Obaseki did it, he had governed for 4 years.
That's right.
He knew what power was. He already had governors who were his friends and that had sentiment for him. You understand? He already, and he already had money. He already knew the politics. He already created his own camp.
He already created his own camp.
Yes.
And he went and he moved into a party.
He went into that election. Look at the way he went into that election now. He won the election.
And the people of the state stood for him. Everybody in the state, majority of people, the youth, everybody who are with Obaseki say, don't be Lagos.
He won that election.
Yes, he won that election.
So he could say, look here, I won the election, I am popular, I can go ahead. You never know.
I mean, I don't know, but we have to wait and see what you see that Wike did not talk today. Nobody said anything. They are watching him.
You know, today is Wike's birthday now. They went to Rivers and they went to Abuja to celebrate.
Why the governor just went there? At least Obaseki did it. The same thing Oshomole did when they went to impeach Oshomole. He went to remove the roof. That what we hear before. They only remove the roof. They can replace back immediately. That's okay. They want to fix the roof. Why did the Fubara remove only the roof of that building? It was okay.
For what? Why would they even have to remove roof?
No, let's just say. But just bringing down the full build. Do you know the what they call the hazard? I call hazardous this thing that the breaking that the dust will cause for people in that area. You even consider that. Huh?
That was even minor.
Yeah, you didn't even
They
consider
don't
that.
care about people now.
You just bring in bulldozer. You start destroying a building in a very busy area, a very respectable area. Just destroy it. Without no provision for the people nearby. And because you said you want to avoid impeachment, the office is not for you. At most, you stay there for 8 years and you move on. I don't understand this. This is why I was so bitter last time when I saw this thing. I was so bitter for Wiki. Why are you dragging this thing? If you want to get this man impeached, just impeach him and let's go on with it. And let's move on. And let's go to court. If the 27 member can go into that chamber and decamp and become an APC member, that's in the move a impeachment motion. Then let the governor go and be saying in court that it's justified or it's not, if it's legit or it's not. Those ones decamp, they left the place and went to Lagos, Abuja, be singing. I don't know what's wrong with all of them. If you want to do business, you do business. Say anything worth doing well. If you want to impeach Fubara, do it once and for all. Let's forget about this and do it so that nobody will hear it fast and sharp. Before he wake up to the morning, he will find out he has been impeached. Then we all be now talking, Mom, okay, what's next? Not this one, to do today, tomorrow you do that today, tomorrow you want to decamp. It doesn't make sense. And it make me just wonder for this our politician if they even attend school at all, or they're even making good use of that education they obtain. I think they get to that office, they don't understand what's going on again. I think they listen, they take advice from madman like Peter Obi, that take advice from madman. Actually, this is just a common sense. It's politics. Assert your opponent any way you can. It's really, really annoying. And now, Fubara is turning to a tribal matter. He's trying to he knows he does not have the crowd. He's trying to whip in this sentiment, ethnicity and tribal sentiment to rally the jaws. Now, my question to the Asari guy, nobody has monopoly over violence. If the jaws are so strong all over, why are they not talking about Nigeria? Why did not take over the north? When Fulani was dealing with them, just Buhari regime here. Why didn't they send out the Fulani to Taki.com? Joy is strong. I don't just understand when everybody's just making mad with bargaining with violence that Joy is strong. Not hear what out there you go say. Now tree near tree, let me monkey they jump. If you did dry land, you're part of Kenu. Make everybody should calm down. You don't need violence in that town. Bayelsa is your state. They are doing worse in Bayelsa. I've not seen Asari Dokubo making mouth. Bayelsa is just state. To me, whoever is river is doing worse there. I've not seen anybody shouting. Now you are shouting on in Port Harcourt. The joy is the minority. Forget being you are in the creek. The oil is not in your place. The oil you need the pipeline pass through your place. That's why you are making mouth. You don't have the bulk of yes now. That's what we don't even know. The oil is not even in your land. It's just that the pipeline, the 80% of the pipeline passed through their the terminal passed through their place to the high sea. So the 5% of Nigerian oil is in Delta State precisely. Escravos avocado is there. And people just come out and be saying things. Oh, we have oil. We have this. What do you have? They should stop all this ethnic whatever. Try to threaten people with one thing or the other. We'll fight war. Why did they fight war since the marginalization? They have marginalized everybody in Nigeria. Why the job have not come out and start shouting? When the Obasanjo finish people know why the job will not come out? They only happen when they are fighting themselves. Minority over minority. That they think they are making sense. First, Nigerian government now. You cannot fight an institution. Forget you're in the creek. They'll fish you like frog. But they should stop this. And they should warn our Southeast brother that is funding this thing. They are funding it because they hate the half of Wiki. That was my hard boss yesterday. But the fact you hate somebody does not mean you have to burn the country down. That is not in your state. And I think it's hard time to start giving the
War Peace and Angelico. Where is the Attorney General for the state of River State?
I don't know. Nobody's speaking.
What did you say?
I was asking where is the Attorney General for River State? Because
you thought you are in America. Eh?
No, no, no.
Everybody's,
Because
everybody's under the governor
I
now.
don't think anybody has the right or the power to deface or destroy public property without justification. Isn't that the case, or is that different in Nigeria?
You know, it's some men were saying for structural integrity, because the structural integrity of that place has suffered a very serious setback. That is why they have to. It's not fit for habitable, so they have.
Occupancy. Okay. Oh,
So
so they had the reason. Okay, good. So the question is,
no.
I mean,
That is hold on. That is what they told us. But who owned that building? That is the building for the legislative arm. He is the legislative arm of government that should be responsible for the repair and everything that have to be carried out in that building. It is their own building. It's not governor's building. You understand what I'm saying? That is the legislative arm of government building. So whatever thing that should be done or got to be done on that building, maybe repair or renovation or whatsoever, it has to be in conjunction with the legislative arm of government. But
and
you,
if the legislative arm says they don't care, they want the building to be like that, the governor doesn't have the overriding power to go ahead and demolish the building.
he cannot say the civil engineer, structural engineer have to come and assess it and then come out with their own report to show this is what we can do, this is what we cannot do in
Well,
this
sure, actually. So I'm
case.
trying to say, prior to him demolishing the building, had there been a report about concern for that building in the past year, whenever?
Have they been what?
Had there been a concern for that building, the structure of that building in the past, prior to him demolishing the building? Has there been complaint in the past about that building?
No.
On
What
record,
happened?
on record.
You remember that the House chamber of that building got burned some few weeks ago when the problem started between the Wike and the governor. So the governor and his talk went to burn the House chamber of that building so as to prevent the majority of the legislators who are on the side of Wike not to impeach him. Were you following? Didn't you know? Do you know that? Do you remember when that incident happened?
Yeah, I heard
You did
about the
not.
fire.
Okay. Yeah, that was fire incident. So now that does not justify to say the entire complex. It's just the hollow chamber of that building, not the entire complex that burned. You understand what I'm saying? So you cannot tell us that because some part of the building got burned, and that because of that, it affects everything. Everything there is not
Oh, Ajay Koko, actually,
safe.
you may have a case. You may have a case because fire damage to a building can compromise the structural integrity of the building one way or another. So if they can document, if you can document, not like I'm supporting the guy, of course, but if you can document legally, I think he has a case.
Okay, yeah, if it's documented, okay, fine. But in this case, you know what this guy did? He did not allow anything to be taken out from that building before he pulled down that building. All the record, the legislative record in that building, the library, the archive, and everything that matters concerning the legislative arm of government in that building were destroyed, were pulled down with the building.
Is
That the
it
way.
is that a fact? Is that a fact? Is that true?
Oh, what are you talking about? You've not been following the news?
Well,
People don't.
people are saying stuff, but
It's
that
not
may not be the
saying.
case.
This is not
They may
saying.
have sent in. They may
Prince
have sent
Daddy.
in
No, it is
professionals.
Prince Daddy.
saying.
They
This
just
is
make
what
use of the
happened.
building 2 days ago.
It happened yesterday.
Yesterday, they make use of the building 2 days ago to pass to some members went there to defer to APC. The building is still active, very active.
The 27 members, they moved to APC 2 days ago. Yesterday, this guy came to bulldoze the legislative complex. Everything.
Jellico, borrow me a minute.
From
Jellico, sorry, Thomas, borrow me a minute. See, I have Igbo cousins. Well, let me not use the word Igbo. I have Southeastern cousins. I have a lot of friends, but I haven't have a lot of them doing struggle for the unification of Nigeria. But I don't understand the hate in some people's mind, like somebody like Passat. You know, I've seen people like Passat a lot, but I hardly talk about it. And because this thing that's happening in the Port Harcourt, these rivers, even make me have an outburst yesterday. People really don't understand where my outburst was going to. I hate people who are manipulators. You manipulate people. You hate. You just born with hate. It's like a case of Solomon of the 2 women when one of they have a child, one died and the ones were alive, and the other one accused the other one of his child. And Solomon said, "Okay, let's divide the child." The one that does not own the child said, "Yes, let's divide it," because he knows that what was his gain, just to burn it to the ground. When people are saying, "Okay, let's fix this country," not because we don't have the monopoly to lead the country, but the people that don't have stake in this country are the one agitating for burning down the country. People like the Bansat and some IPOB and some Sasana, is I think a hard time to call them out, and I think it's hard time to tend to leave Port Harcourt and leave the Southeast for us because they don't really actually own the land. They are so full of hate. They are so full of it. They despise themselves. They despise happiness. If Wike is having problems for Fubara, what's your problem, Pansat? Have you talked about the 5 Eastern governors, what they are doing there? So little are destroying people's houses. Have you said anything there? They just massacre people in Obadi. Have you said anything there? They are finding mad grave in everywhere in the east. They found in Tollgate more than 80 people. Have you said anything about that? But you people can run and scream federal government, federal government, federal government. I'm not hearing people talking right now. You people should stop this. Otherwise, people will start sending people out of Nigeria one by one, every state one by one, because it's getting to that right now. People that are very cool, trying to talk to other people to leave people, I think they are getting fed up with you guys. Now be robbing all of the good Southeastern people. I think you people will start saying things soon. You can go ahead.
Prince Daddy. So that was what happened. He did what he did in order to make it impossible for the legislative arm of government.
People, can we legislate to remove this humility in these governors? That what that guy do is a criminal offense.
Oh yes, a criminal offense now. Destruction of
criminal
property is the state property that
government property.
Yes.
It's
Anybody that
offense.
destroys state property should face the law and be sentenced to jail. You know, that is what he did. Destroy. Look, we have seen it. Some people that cannot use their senses for reason of their sentiment are believing in this idiotic reason that they are giving that the structural integrity of that this
has been compromised.
Been compromised, so it's not fit for habitable. Look, when the net building in Lagos in when was the Shagari time? Is it not 82? Is it 82 then? Or 80? Is it 80 when that building got burned? It burned. They didn't pull it down. It's still there till today. They fixed it. They renovated it.
They renovated it. Yeah, they renovated it. Yeah.
Western House in Ibadan have similar incident. They renovated it.
Ajale Coco, you remember Cocoa House too? Cocoa House too got burnt.
Sorry, Cocoa House. I wanted to mention.
Yeah, they renovated it. They didn't pull it down.
They didn't pull it down. I mean, what is this rascality? What is this rascality for? I mean, we have to, sometimes we have to do away with our sentiment and then and do the right thing. What this governor did, I think it deserves to be punished. The people of that state, you will see some idiots for reason of their sentiment of their tribe. We say, oh, it's an idiot man. They will say, oh, he has not done anything. Oh, he has to fight wicked down. Somebody is destroying the property of the state. Somebody is doing everything for the state not to have good governance, and you are still supporting. Are these Nigerian people, are they stupid people? Thomas, let me leave it. Let other people speak, Daddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you. Me, I'm not. Yeah, Thomas, go ahead.
Yeah, go on. Yeah. Go on. Yeah.
Yeah, me, I'm not really in the mood for all this that is going on because it's getting on my nerves, you know. If UK want to get Fubara out, should get it out and let's get over with and let's face, we are going to court. But now they are dragging these things too far. Start making local champions look like they are smart. You know, they are giving Fubara too many heads up. If those 27 lawmakers they were able to access that building to decamp, why didn't they just impeach him instead of decamping? They'll just impeach him there. They are 27 over 25 against 5. In any court, they say will stand, or they will have a case more than because 27 against 5. There's no way you can challenge that. There's no way you can say they are illegal. They have already taken oath of office.
They even more than 2/3. They are more than 2/3.
Yeah.
No,
like
they can't impeach him in one sitting. They can't impeach him in one sitting.
No, not in one sitting. It's twice sitting. They can do it now.
This is it. For them to impeach him, they need to give a notice of impeachment for maybe 21 days or something. Take some days. All those impeachment they do in Nigeria overnight is illegal. You need to
I understand. They would have done that too.
You need to invite the Chief Justice, High Court Judge, the Chief Justice of the state. So
Patoski, that is long time. That is long time. That one is so long.
That's why the guy changed the CJ. You remember the first thing he did was change the CJ.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
You know that they have to go to the CJ. They have to do all those things. So that's the reason. It's not going to be an easy thing to impeach him. They know now. If they know it's easy, they would have done it.
What?
Now they need to give a notice. They need to hear the petition, and then the CJ need to sit with from judges. So now he has gone to separate them by changing the CJ, and then he's doing some rule now. That guy is going to sit there. They won't be able to do anything.
No, they're not going to. It's a teammate situation right now. Because right now, I would say those 25 members, 27 members that left, as I would say, they are most dumb. Because even though it's not easy to impeach the governor, but make the move so that they go to court. You understand what I'm trying to say, Patoski? Court anarchy. Just go there. To pass a law.
Court to say whether it's illegal or not, right?
Yes. That's what you would do. Go there. The governor is no grantor. I say no grantor. It's not.
Impeaching the federal might to put another president.
Yes.
You
go to court. If you want to do illegal in full. Like what my friend would say. If you don't want to do anything, there's no point talking about it. And if you want to do something, anything worth doing well. If you want to face illegality, then do illegality full hand. That the court will know is under legality right now. You go there, 27 member, the governor is no state grant, they call it. We are impeaching him on this grounds.
What is Oyo State? They impeach governor in Premier Hotel in Ibadan.
Can you imagine that?
They impeach governor in Premier Hotel in Ibadan. They should just impeach him. Let him go.
Do that. They will ever now go to court and be struggling it out. He can be there as an acting, or he can be dead in the case leave. Then he'll know that he's standing with one leg. Then they'll be struggling out in court. The members will carry their own activity on. But doing this, you go there, you decamp, you come back again and so that thing. That one go there. Okay, now, like progressive said, Aga Hakim said, there's nothing like impeachment yet. Like from Patosky said, you have to send a letter to the governor for impeachment. You have not got any letter for impeachment. He ran to go and burn the House of Assembly.
No, but what is we don't even hear anything about impeachment at all. In all this fight they have been fighting,
Okay.
there was
Now,
nothing like impeachment.
They said they are going to change. They are going to change the speaker. The speaker business is with the House, not your business. Then you want to burn House of Assembly. Then you turn this impeachment of the speaker to say that they are going to impeach you.
Can I add something?
How is that your business?
One piece.
Huh?
Can I add something?
Yeah, how are you? Yeah, go.
I'm good. Good morning. What made me?
Good morning.
Yeah. What really annoyed me is this. This is taxpayer money that they used to build this edifice.
That's what I was saying earlier on to Ajale Kuku. Yeah. This is not government's money. This is the people's money.
Now that you destroy it, you are going to vote another money again to build another one. What kind of?
They will build another one. That is sure.
I mean, what kind of country is this? I continue to say that the problem of that country is the governors. I know Nigeria.
Remy, I always remember that word from you. You always say it every time. That the governors is our problem.
Look at it now. You are a state governor. You go and bulldoze House of Assembly complex. That shows that in your heart you are not ready to rule that state fairly and objectively. You are only there for the money. And I don't blame him. I also blame Wike a lot. Because all these politicians, when you
all of them have their own stake. All of them have their
successor and thinking is going to back you or something like that. So this is what we can. There are some states in Nigeria that they will.
But that does not justify him to go and.
No. Yeah, of course. I condemn that Fubara totally. And that is what we are saying here. Look at what transpired. You go and bulldoze millions of naira edifice like that, and then you also will vote another money to go, which you are going to also siphon to build another one. I think the people in Rivers, to be frank, they are very docile.
But Remy, hold on, Ajale Kuku, don't you know that complex building is a symbol of the state and the country? Ajale Kuku, they don't build new House of Assembly because they cherish the old building. They cherish. Oh my God!
State governor, even if they bomb it, they did not bomb the old building, and that thing can still be renovated. And then Ajale Kuku was saying that all those computers, everything. I remember where I used to live. If they want to demolish a house, they will remove all the electronic gadgets, the furnitures and fittings. They will remove them. They'll go and keep them somewhere. They just burn when they demolish the building, only the bricks. They will even remove the roof. So that they can keep it somewhere. You just waste everything. See the manpower, the energy, everything they put into that to build that kind of building. And then you just wake up one day. I think this Fubara, to be frank, he is not a competent person. And secondly, he does not think very well. You are just spending how many months and you already pick a fight. What kind of fight are you fighting?
Remy, don't underrate the greed for power. People can do anything.
Okay. So the next thing is that if somebody is against him tomorrow, he will go and demolish their house. Everybody that speaks against him, go and demolish their house.
Why not? Please, Daddy. The chance
it's
of
Rivers, anything goes. So anybody that say anything, just go and kill them or demolish them.
We go after Prince Daddy house.
Prince Daddy.
Prince Daddy will not go and build house in Rivers.
Daddy, the chance of Fubara winning strong political elite from federal and state support to himself is very slim now. One thing politicians don't like is to challenge the authorities.
Mm-hmm.
They don't like it. We are just talking. As it's destroying it there, Danjuma will be scared in one corner. So, this puppet they just brought out is not challenging them. That's how they think. That is their livelihood. Their thing is their
Well,
entitled to it.
let's spend a few minutes on Wike, and you can answer this question. So, what can we say about Wike's ability to recognize talent and choosing the right people? Because
I think to me,
one second, if you look at Wike's history, from Iyorchayu and the one before him as a chairman of PDP, right? Now to Fubara and perhaps some other ones, even with Atiku, right? Is it because Wike's demand is so high on the people that he selects, or is it that Wike is incompetent in recognizing talent?
can I respond to you, Prince Daddy? First,
Sure.
I don't think Wiki have that capacity to recognize talent. The politics they play in that place is a high wire politics. It's all about ego. But the only thing why Nigerians are giving a medium of what do you call it, recognition to Wiki is that at least he did something in their rivers. He continued to build structures, and he continued to say, "This is the money we are getting from the federal government, and this is what I'm using the money for." At least we have to give him that credit. And I think because of his ego, that is why he picked this Fubara, probably to cover his back and thinking, because the guy was an accountant of the state, to cover his back. The guy is not competent. We can see this is not a quality. This is not a good governor. He doesn't have that material. He doesn't have that capacity. Because if he has that capacity, he will not fight a war like this. You are just 3 months, no matter anything anybody can say, even in America, before you can get to be a president of that country, there will be some people behind you. Whether you call them different name in different climb, there will still be Godfather. Because how can you do it? Some people, you just need their word of mouth. Some people, you need their money. Some people, they will believe in you, they will pump in a lot of money into your campaign. How much does average Nigerian contribute to all these politicians when they are campaigning? How much do they contribute? Nada. It is these people that have money that they will put the money down to support you. And money, I put my money down, I must have my interest. And this guy that Wiki put forward, thinking that even if he just don't want to play game with Wiki, he's supposed to have spent 2 or 3 years first. And continue where he stopped from. Develop the state.
Remy, do you know if we go away with this thing, nothing is going to happen.
It's not going to go away. It's not going to work. It's not. I think it clearly shows that he is not a clever politician. He does not have that. I don't see any reason why you go and destroy the complex. And I don't see any reason. Sorry, let me quickly 1 minute. And I think this situation can still be managed. I don't know why you are fighting this war. If I were you, I would just go to President Tinubu by myself and appeal to Wike. Let bygone be bygone. Settled everything. These people wouldn't have crossed to APC. But because I know after he met Tinubu, maybe he went back to Rivers, and some people still continue to push him, and he's doing some action that are detrimental to Wike and
Remy, if it's a guy that is even smart, why can't he even defect it to APC?
No.
Even if cannot defect to APC
Why not?
now, even if cannot defect to APC now, the way he plays his game, how can you, for God's sake? That means for the next 2 or 3 years, you are not going to have any peace. That means if you want to fight with Wike, you are fighting with federal might also, one way or the other.
Yeah.
And they will finish you one way or the other. They will find a way to finish you. You can't fight everybody.
Yeah, true.
And Obasanjo, they are just waiting for Obasanjo to finish his second term. And they will use CPC against him. Go and write it down. Because that guy would have committed a lot of crime in that Edo state, siphoned their money, steal most of their money. And after this, you will see what will happen.
Let me add this to it. Thomas, it's not about anything that's going to happen. It's the problem of Fubara. Fubara just nailed his own political career right now. He cannot be he can never be trusted by any of these politicians anymore. Not even the Atiku.
Yes.
The Atiku that is his boss. And the Atiku is the most useless leader I've ever seen. He's not a leader.
How can you even pan to Atiku? Is it Atiku that made you the governor?
That's where the problem is coming from. On when Fubara was when he won that election, he was still in court. A day before swearing or 2 days before swearing in, Wike came out and burst that we heard that Fubara said he's going to invite Atiku for Fubara swearing in. And Wike came out and said, try it and I will show you, I'll tell you how you won the election. You cannot just side with somebody that Wike stake his political career on the line. He stakes it all for you to come in. Even though you are going to betray him, it's not like this. Not only Wike that is fighting Fubara right now, it is the people, the elite on that ground in Port Harcourt. Now, you see why people think Wike is a bully. Port Harcourt politics is a very different breed. Port Harcourt politics, they are knucklehead. They're like, it's a kind of, they are all warlord of their own, segmental warlord. All the kings and Marabo, they are all warlords of their own. All the communities are all warlords of their own. But Wike was the first governor that was able to bring all of them together and humble all of them. That's why people like him in Port Harcourt. People can be telling you all the but they Wike, we hate Wike. They only hate Wike because Wike was able to bring sanity in that space.
One piece. Do you know that this election is still in the court of law?
Yeah, it's in the court of law.
They're still going to Supreme Court. They're still going to Court of Appeal. You guys were playing. Oh my,
I don't understand. So this is the guy that was able to bring that place, bring the sanity, put it together. Asante Kutugbo is not there. What did he do? Wike cut into size. All of them, he brought them together and managed that space. That's why Wike was able to present Fubara. It took him round. And they warned him.
They don't want us. They are minority. They don't want to accept him.
They said they don't want him. Even the Fubara, the own community is the super minority. Just forget it. In his own community he came from. It is most super minority. Wike said, no, I vouch for him. He would not mess up.
Prince, anybody that is ingrate, the result will always be negative.
Very bad.
Look at what happened to Edo State, Obasanjo. Has it outperformed Oshimole? No. Has it done anything good for that state for 8 years? It's all rubbish. At the end of the day, fighting with the PDP that he decapitated, fighting with his deputy governor, so he just there doing whatever he likes. No visible development. In fact, at the end of the day, I think majority of Edo people they blame themselves. Just Edo no be Lagos. At the end of the day, what do they get? Nothing. If you are an ingrate, the negative outcome will also affect you in future because people that sweat for you, spend their money and make you get to that position, and then you can just think, okay, I get that position now, I can do whatever I want. It's not done that way. Even the president of the most powerful country in the world, they still listen to some people. They still go to them for advice. They still go for suggestion.
Quickly, so Remy, to the point. If you said it was a workers that said they vouched for Barra, if that had been the case, and people were telling Wike, no, we don't want this guy for Barra, and say vouch for him, is that not telling on Wike's again ability to recognize talent from the people who choose to succeed?
I agree with you. Wike does not have the capacity to anoint or to pick a good successor because, like he said, I told you before, that politics of that state is about gangarism, about ego, about man who no man. It's not. You cannot equate it with the politics of Lagos State, where even if you want to put you there, they are looking for competency. They are looking for competence. Let me finish. Like for Lagos State now, if you want to be a governor of Lagos State, they will look at your track record. If you are not meet that threshold, even if you are the godfather want to put you there, but if you are not educationally qualified, highly experienced, look at all their governors now. Look at where they have worked.
No, they have similar problem in Lagos. Hold on, Remy. They have similar problem. Falola has problem with Tinubu too. Tinubu wanted to remove him. But Falola...
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the competence and the capacity.
Fasola àbí Falola, bàbá Jókè fẹ́ change orúkọ rẹ̀ ni Fasola ni kò ṣe Falola náà.
I'm not talking about that having problem with God. I'm talking about the capacity and the competency of that.
But Remy, there is a difference. Baba Koko. There is a difference the way Tinubu handle his own and the way Wike is handling his own. Tinubu will wait for you and allow you to finish your tenure. You might not get second term. When he had problem with Fashola that time, he didn't say he wanted to impeach Fashola now.
Yes.
He allowed Fashola to finish his
Simba, God bless you. God bless you for that one. They will just leave you.
The same thing he did to Ambode, because I could remember few days before they remove Ambode, I was in my mechanic workshop in Ilorin, and I had a man talking, boasting that the guy is the Lagosian, but he's staying in Ilorin. He said that he's traveling. That was why he came. He was traveling. That was why he came to the mechanic workshop to come and repair his car. That they are going to remove Ambode. Few days, can you imagine? Few days before they went, and it was the primaries. It was during primaries that they did that. You understand? That is a matured way of handling things. And that was why, 2 days ago, that we were discussing this issue, I said, this guy, Fubara, or whatever I call him, say, you should thank his God that is not during Obasanjo that is trying all this rubbish that is doing. Tinubu is not a vendetta person. Tinubu like peace. And you see the way he handled his own problem, the way he practiced his own politics. He will wait for you. He will handle you the way. In fact, nobody will be able to say anything against him.
So again, it looks like we keep coming around back to Wike. So what you're saying right now, again, talks about Wike's blemishes in his character. It seems to be impatient.
Exactly.
Tinubu,
Exactly. I agree. I agree with you totally. I agree with you totally.
What about the governor himself? He too does not.
Let me tell you. Wike should see himself above this guy. Who's this guy? Who knows Fubara?
Yes, nobody.
Nobody. You understand? He should have handled it in a more matured manner, in a more peaceful and.
Yeah. But Simba, for clarity, I don't think Wike really want to impeach this guy. They just want. They are saying that he is flirting with the opposition. And if
Remy, when they remove Ambode, let me give you this. Just wait. When they wanted to remove Ambode, did you see Tinubu making noise everywhere? You understand? They will have planned it. He should have used the party apparatus. He should have used the party apparatus.
Ambode was not flirting with Olabode George. Ambode was not flirting with Jonathan. Ambode was not flirting with visible opposition.
Let me tell you, it is when the situation snowball, that is when you now see the opposition taking advantage.
I think they have already get this guy where they wanted. He has made his move, and let's see what is going to transfer. You burn down the assembly, you bring the 5 National Assembly, the State Assembly lawmakers to your state to the government house, you present budget to them. Those ones are talking rubbish. They declare their own speakership among the 5 people. In fact, it's so funny, But at the same time, I am trying to say Wike might have his own shortcoming, but you are a new governor. You are just under 6 months. You should have learned the rope. Stay calm. You can kowtow to Wike for some time. And when you are 2 or 3 years old in your governor, you have built your own team, build your own loyalty and everything, and then you can go for a fight. Now, let's assume this way that Supreme Court cancel that election. What will happen?
No, Supreme Court will not cancel the election. Let me tell you, the situation in Rivers State is totally different from the situation in Lagos.
So I'm telling you that the
issue here, let me tell you this. I think I've mentioned it before on this platform. The kind of opposition that we have in Nigeria is not a progressive opposition.
Yeah, of course.
You understand? The kind of opposition that we have that will be praying for the sitting government to fail. They can turn anything upside that they can even make war, they can do anything to get them into power. You understand? What is giving this guy effrontery to do whatever he's doing now is enjoying the backing of people like Atiku, even Obi, all of them will be backing him at the background now.
You come to Raw, don't worry, nothing will happen. And
exactly. That is what is giving him effort. So that is the kind of politics that will play in Nigeria.
And do you
it's
see
not a progressive
this kind of guy performing very well in the next 3 or 4 years? It's not going to do nothing. this is just so. At the end of the day, anything can happen. If they take his case to the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court order a totally rerun election in Rivers State, that means he lost out. They won't present him again. And if PDP even present him now, APC will use the federal man, they will win. Who knows this footballer? What I'm trying to say is that Wiki might have his own shortcoming, but you are new. You are a new governor under 6 months. Play it cool. Build your own team.
What is happening now is beyond River State. Let me tell you. They want to use River State now. They want to use River State now as a bait to get to get to the whole country. That is what they are doing now. And so, Mr. President should be careful. He should be careful about the way he handled this situation. He should be careful about the way he handled this situation.
Let me tell you something. First and foremost, that guy is
Simba is listening too much to Asadi Kobumbo.
It's a minority.
I just started talking. I don't know whether who is Asadi. I'm not talking about Asadi Tokumbo. Let me tell you, Babaje Koko, there are some powerful people in that country that are bringing that country down. They are behind the scene.
Yes.
You understand? They are behind the scene, and the little effort that they are doing in even curtail the oil bunkering and whatever this little things that Tinubu is doing is not that they don't like it. They don't want it. Yes, they wanted status quo. They wanted to loot. Let me use the word. They want to hemorrhage that country.
So I understand where you're coming from, Simba. We know already that there are some bad elements in Nigeria because it is where they get their money from. Bunkering, anything, foment crisis. That's what they do. And if they don't like your government, they'll continue to foment crisis, thinking that they will now reap from it, and then they have something to campaign against in the next 4 years. But you know what? At the end of the day, the good always supersede over the evil. The good always come on top. I mean, guys, if this man, the president now, if he have a good deed towards this country, Nigeria will turn around. And we have started seeing the sign a little bit. I hope all the refinery, both public and private, they can come upstream. And the price of petrol, I'm not saying it's going to reduce a lot. I think even if it's 10 naira reduction is something, or 15 naira reduction is something. And if we can get our heart together, because the problem we are having is that look at the people we are electing. I continue to say this. The major problem of that country, there are two. The first one is our governor. The second one is about religion. If those two things we can, and then the third one can be tribalism. If we can find a way around those three things, because for every state, every people in that state should hold their governor accountable. How can, I always ask myself, how can Lagos State be developing at that pace and nearby state like Ogun State is not developing 50% of what is going on in Lagos State? If you go all around all over the world, look at state or city that have developed very fast, then look at the neighboring state. They are catching up very quick. But when you leave Lagos State, you go to a city like Ibadan, or even go to, Abeokuta is still trying a little bit, but if you go to Ibadan, it's an eyesore, my God.
Remy, the question you should ask yourself now, with the way the guy in River is behaving now, have you seen any opposition saying anything against him?
They will not, because they are the one backing
They
him.
will not. That is Nigeria for you. None of them, even including Babajale Koko's friend, will not say anything against this guy.
Who is Babajale Koko's friend?
I just want to pull his leg so that I can talk. Babajale Koko's friend. That's Showore now. I'm talking about Showore.
Showore, sorry. Showore ti fi ilẹ̀ ẹ máa jà.
President yẹn lè fò kó dẹ̀ lọ di governor náà ó tún wò pé governor náà kò tún easy. Then no local government chairman now. I think we are better like to become, but he doesn't want to start from that place. But whatever anyhow we roll the dice, this Fubara guy, he has started a war. He too will not be able to finish it because you are staking your claim against the ruling government. And the worst people you want to fight against is a ruling government. You can fight against them towards the end of their tenure. That will be okay for you. But in the beginning,
but Remy, tí Tinubu bá bá kẹsẹ̀ bọ́ kínní bọ̀bọ̀ ìyá lọ.
They will ease him out gently. But if I were him, I just don't know. Yeah. I don't know what is even.
But let me tell you, Remy. I mean, Thomas, Tinubu will not do such.
No, he won't.
Tinubu that I know will not do such.
They wait for him to strike.
They will wait for him.
That's when they will strike. But one thing I'm totally disappointed in the guy. It's also the governor himself.
But Remy, we can't keep this guy for 4 years. What do you think he's going to do for another 2 months, another 1 year?
This
guy is so myopic, so mean.
He's mean, no, he's wicked, and I think he's going to demolish more opposition house.
Wow, I say wicked is. We will say wicked is wicked. This one is
Thomas. Why you surprised I can bulldoze the House of Assembly? Somebody who set the place on fire. Somebody who set the place on fire. So what is the difference? If he can put fire on the house,
Simba, hold on. That setting of fire, that is, we can still say it's around speculation, allegation. But this one, nobody can say this is a speculation. Nobody can say this is allegation. He gave the directive.
So now, he confirmed that I was one that initially set it on fire. That is what you should understand now. He confirmed it. That was one that initially put that place on fire.
God.
And when the place caught fire, he went there. He said,
and you can imagine demolishing, bulldozing a whole House of Assembly with all the equipment, with all the facilities in that place.
Remy, please listen to me. I don't know, maybe that's what happened in your country. The Parliament House they have here, it's the one they built in 19 Bogboro. They cherish that building. They cherish that. They just renovate it. They cherish it so much. They don't build new one. They don't care about new building because they cherish those old buildings. They just renovate it.
It's just like we say that the governor of New York go and demolish the Capitol Hall, the House of Rep or Senate in America.
Do you know how many years that Capitol building has been there?
Oh my God, it's quite unfortunate.
Oh my. Nah. I didn't hear this. I just heard it on one man platform. So if you have heard it before, I could have come out of the crazy. It's just I don't know. I don't know what to say.
What makes me more angry is that Baba Jale Kuku said all the furnitures and fittings, all the electronic gadgets, everything, files and everything were destroyed. What is he thinking of? What kind of governor is this guy, for God's sake? So all the records, everything, you destroy everything.
Hey, what is all the documentation, everything they can use to fight him.
You know what? If for him to tell them to remove all those things, it will take time now. And it might even prevented him from bulldozing, demolishing that building. You understand what I'm saying? Because
I don't blame most of this guy because in Nigeria, most of these governors they cannot even sign somebody adding criminal sentence to death. They cannot sign and let the person be put to death. Rules of laws. If they send people to jail, they will release them as soon as possible. So many atrocities. I don't know. So sometimes when I look at it, I always think that this democracy we copy from the West, does it really suit this country? It does not.
It's a cost, Remy. It's a cost. Democracy is a cost.
Yeah, it's a cost on cost. We are totally different.
I've asked this question, Remy, before. I've asked this question before that it is not working anywhere apart from the so-called people that invented it.
It fits
It's not
their own
working in any
system
country.
easily without no wahala. Go to
We
Japan,
have to adopt
to
and
China, they have
adapt
their own
our own
system.
way. Exactly, adopt and adapt it in our own way.
Culture. Maybe we should start saying that we should start swearing with the
We need
because all this swearing with the Holy Book is a lie. They are just stealing money.
our own democracy is a free for all. Both the talaka, the rich, and the everybody, just a free fall. It's a free fall for everybody.
Simba.
Yes.
Let me tell you something. Do you know in Japan, if you get arrested, nobody can see you for the first 21 days, or the first 4 days, nobody will see you. You're not allowed to see anybody. Then 21 days.
So where is the freedom there now? Because we will be shouting, "Babaja fundamental man right, freedom of this, freedom of that." But human being doesn't need freedom. We don't. Do we even value freedom? The way we live.
You see, what I'm trying to say is this: Japanese, they know their people. That's why they are practicing the law or the constitution that suits their
They are
people.
very strict with their law there.
They don't joke with it. They don't joke with it. Now,
They're
you know,
very
in court, do you know? Let me tell you on that part. Do you know your lawyer don't go to court to defend you? They'll go and argue with other lawyer. If finally take your court to case, take your case to court. The lawyer does not go there to fight to defend the case or to release you from the case. The day you are arrested, your case has been decided. What your lawyer would do is to plead for speed court hearing or plead if the offense carry probation.
Yeah.
They give you probation. Not that they will say, no, let's scrap this case. This not happen. There's no technicality in Japanese law.
I remember a Nigerian guy in China was arrested. I don't know what he did. And then they sentenced him to like 5 years imprisonment. And the day he came out, that was the day he was deported to Nigeria. He was lucky. Most of them that they were arrested there, it's either they died in their prison there, or something. When they came out, they would never be themselves again. So yeah, for example, died overstayed. When they arrest them, you cannot see them. You put them in jail until you guys will now contribute money together and find a way to buy ticket for that guy to go to Nigeria. That's when they will release him. Some people, just for overstaying of visa, they can stay in their prison for 1 year. Some stay for 2 years. Some stay for 6 months until you can cover that money so that they will buy you a ticket and then return you back to Nigeria. Their laws are very strict, and their people, they obey the rules and regulations easily. Most of their politicians, if they siphon the money, it's not easy for them to take the money outside of that country. So they were forced to use the money to establish factory or businesses in that country and create more employment. And if the government get them at the end of the day, some will be sentenced to long-term imprisonment. Some is immediately they will kill them. That is their law there. So if they are talking about human rights or no human right, that in Nigeria something will happen. These people will say, you cannot do it. It's human right. So many people, some people that are not even obliged to even talk, they will just say whatever they like and they do whatever they like. And there's too much of bureaucracy. You want to build a small bridge or build a road, it will take you 3 or 4 months to discuss about it. Take you 1 year to have a plan. You go to all this country, they want to do something. Under 1 month, they already finish it. Nobody wastes time. You go to our country, just a simple road. Look at Nigeria now; they are still fighting. We want a concrete road. The contractor said no. Go to any here. They are building concrete road, a road that can last for years. Why in Nigeria the same road they built it last year in 6 months is already bad? But in Europe here, in China they build concrete road that can last for 3, 4, 5, 6 years or 10 years. You will see the depth of the concrete by yourself. You see, this is a good road. And that is what this minister wants to introduce. But most of the contractors, they don't want it because reason is very simple. That means they won't get another contract for the same road next year or the following year or after year in, year out like that. So that is the culture we should cultivate. But when we come here, it's all about ethnicity, it's about religion. I ask myself so many questions. Those people, the white people that bring that religion to you, Africa, they are not practicing that religion, whether it's as a Muslim or as a Christian, they are not practicing that religion as we put it in our head. If those they are not practicing the religion and their country continue to prosper, and then we will put it on our head, and then we continue to slide down the ladder every now and then. Can't we just sit down and ask ourselves, what is the problem? Why are these so-called leaders, they have private jets, mansions, they send their school to...
I mean, it is not the religion that makes you behave the way you behave. That's a very cheap excuse. We've said this thing over and over and
I'm trying to say it's one of our biggest problems. Let's be factual. Let's say the truth.
It's not, there's nothing factual.
They are using it to also look at it now. Look at that last election.
Remy, if you don't mind, okay, is it a religion that's made Fabua be waiting to call the name of that River State governor to bulldoze the legislative complex?
If it's not
religion, is it the religion that push?
That one is not religion. I'm talking generally. I'm not talking. That is an isolated case. Of course, you cannot use it as that. I'm talking
the way human being is configured. You say idle hands. You understand? Is the devil workshop. When you don't feel the hands of those people that you want to accuse of religion fanaticism, when you don't engage them, you understand? That is when they have time for religion. Just imagine when some people are organizing in Soji 24 hours or those 48 hours. Are you telling me that someone that has something to do will go and join 48 hours? What does that tell you? You must not have work before you can go and join a program for 48 hours, a program for 42 hours. So all those things are the negligence, the symptoms of not doing the right thing, and people find solace in whatever they have. So it's just, to me, is I don't know. I don't want to, with due respect, I'm not referring to you generally or to anybody. It's a lazy excuse.
No, they use religion to control mind. And when they control you too much, you yourself, you'll be confused and you don't know what to do.
How does religion make your National Assembly member to be sharing the majority, the most part of your resources for this thing? We are not addressing the issues.
Are you talking? Okay, Ola, let me give you.
Okay, now wait.
No, let me just.
I don't want one man to start running after
most of these lawmakers,
when they not seen by the me that is talking, our voice does it look alike or sound alike? Why people normally confuse me with me?
Sorry,
I don't know why.
If you outlaw religion today, out of that country, we don't stop Yaya Bello from digging hole against his opponents. We don't stop your legislator from investing your fund.
Ola, I think you
know religion that you are taking away.
I am looking at it generally, holistically, not individual cases you are pinpointing. I know that we do have excesses of individual, but what I'm trying to say is very simple. I'm looking at it generally, like what you just said now. Most of our people, politicians, they go to all these our alpha and our pastors to pray, and they also patronize them by giving them money or whatever I don't know, whatever. And those money come from taxpayers' money. So what I'm just trying to say is that the question I'm asking is very simple. The religions were brought to Africa by the so-called white people and the Arab world. But if you go to this Arab world and you go to white man's land, they are not practicing that religion like ourselves. Why do we have to put it on our head like we are the one that even established this religion? And when you look at it at the end of the day, people will swear with the Holy Book, Holy Quran, and Holy Bible. But does it stop them from stealing our money?
Remy, hold on. I step away from the system. How do we get to religions now?
I'm just giving an example of our problem. The problem is the governors, and then we have ethnic problem, and then we have religion problem too. So I'm just talking. I'm not.
Yeah, no, that can't be over. That can't be taken away. Our religious problem. If our religious problem being solved, we solve 30% of our problem.
The rest will come in. Later.
Yes, like pastor giving people false hope. Come and pray Monday morning. Miracle will happen. What miracle is going to happen? It's a falsehood. It's a miracle that will happen to you is when you walk. Even in the same Bible said, I will bless the work of your hand. You are not working, you are going to church on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and you are expecting miracle.
Even according to the Holy Bible,
Thomas.
According to what I read, according to what I read in Exodus, God the Almighty created this world. God worked hard for 6 solid days creating this world, and then he relaxed on Sunday. For God the Almighty to work 6 days, he really worked hard, and we don't want to work hard, and we want the miracle to happen to us on Monday, Tuesday. Why the so-called God was working every day from Monday to Saturday. He never stopped. And then he only relaxed for 1 day.
Remy, I ask you a question. I ask you a question.
To happen to us.
I ask you a question, Remy. Someone that has worked with oil and gas, the bank, telecommunication company, we call them for spiritual program of, let's say, a week, 100 days, and they will leave their job and they will go for that program.
So what is the percentage of those people working in oil and gas compared to the generality of the population?
You are not getting the big picture, the big question.
No, I got you. Of course, that one will not leave his job. Of course, he won't leave his job. But even if I'm trading, if I'm selling coconut.
Remy, can someone speak and you compare it before you respond, please?
Where's the noise coming from?
That's what it is.
Come on.
Maybe it's
sorry.
So what I'm asking you
is trying to say is very
what I'm
simple.
asking you is this: if now when I work in a bank on Christmas Day or New Year days, we used to be in the bank, we'll be doing end of year activities.
Or even what you are
doing. Let someone speak now.
We work 7 days in a week.
Can somebody hear me? I just want to be sure I'm heard.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Remy, let someone speak.
Remy, let someone speak. Let someone
go
speak.
ahead.
You have been saying hello. You see, you have given an explanation when Ola was talking. You gave an explanation why you think religion is the problem. But the explanation you gave does not explain it. It does not explain it. Religion, and Thomas has answered that question. He said, even the Bible says, anybody that does not work, let him not eat. That is religion. Religion promotes diligence, hard work. If we practice religion, you don't need police on the road.
Is that
so religion is not, hold on, Remy, let's talk first. Let's talk. If you practice religion the way it should be practiced, you don't need police on the road. Religion is saying, thou shalt not steal. I'm still waiting for a religion that will say it is good to steal. So religion is not the problem. The problem are the people. Religion did not tell Fubara to go and demolish that National Assembly. Religion did not say that the money, the people in charge of power, Aguloye and Co, should embezzle the money that is meant for power. That's not the problem with religion.
Okay. To me, the question I want to ask you, so that you can take it along, is that the way they practice religion in Nigeria, is that the way it's supposed to be?
I will tell you that the way they are practicing, what they are practicing in Nigeria, most of them is not religion.
Thank you.
They are just catching fun. They are just doing what they like. Religion is good. So what we should be canvassing for is that religion should be practiced to the books. To the books. If we practice religion to the books, it means that Wike will not even install Fubara because he wouldn't want to cover any track. He will run governance openly. It means that people like Tinubu will not even emerge as president. It means you know a lot of things. Look at Middle East. I'm not conversing for them. Simba is here. I'm not saying they are not practicing religion, but they are practicing. Look at Saudi Arabia, for example. They are practicing it to an extent. And you can see the effect of it. You can't go to Saudi Arabia and just go and take somebody's wife. And then you impregnate the person's wife, and the person carries child, the person's another man's child to another man's house, and they do DNA. See, but you don't even bother to do DNA in Saudi.
It's not even going to be possible now, because
exactly.
you cannot even get married without being a virgin.
Okay, Obasanjo. So you cannot legally marry without being a virgin.
So thank you, Patostic. When people say religion is just a way of giving excuses for irregularities.
God bless you, Gary.
Like I said, just imagine a pastor. I remember that time, those people that were in IT together, that would be doing end of year, all this IT, this thing with closed accounting book. Many of them were pastors. They won't even be in the church on New Year days, on Christmas days. So how come their own religion say they should come to work on that day? How come their own religion say it's not telling them to go and stay in their religious sector for like 15 days, 20 days, that they still come to work?
Or like, can we say is the interpretation that we are giving, or the way we are practicing it, that make it to look like a problem?
It's not even the interpretation. Your economy is destroyed. When the economy is destroyed, people look for alternative. When our factories were working, when all those factories around the Keja or by industrial estate.
No, I agree with you that because people are looking for alternative, but the alternative, are they really preaching the alternative the way they're supposed to preach the alternative? That's the question.
It is not even the duty of religious house to preach alternative.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about the so-called religious leaders, the way they are preaching it, to people.
Okay. Simba, like I said, as you are a professional doctor to the ethic of your profession, so we have some quacks. If we have some quacks, and those quacks are causing your profession some kind of backwardness, does that make everybody in the Nigerian medical guild, for example, does that make Nigerian medical guild the problem of Nigerian health sector? No. The problem of Nigerian health sectors today are not the doctors. The problem are those people that are supposed to put the right structure in place.
No, doctors also, they are part of the problem. I'm a doctor.
Doctors are just symptoms of the problem. They are just, so the leadership from the top, if you focus, okay, I like to give example of the police. If you are saying, oh, police are corrupt, yes, police are corrupt. But who are those people monitoring the police? What have they done and put in place? An example is, for example, what we have here is when you commit a traffic infringement, they make sure that the police has no business in collecting money or in negotiating for money with you. It's your is to give tickets, another agency is to take care of the money. So you don't even have any incentives of even enriching yourself through your power. But in Nigeria, we are not separating most things. So when you separate things, you are not likely to have conflict. All this principle of power and absolute power corrupt, you won't find all those stuff. What led us to all this thing we are talking in Nigeria is economic hardship. Companies are closing up. You understand? And to the credit of some religious center, I will specifically mention like a Daystar, for example, where people will be taught on what to do, entrepreneurship, and they will support you to the extent they can. That's a religious center too. There are many religious centers that support, including the Redeemed, that some people would like to vilify today too. They have their own program they are doing, except that some people that don't know, they just brush everybody with just one paint. So we need to be discussing policies. We need to be discussing our leaders, those people that we are representing. Some of us here too, we contribute to how we influence people and how we influence people through our problems. So, but looking at someone and be pointing fingers is very easy to do. If you take religious out of Nigeria today, what problem will they solve? Will it create textile industry? Will it suddenly make the policemen to behave themselves? Will that one give Nigeria or restore Nigeria airlines back? Come on, let's not just be so simplistic in the way we just brush everything aside. I see people here now supporting FUBA. Joel want to speak.
Yeah, I think I see sense.
Before John speak, concerning the religion, as bad as we even paint they are not bad. Our local religion, the traditional one, you will never see them preach stealing. Àwọn gan ló máa ń sọ ọ̀rọ̀ ọmọlúwàbí jù. All our religions speak, they preach good values. And all these politicians, they fell on one religion or the other. This Mubarak now, you will go to church on Sunday, you'll be praising God. So I don't think the religion is I think it's the people, not the religion. Yeah, Joe. I think can Joe hear me?
I can hear you, bro.
Yes, yeah, you can go on, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I see sense on both sides. But I will look at it this way. I think religion has made us dosa in Nigeria, if we must state the facts. I know many of us are touchy about this matter, but we can also see how religion has been used in the North to preach, hate. So I think if I were to be the president, I would have first and foremost, limit miracles on TV, because there are certain unrealistic ways of life that the churches preaches, and it has the effect on the citizens, right? So I would think, like, even with donations from public office holders to churches, from public pockets, that shouldn't be something that we should be doing. Sponsoring citizens to go to Mecca and Israel, that is not something we should be doing. From public purse, religion is a private agreement with your God.
Yeah.
So if you feel like you want to go to Israel, pay for your tickets. Why should we pay for you to go and do what? Walk around Israel or Saudi Arabia? So I can see the influence of the religious bodies in our societal life. So there are certain things. I think religion is on its own is a good thing.
Quickly,
Because
Joe.
in the absence of religion, I don't know what the society will be. However, there should be some kind of control, even with noise pollution. If you live in Lagos, even in Lekki these days, you'll be sleeping and you'll see one church around 1 a.m., 2 a.m. screaming. So there are certain things that can be done to make it, even if it means a uniform, like the Catholics have been doing it. They've been doing it for ages, and none of them died. We can have a uniform doctrine, especially preaching for their Sunday preaching every Sunday, a bulletin. It will be a guide. At least it will be verses or chapters that uplift the people. Not some of the churches will be like, oh, you go home, I see 30 people, and by next next week we get 1 million naira. Such unrealistic life.
Okay,
All those
Joe,
kind of
can you
things
hear me?
we can stop. We can moderate it. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, so I was going to ask, see, for many years, I think even up to now, I think the Church of England has a lot to say in the affairs of the state of England, and in Rome, Italy, and some other places around the world. I think it was maybe Thomas or Ola saying earlier. See, somehow we Africans or Nigerians we were able to customize religion, Christianity, even Islam to our own liking, right? But when it comes to other Western principles or models, we don't know. It seems like we don't know how to do it or to make better use of them. So the point is, see, the shouting, for example, or the yelling in churches and disturbing the neighbors of the neighborhood, uh, is not really done in the West and many parts of the world. So the point here is that religion is a tool, just like most
Please,
things.
Daddy, sorry for cutting you. My church, every church in this country, please, Daddy, everybody hear me. You have to prove soundproof
Soundproof. That's
in
what I'm
your
saying.
church. And it has
Yes,
to
that's
be
what I'm
in a
saying.
commercial, it has to be in a commercial
In the
area
commercial
that
area,
people don't
exactly.
live.
You get it
Please,
now.
Daddy,
You
if
get
we
it.
were if we were in our church like this, if you are strolling outside my church, you will not hear any noise. Despite we are using
Yes.
the public address system. Soundproof has to be
Yes.
in your church. Despite the
Exactly.
fact is in a commercial area that you are not disturbing anybody sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
It's just
Well, I hear you,
Thomas, you
Thomas.
get it now, right? You get where I'm coming from. So those we can switch those things, right?
So, Joe,
In terms of where
Right.
we can have church avenues, right? We can
But
have church avenues.
my point here is that it is for churches in let's say Nigeria. It is the intention of the churches to make loud noise and let it go outside of the four corners of the church. See, my point is that, see, religion, church, whatever, it's a tool, and we Africans, we do church the way we see fit. I'm not approving of it, but I'm just telling you that that's what we do. So it's never, see, if it wasn't religion, okay, it would be something else. Now, if you want to blame religion for most things that happen, the evil that happens in the world, that's not the case. If you want to go to Russia before before the Tsar and the Stalinists, right? They were not religious people, but it didn't stop them from killing millions and millions of people. And other places around the world, they didn't go in the name of religion. They went in the name of ideology, and they did a lot of crime. Again, it's easy to blame religion because religion has become a tool. The way religion is supposed to be practiced, right, is not the way it is practiced in Africa and many other places. Again, religion is just a tool that we humans use. Remove religion and replace it with another ideology, something else. Trust me, the same humans would do the same thing. And I would say there's nothing that's ever been given to man that man has not abused. We are abusers by nature. It's nothing new. Religion happens to be one of the tools.
And Prince Daddy, I think I understand where you're coming from. All I'm just saying, I am not saying that we should reinvent the wheel. You understand? I'm not saying we should reinvent the wheel, but we can do something, right? We can put up laws that will guide the doctrines of the church, the areas where you can build your church, the kind of things you can show on TV. Do you understand? Yeah, because all this.
You don't ask me what is making me laugh. A building in Lagos, like 5 redeemed church is in one in a building. Rock of Ages in the first building,
No,
Assemblies of God, Enemy.
You're saying 5. In some places where you have like 20 blocks, use 20 block flats, you're going to see like 7, 8, 10 churches in the same building, different buildings. That's what I'm saying. So
Joel,
the proliferation,
your proposals seem to want to curb the physical or the material display of Christianity or religion, but I think what maybe other people are talking about here is the mentality, the mental state of mind when it comes to religion is more potent and dangerous than trying to stop people from making noise or trying to stop that noise from disturbing the neighborhood.
That is why I said that we must have a hold We must control the narrative through the doctrine. Like the Catholics are doing it. The Catholics have been doing it for years. They have a doctrine. Every person, every church, we present on Sunday. That is what I'm talking about. So we can have that if you don't want to create one, or you send it to maybe a religious commission, and they're going to approve it for you. You cannot just go there and start preaching anything because you feel like you want to preach. No.
Can I interject to Mr. Joel? Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Want to say that it will not good for you to be controlled by the Catholic. Have you ever read the history of the Catholic? Let me ask you this question. Thank you.
Okay, see, I'm not talking about the Catholic. I'm only talking about the doctrine, the way they do it. Right? So we're not doing, your own church is probably your winner's chapel. But whatever thing you're going to present to your churches to preach on Sunday must be presented to the religious commission for approval, since you don't have a pope or anything. And that of even the Catholic and the Anglican will still be scrutinized. That is my point, so that we can have a hold of what people teach in church. And even in the churches, if you want to still deviate, when you say stuff, we can also make it like we can also invest in like people like what do they call them now? Whistleblowers. If you see somebody say something, just have a record of it. And if you present it, you're a millionaire. All this nonsense will stop. Because
I see a police state, which I don't approve of, whereby the government. Is that me rebounding?
Someone is echoing. Who is that?
Yeah, it seems to be echoing. Is that me?
No, I don't think so. Go on. We can hear you. It's
okay,
good now.
I don't want to
Let me make the rest of the people that is not speaking here. Go on.
I don't want to state whereby the government or the authorities control every word of religion or sermon or preaching that comes out of the church or any other religious institution for that matter. That is dangerous. I don't approve of it. But it's and religion from the way I understand it, at least from a Christian religion, you can't have one sermon, have one template of a sermon for everyone, because people are allowed to flow and preach accordingly by revelation, if you understand what I'm saying, as a Christian. So that's really highly restrictive for a Christian to be free to practice their religion. If you go by the way you talking about it, it will sound like religion is not free anymore. It's controlled. But again, to me, it goes back to that.
That's why I said submit. That's why I said submit.
Religion is control right from day one, right from inception. It's a tool of control.
Exactly.
No, by the practitioners. See, that's the thing. See, we have to separate. I can only talk for at least for Christianity, right? See, the practitioners of Christianity and the religion itself, Christianity, right? The follower of Christ are two different things. See, I understand that the abuse, the level of abuse that occurs in Christianity is astronomical. I know they abuse people all the time, and it's a reality and it's true. But the point here is that the abusers are the practitioners, the people, the so-called learned people that know the Bible, and the pastors, the pastor, the evangelist, the prophet, or whatever. This corrupt people, they are human beings that are deceiving people. And let's be careful here also, because if you go into the Bible itself, there were people of religious background that believe in God, that they themselves abused the people or lied. See, that's the beauty about the religion right there, about religion in itself. So it is the people that are the problem, the practitioners, the pastors that deceive people, the miracle workers that deceive people, not Christianity, not religion itself. It's not.
Prince Daddy, I think everybody agrees to that. I agree with you. Yes, I agree with you. Not the religion, it's the people that
Yeah,
are
that's yeah. It's the
practicing the
people.
religion. Yes,
Exactly.
we are saying the same thing.
Exactly.
So,
We are
Yes.
saying the
so,
same thing.
so,
What we're
if
trying to
all of
control
us
now are those
agree,
people. We are trying to control those people, right?
so
Preventing them from going out of hand. That is the thing, Prince Daddy. You must have some control because you're dealing with human beings.
Remy, please hold on. Let him land. Yeah, let him land. Yeah, Joel.
You see,
Land, yeah.
so we're
Thomas,
dealing.
please, can you check your WhatsApp? Thomas, can you check your WhatsApp?
Ah, yes, I will. Yeah, I will.
Yeah. So since God will not come down, right? We have laws for people that steal, right? We have laws for people that break the law. So if God cannot come down and control those people, since we're dealing with human beings, the government has to start control. If not, your country, any person can come into your country, bring in any ideology, and it will sell. In the name of what? Religion? No. Certain human beings that are extremists shouldn't find themselves into our country for any reason. So these are the kind of control. You control, the narrative in your own church. That is how you go about it. So I am not saying that you should give them what they should preach. No. I said you are going to send what you intend to preach for the month or for the next 2 months. Every week, you send it to the religious commission and they will see what you want to do and they will now reply and approve it.
Joel, that's
You
draconian.
understand what I'm saying?
That's draconian.
It's not that. No, it's not draconian.
Praise Daddy.
Because if you allow them to do it, they still need to do what they know how to do best, which is deceiving the people. So give them that. If they know that they go, if you don't get it, then you close down your church.
If you look at the origin of religion, right, even from inception, is politics. Do you agree with me?
Yes, politics by the practitioners. Yes, religious leaders in the past you're right. Actually, you're right. From the beginning, even the Bible.
Let me tell you,
So, sorry, Simba, even the Bible.
Religion.
I agree.
Politics that invented religion. So there's no way we can separate it, and that is the problem. You can go ahead.
See, I think we all kind of on the same page one way or another. What Joel is proposing, right? It sounds really good, and really, if you think about it, but in a more robust thinking about it, to me is draconian. For people to have to, again, speaking from the Christian perspective, right? We are led by the Spirit, right? It's not possible for me to prepare my 2-month sermons and submit it to an authority to approve of it before I preach, meaning that I cannot deviate from that document when preaching. But in reality, if you understand Christianity, it's a living religion. It flows. It has its own organic nature, if you want to put it that way. So it's very restricted to tell me to stick to what. I mean, many times, I don't know if you heard it, Joel, but many times pastors they prepare a sermon, and on the day of the sermon, they get a revelation that they should be preaching on something else, and they have to abandon the sermon that they prepared for like a week or two, and go on a different tangent. You see, but now telling them now,
I have a question for you. I understand you, but what kind of solution will you prefer for Nigerians? Because we all know that in Nigerian climate, mostly they use religion to control them, telling them all sorts of stories and telling them not to walk, believe in miracles. Can you provide solution? Because you live in America and it's not done that way. And I live here in Europe. It's not, in fact, most white people, they don't even go to church. Talk less of even praying. So what kind of solution would you provide?
See, Allah was saying earlier.
Thank you.
Allah was saying earlier about working at a bank, and maybe Christmas Day or Christmas Eve, people have to be at work to do some work at the bank. See, the solutions, not really a solution, but somewhat. If we have vibrant economic economy, right? People have access to jobs, multiple jobs. They have all the things to do. It has shown that, and you say it all the time, Remy, we Africans are greedy. Something tells me today, if people have the opportunity to work, to explore more ventures, they will not be in this church building to pray and fast for.
Sorry to interject. I watched a documentary recently. Do you know that out of 10 auditoriums that comprises more than 30,000 or 50,000 people, congregation, 5 or 6 of them are in Nigeria. The largest is in Abuja with 100,000 seater capacity.
Yeah.
I asked myself, these people have the money to build these big churches, big auditorium. Why can't they channel this money to big time agriculture?
Let me interject, President.
Why can't they use this money to start factory, industry, employ this same congregation?
They are not, Mr. Remy, they are not government. They are not government. They are not government. It's all about choices. Wait for President. Remy, it's all about choices. Like here, I learned so many things because of him. I was once I'm still a prayer person every time. Can people hear me? Can you guys hear me? Let me know.
Yeah, go ahead. I can hear you.
Okay. I'm a Christian. I don't hide it. I say it out. So it's all about choice. One thing that I learned something, because back home in Africa, I used to go to church. I pray. I thought manners will fall from heaven. That's what I believed. But here I learned something that when you pray, you walk. Then you get blessing. God cannot bless anything times 0 is 0, whether you're Christian or Muslim. Anything times 0 is 0. Even though you have the blessing without 0. I learned something here in Europe that is all about choices. Whatever you are today is a matter of the choice you made 10 to 15 years or 5 years or yesterday. Your choice. That's it. So don't blame those choices back home. Those choices you see like that now, they cannot solve all the whole problem of Nigeria. They use it as a word, consultant center. I will call it like that. They help people. Like now, they just sometimes we in Africa, we just want to express ourselves. It's even not starting here in Europe now. It's starting everywhere in Europe. Or like Paris, they have churches everywhere also. Understand? It's just because of like me, Christmas and now I'm working. I'm not really working, but I'm doing something in my job. I don't celebrate Christmas. So that it's just all about choices. Understand? It's all about choices. Everybody can do what he wants to do, Mr. Remy. You understand? Remember, those churches are not government. They are not government. Many of them, they have businesses that they employ their members to. It's also done in America today. It's also done in some Western countries today.
Yeah.
So that's it. Everybody. So I know. I know where you're
well, quickly. So on Mr. Trans point. Sorry, quickly. So I do agree with him, because guess what? Setting up a church, the risk of setting up a church is super low than getting into agriculture, for example, where the weather's a factor, the pests and other challenges you face in being a farmer or going into agriculture. But if you build a big church,
returns on investment on church.
There you go. Yeah, your ROI is much better. It's much better. All you need to
oh my God.
all you need is a building and like, people to come in 7 days a week. Go ahead.
They help people spiritually. Or maybe Remy, you don't believe in that.
I am a very religious person, but I am speaking objectively. I have a very good question, because you mentioned that these churches are helping spiritually. But when you ask the church owner, where did he get the money to build this church? They will also say it's the congregation that donates the money. And this congregation, more than 60% of them that go there nearly every day, they don't have a job, they don't have nothing. This church
That's why they need people like us. Can I say something? Okay. Can I say something? That's why you can say, let me tell you.
Why can't they create job for them? I think
honestly speaking, can I say something, Mr. Remy? Honestly, there are many pastors in Nigeria that calls me to give them advice. You understand? One thing is that we need people like us that believe in God, that have learned two culture. We have two culture, the African culture and the Western culture, and tell them what to do, what kind of business to do to employ their church members. They are doing it now. Many people call me, understand? But some people come for something else, but I don't reply. I will tell you this one. I don't reply. That's it. I don't reply. So you see, but I believe with time it is not the government that's going to make Nigeria greater. It is we, the diasporas. They need us. They need us. They're even listening to us every day. They need us to come and help the country. Because of without Nigeria, the Africa is going down. I must tell you this one. Without Nigeria. And the only thing surviving us today, Muslim, Christian, is the religion that is holding the country today. Without it, Otilo, it is broken. So one thing that people go there just to come there to express their feelings. You understand? Because everybody wants to be here. Everyone wants to be here. You understand? Not everything is money. Sometimes people like money churches solve emotional problems, just like mothers do. Solve children's emotional problems. So you people have to understand. Also, I've been hearing you people since I don't want to comment. You understand? I've been listening to you guys. But once you have to know that churches are different. But it's not good for churches to control. And again, like the problem they have, I would not like to be under any government that does not respect any superior power. It's not good. Any madbody that doesn't believe in anything is very dangerous. That thinks about himself. No, I will not be under that government. So you people have to know about it, because it's very, very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. So that's it. I leave the floor.
Mr. Triumph, I
Yes.
think you are looking at this from the spiritual helm. But when I ask you some question, I'm also religious, to be frank with you, and I do pray a lot too. But when you live in some society that there are more than 1 billion population and they are thriving, the economy is improving, everything is super, super good. They never worship any god. I'm not saying they should not, but I'm just trying to say, being a secular state, even like Nigeria too, the people there believe in hard work. They don't believe in somebody telling you, don't go, just go and sit down at home. Miracle will come to you. What I'm trying to say is very simple. Look at it, we're talking about Nigeria as a case study here. We have a lot of big mosques, we have a lot of big churches. Some of them even have private university. Some of these congregations, their followers, they cannot go to these churches or to this university because they are damn expensive. These people
Many things have changed because of
these people have a lot of money. They have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 private jets. Why can't they use this money to create a big industry? They can even, a big town, produce a lot of things. Employ your people. Just if you are not my church member, I'm not going to employ you. Fine, we like it like that. Create job for these people. And then the turnaround will be for the generation of the whole populace. So that's what I'm trying to say. But we are not looking at it from that angle. You look at it from I understand. But when you look at it in totality, there are some churches, even all over the world, that they create employment for thousands of people of their followers. And the churches are the one paying them monthly salary. So why are we not copying that model in Nigeria?
Remy, you are saying something and you are countering yourself at the same time. Churches that build schools employs lecturers, both academic, let's say both academic and non-academic staff. Do you understand? Some of them, they have maintenance departments, they have architects,
thank you,
they have structural engineers. So schools on its own, all those things are jobs. So this thing we are see. Do you know why you are incoherent about this religion causing the problem? It's just because it's not the problem. If it is problem, you'll be coherent.
No,
because
I am very, I know what I'm talking about.
No, wait now.
One thing you do not know is this. I'm not saying they don't have a lot of professionals working in the university. The universities is expensive for an average follower who donates money week in, week out for several years to these religious places. I think if they have children or people from their church that is qualified but does not have the money to go to this kind of their university, there should be kind of a program or scholarship program for their people who are going to the same church to go to this set of university. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not
because
saying
you don't know. Because you don't know. There are some churches that have some kind of discount for the church members that are unable to get those things. Because sometimes, when we are from afar, without even doing our research to see what these institutions, these religious schools are doing, we from outside, we follow the YouTubers that are just trying to gain attention of the crowd to make their own money, and we believe everything they say 100% without our personal research. See, even when you go to Harvard that you see, did you know Harvard staff, for example? Harvard is still one of the most expensive universities in the world today. Many universities that you see today that you believe that they're even private, when they're not private, they started as a religious school. So the thing is this: when we try to allocate what government should be doing to some certain individuals, that is when we will pay praise like the like of Fubara, the like of Yaya Bello, and I'll be facing some pastors that have just done something that can stay there, even can leave them after them and contribute to the entire society. The early missionaries that brought religion to Nigeria, for example, they came with hospital, medical care, they came with schools. That is why you see some schools like Baptist school, you see all those things. So now look at the state of those schools now. By the time you start returning these schools back to the original owners, which they have done in Ekiti, because I belong to a school whereby we are not contributing aggressively now to even redevelop our schools. You still want to pay the teaching staff, you want to pay the workers. If those schools are not self-funding and something goes wrong and the alumni and those people that have been donating, they can no longer donate, what happens? Even the so-called public school in the United States, in Canada, they still have some kind of endowment. They still have some kind of a society that give them money for them to even meet up. Otherwise, they will pass the money to the students because they must get top lecturers to give them lectures. So they must do a lot of things for them to finance themselves. I will give an example. There is a guy, Georgia Tech, for example, today. They run their computer science program, although it's online, for as cheap as $7,000. We are talking of course that normally you have to pay close to $60-something thousand to go through. But AT&T donated some money to crack the price. If you go to University of Illinois, there's a particular program, I think, business school. I think one of the former alumni, if I remember very well, I think he donated around, I'm not sure of the figure, I think around $150 million to bring the cost of the MBA down to particular. So you find those things in this environment. If individuals are not donating, no way to bring. Why are they donating huge amount of money to get all those? Just because education is in itself is very expensive. You want to build laboratory, you want to get the best of the professor, you want to have buildings, you want to have security, you want to have flights, you want to do a lot of things. See, if I attend a church, you can't be passing those costs to me regularly. I want to find a way for the school to sustain. And how will the school sustain? Because there is a competition, there's a demand. Demand numbers the supply. I want to make sure I get the best for the school for sustainability, and I pass the cost to those people coming there. So if I start doing what do we call it? If I start doing charity for school without the support, you as a professional, I say, okay, Mr. Remy, come to this university, come and become lecturers. We'll be paying you $2,000 a month just because you are doing it for God. You are doing it for your religious, come and will you go and lecture there? Because those things will never pay your bill.
I think you are getting me wrong here.
I'm not getting you wrong, because I've been involved in this argument more. In fact, I've lost the count, probably more than 50 or 100 times.
What I'm trying to say is very simple. These churches, I'm talking about Nigerian context here, they have huge amount of money in their reserve. Especially we can name top 10. And we know
there are only few big churches in Nigeria, Mr. Remy. There are few.
Top 10. I'm not saying 100 or 50. Top 10. We have top 10. They are few, and they have a lot of resources, and they have a huge followers.
How do you know that now? You know, not everybody that has money that pays. Do you know that on some of the members help other members? I used to listen to people that cry. So do you know how many people when I go and visit some of my friends' churches in Nigeria, I visit. Sometimes I just see bills. I see bills. So sometimes we do nothing but to help or assist also. You understand? Help or assist also. So what he said is, if you want, they don't call them, they call them organizations. Sorry, let me hold on for a minute. Mr. Thomas, Prince Daddy wants to come in now. Prince Daddy wants to come in. Can you please bring him in? Thank you. Let me continue.
Thomas is not also here.
No, I think he's listening. I know he's listening. Yeah. He can come in anytime. At least know that Prince Daddy is at the background. So one thing about the churches, I have the way I do things. Even that some things I propose to churches in Nigeria, they called me a name. I don't want to say the name out. They called me a Christian doesn't think to this extent. I just kept quiet. I'm on my own. But if people want my solution, I'll give you, but I'll give you my conditions also. So that's just it. Understand? One thing that it will take time. Because of a many things in Nigeria, it's just because of poverty. It's just poverty. Many people that are not supposed to be a pastor working in the church because of poverty, they think the only way for their source of means today is just by going to church, by working in the church, No, that is it. So that's it. One thing that they need people like we in the diaspora to teach them also. What the poverty makes many things. Why do you think people lie in abroad? It's hard to see people lie. Understand? It's hard to see people lie. Understand? This is why because they're okay. They have money. They'll tell the truth. Well, yeah, in Africa, they will be swearing truth to. Understand? I don't want to say things. Understand? I don't want people to bombard me later.
Let me say something, Mr. Trump. Okay. See, if you want to solve the problem of Nigeria to some extent, the first step is poverty alleviation. Poverty alleviation, part of poverty alleviation is human capital development. I'm privileged to know some churches that are doing aggressive human capital development.
That's true.
Encourage you.
In Lagos, I know churches in Lagos that does very well also. That I'm surprised also the way they do.
And I have some that just from nowhere that they will just put. I don't know whether you know what they call Latibaba. Their own thing. They will just use Paco from nowhere. They will say God send them, and just for their own survival. Understand?
I understand.
So the thing is this: all the big churches we are condemning today, their legacy will live well, in fact, centuries after them, whether we like it or not. You want to talk of
I doubt that one. That one you're
saying, now.
I doubt it.
You can doubt it for how you wish, but I will give you an example where the legacy will live after them. Now, some churches when the leaders died, wait now. Some churches when the leaders passed away, just because of the structure and the model they run, they could no longer sustain it, right? But when you have a model of university that is self-funding, like most of what those the university that you want to call religious university today, they will not, people will not really see that in as religious in the real sense of it, maybe after 100 to 200 years, whether we like it or not. It has happened in the Western world, like I said.
That's true.
Some religion schools, you don't even know they are religion schools. You just see them as public without going through their history. So the thing is this: when you go through some schools, those schools, number one, your model will have to be self-funding. Sustenance is major. That is why you see that. So if the sustenance is not there, sustainability is not there, then you don't have this. So you have to take it as business. You don't take it as non-charity. If University of Education in Nigeria today is supposed to be free and is supposed to be for charity, that is understandable. So a school that are self-funding, whether in the presence of the owner or in the absence of the owner, they have the high probability of becoming sustainable, even 1,000 years after the funder must have passed away. So, to me, what we need in Nigeria is this. Mr. Remy with a very high entrepreneurial capability, go to Nigeria, create job, employ just 10 people. Everybody here, for example, we are 9. We go to Nigeria, let us create job. I employ minimum of 10 people.
We can start it from 2024 now, or we all can start it 2024. Each of us here make a commitment.
How to run.
Then
At
least one company a year in Nigeria, and then let the others we copy us. We copy us. We are over a million. We are over a million.
When you now tell people that someone say, "Oh, I want to go for Isoji on Saturday, but I won't come to office." Just tell the person that, "Oh, the server will be down tomorrow if you go to that place," and you know what it means. It's going to affect our business. And look at it, whether the person will go to that church and go and sleep there. Just try. So, but when you don't give these people what to do, "Oh, Baba, I'm going to church tomorrow on Saturday. You cannot go." That one asks you why. You are not giving him authority. You are not giving anything. And on Monday, you say, "Oh, religion is the problem." You just go and waste your time. What did you give this guy before going to waste it in court? Before going to church to waste his time during that weekend? So, you should give someone something before you start saying other things. You give people education. Oh, you say, "Okay, forget about this, your bad habit. Take this education, it's going to move you forward." Nigeria today, there are no incentives from stopping people from staying online 7 days a week, 24 hours, attending church program. You don't have that. You and I know that by the time you work even 8 hours in a warehouse, even if you want to attend church program, sleep will come and tell you, say, "Oh boy, you are joking. You are going to work tomorrow." You will fall asleep. And someone will not say, "Oh, come and do Isoji Agbayanu or Olojo Meta." You won't even listen, because you know that once you don't go to your job tomorrow, you are fired. But Nigeria today, people are looking for a job. You see people everywhere. That is why you can organize that you see people going there. You start wondering, can bankers, can telecom workers, can oil and gas workers that is in the oil field already go to those places? So when you see population of people protesting, it's telling you something is wrong in that country. Have you ever seen people protest in the Western world? When you, even after you've done flyers, you've created awareness for like almost 3 months that we are going to protect, that police protection will be there. You see scanty people, because everyone, they've gone for their shift. They've gone for their shift. Why do you think you will go to church on Sunday if your pastor said the service is 1 hour? If that 1 hour exceeds, you may not likely see some people go to that church the following Sunday. They stick to time. But in Nigeria, you can say, "Oh, the service is for like 1 hour. Some people can run it for 3 hours." And people will still not complain. They will still be comfortable.
Sometimes 10 hours. 10 hours. 10. My grandmother went to Nigeria.
Why do you think they are comfortable?
She was crying.
Even if they go back home, they are going back to depression. They are going back to depression because some of them don't even know what they are going to eat in the evening. And you now tell those people that religion is the problem. No, religion is the reason they are not paying themselves. Religion is the reason they are not going on the streets and start robbing you. Religion is the reason that they still keep their head now, because they have that hope. So when we thought you see, we think that we Americans are not religious. That's not true. I can hear you, Thomas. It's like
we can hear you, Mr. Thomas. Mr. Thomas, you can say something.
Can you hear him?
Okay. Let me tell you something. There was one of my mother's tenants. Because the person, you can see many of these guys, they are dubious. And sorry, they are dubious. You understand? They called my mother and they were saying that Mama, they call my mama, my mom, Mama. I see vision for your son.
Yeah, people even leave. Yeah, I said sometimes people leave. Yeah, I said people leave.
There's problem with your communication, Mr. Thomas. There's problem with your communication. Well, as I was saying, somebody was telling my mom that they saw vision for me, that something. I was just laughing. I tell my mom that to that person that I saw vision, that I gave him quick notice from the house. So the person never came back and said rubbish to my mom anymore. That's the way to counter them. One thing is that they use fear to rob people. when they see that they have opportunity.
How
That's what I
many of
hate.
them are you going to contact?
Understand? One thing that there's a way to contact me. Moment there is jobs everywhere, my brother. We tell you, Mr. Remy. You know I love you very well.
What I'm trying to say is that you guys talk about private companies, private getting the drive to establish as entrepreneur, do something like that. We also have religious organizations that they have pool of financial resources. They can also do something for their. That's what
Leave
I'm
them
asking.
alone, Mr. Remy. Leave them alone.
Let me tell you something.
Mr.
Let me tell you
Crown.
something that people don't say. Let me tell you something. Do you know that one of the explanations for the decadence in Western society today is the decline in religious awareness and orientation?
Thank you,
that?
Mr. Patuski.
That society that you are thinking is great now was at its Eldorado, at its peak performance, was based on religious principle. Harvard University was funded by a religious body, Puritans. The best of the university.
I think you guys you are missing the point I'm trying to say. I've already established one notion with you guys. The way they practice that religion in our country is not the way they practice it over here, even years back. And you also said it.
No. They are even more than us. They did it even peer. Honestly, they did it more than we in Africa. I can prove it to you.
The way they practice over there several years ago, this is not the way we are practicing.
Because they remove religion from the state. They separate government and the state.
That's why they're having problem now.
That is it. They remove the two of them. They remove it. Like now, France is an atheist country. They don't believe in God. They put God apart.
All these churches are turning to clubs.
What do you want to say? Even they use it for hotels, building hotels.
All what I'm
saying.
I'm not saying people should not go to mosque or people should not go to church. I'm not saying that, but I'm trying to say.
No, what you're saying is that religion is bad.
No, I'm not saying that.
And religion is our problem.
No. What I say is one of our problems. What I'm trying to say is that because we have some mega mosques and mega churches, they have pool of resources. They can also use the resources to create jobs for some people, especially for their followers.
They are doing that. That's what we are saying.
Not in the magnitude that
you can say they are not doing enough, but they are doing that. Do you know if government?
They are not even doing close to enough. Okay?
No, wait first. Now wait. I'll tell you how. If government does.
We're back to government
with its resources. Wait now. If the government with its resources is using the same proportion of income to touch the people, then you will say yes. Look at that Covenant University. That Covenant has been one of the top 5.
It's one of the best in Africa. It's one of the best in Africa. It's one of the best in Africa.
The structure, if you see the lecturers' quarters in Covenant.
I totally agree with you. Even if you
so what are we talking about?
University, the structure
so that university has become a model to government.
For other universities.
Has become a model.
But this is not a university for everybody. If you don't have
universities are not for everybody. It's not everybody that can go to Harvard now.
Yes, yeah. So I'm not even talking about being selective that our university is created for the rich. We accept it. But what I'm trying to say is that at least they can also go to big industries like agriculture.
They are doing it now. Do you know that some of them have farms? Winners Chapel has bakery, they have farms, they have banks, they have now Winners Chapel has started a university of agri.
If you say they have started doing
let me finish, so that you will know. Because you're outside, you don't know. Winners Chapel has a university of agri. And a lot of agri researchers are coming out of that university. So how well do you think they can contribute to national development? Look at Winners Chapel was one that constructed that Songo from Winners Chapel to Songo Road now with their money. Mm-hmm. That road was reconstructed by Winners Chapel. Mm-hmm. From Songo, that Songo Ediroko Road. From Winners.
Is that Solomon? Is that Solomon?
No, this is Patrick.
Patrick.
From Covenant, from Winners to that Songo Bridge was constructed by Winners Chapel. Mm-hmm.
Even
but
our
Toski,
former president
what is your argument?
did not even repair
Hold
his
on.
road.
No, my
So
argument,
what
the
is your
argument they are
argument?
saying is that religion, they say they should be adding to the economy. I'm saying they're already doing that. You see, the problem I have with Nigerian narrative is that because we bandit that religion is the problem of Nigeria, we just throw it out and everybody is picking it. So that man that stole 1 point something billion is not the problem. It's this religion that you are smarting. That is your problem. Then you will never
You
solve
don't
the problem.
understand
You
where
are not fixing the problem. You are not
listen.
addressing the issue.
I agree with you that some of them are doing something. Is it enough or not enough? That is to be justified.
They are not supposed to do enough. They are not government.
Listen. What I'm trying to say is very simple. You say somebody stole 1 billion or 100 million. This is a set of people that we know they are looters. They will go to mosques on Friday and they will go to churches and donate huge amount of money to the churches or to the mosques. They will collect it from their hand, knowing fully well that their source of wealth is not clean.
Remy, that's still an excuse. That's still an excuse we are seeing.
I'm just trying to tell you that
let me tell you something. The chasm between enough and not enough is what you define for yourself. Even in this world we are, if there's no problem, we are irrelevant because we are meant to solve problems. Nobody is going to solve the problem of this world, no matter how competent you are, no matter the level of your capacity. So when you still want to criticize someone, you will still find a way to say, "Oh, they are not doing enough." Okay, I'll give you an example. Let's even not discuss Covenant University and all those big universities that I can roll their impact to you, assuming you want to accept. I can roll their impact to you within the community they live, how they boosted the economy of the community where they are cited. Let's leave that. Now, this time is an example. You know Pastor Sam Adeyemi. So when you know this time,
yes, I know him now. I know him now.
When you are talking of
I used
skills,
to listen to him.
when you are talking of skills, let me tell you one thing that they did in 2020, where they organized and started training people on about 10 different skills, maybe more. You understand? Some people maybe you want to take them like graphic design, generator repair, and some other thing that they started coordinating their churches to give. So there are many churches that are doing that. Now, you will find out if you look at some of your friends that are so religious, ask them that they go to church, they say, oh, they want to go and deliver lecture. We are in one particular cell or we are in one particular group. Some of them are there to empower people, to train people what to do. Just because we are not close to these people, we just go, we listen to we listen to YouTubers on blankets, because I don't want to mention them. I can skip mentioning some names. So when we get our knowledge from all those people, that now becomes our encyclopedia and becomes all in all in what is happening without even doing our own research. As much as people want to vilify Redeemed today, people don't know anything about Redeemed Christian Church of God. As much as people can vilify even what do we call it, Deeper Life Today and all those churches, you don't know anything about about all these churches, about what they are doing. Because I see that people don't even mention what Redeemed Christian Church of God they've done about, they've done for the sector. For example, when your government are supposed to be equipping your hospitals, when churches are equipping the hospitals for you, what else do you want? When your government is supposed to build your technical school, to teach you graphic design, fashion design, and all those stuff, but when churches are doing that for you, what else do you want? So
well,
I think
a lot the churches are doing it for their members and to an extent to the maybe the larger community. Let's keep in mind, these churches they're not paying taxes. They're not paying taxes, so they have some kind of a social responsibility to the community. Sure. And by the way, say if a private person, a citizen, a normal person, does all these things, we should commend them and appreciate them greatly. So should we appreciate churches also. But again, these churches they don't pay no taxes. They have the responsibility, believe it or not, to do all those things. Now, do they all do it? No. And those that do them, like Redeemed, like you mentioned, and all Winners Chapel, we commend them greatly for doing those things. Okay.
But at the same time, we should not fall into that mentality that they're doing us a favor. Because if we have to go by the Bible or the Jesus Christ that we all follow, this will be what Christ would do anyways. So they shouldn't lord over us because they're doing these things. These are things they should do. I mean, after all, then again, they're not paying taxes. Because if you run a normal business and you pay taxes, you're going to pay a lot of taxes. And those taxes, in turn, will be used to build a community, build roads, hospitals, and whatnot. Now, this is not to, and by the way, I don't, to me, churches are addition, extra to society. I don't want to give the churches the responsibility of the government to do. The churches, when they do theirs, it just makes it much bigger and better. And that's why in the West, the churches are like an extension of the government somewhat. They're always there to do charity, to help in the community and society at large. That's what they do. So let's not get carried away by this pastors or this whatever you call them that buy private jets and park at the airport. They don't pay nothing for it. They don't pay taxes. They have responsibility also. So they're not that pious as we try to make them to be. Now, sure, they can take all this money and put it in their pocket and not do anything. That is fine too. Okay, that is fine. But let's not go overboard in
Okay.
trying to to elevate these people beyond what they should be elevated
No,
to.
Prince Daddy, we are not even elevating them. We are countering the wrong narrative there that are pushing
That is
people
it.
against
Like
religion. So look at it
And we
this
are
way.
trying to cancel that impression that the religious should now be blamed for the fault of government.
Exactly. Exactly.
that's what I
So
will not accept it.
it should be government. So the thing is this,
That's
Prince
true.
Daddy, even though those people are charity, they are charity organization, but just imagine the skill they develop that work, that pay taxes, right? Just imagine the school they create, we pay tax, not the church itself. If you at Covenant University, we pay tax. Their lecturers and other non-academic staff,
Lecturers
they
pay
pay tax.
taxes.
You understand? So it's not, so that's just it. But when you are saying some people are abusing the situation, I understand. After all, out of 12 disciples, we still have Judas. So just divide the population of the entire Christian world into 12 and just start picking Judas among them. So we are going to have more than enough Judas to cause damages across the religious line. So, but what we're saying like this is that why I don't want people to blame religion and focus. Look at Sheikh Gumi, for example. When he's gathering when he's talking about some bandits, why do we have those bandits? Are these bandits, those people that are into banditry? These are people that are supposed to be in the farm. These are supposed to be participating in a granite pyramid. They're supposed to be doing some leather, hide and skin, some job in cutting, some job in textile. But these guys, you don't give them these means. You don't give them that. So what do you expect? So that is what makes those people popular. But if the government itself would now do its job, the government will now do its job. We won't be talking of these people. So
the private investors like us also can do our own part. Everything we do.
I was listening to a program. Do you know that musicians we used to have in Nigeria those days? They used to perform almost every night at different clubs. When people work and they want to relax, they go to that place. Look at the economic activities that the military administrator destroyed from 1983 to date. You know, the like of Obey and all those things. When some people say, no, that they don't go for a party on Saturday alone. No. That every day. Every day from Monday to Saturday.
Sorry to cut you off. Sorry, let me interject. Sorry to cut you off. I support what you like Rivers State today. You know why it has not exploded, Mr. Remy? It is the church holding the people there. For you to understand, there's a church there that I heard that he built a school called Okma. This what is it called? Salvation Ministry. He has influence in that area. All those pastors have influence. If they say their members not to go out, they will not go out. It helps also. If not one of those big churches tell the government, you people to stop this rubbish that they're doing, they will stop. For now, they don't see anything. They don't want to play politics, but they have the power. Religion is the one keeping Nigeria united today, Mr. Remy. You have to know. Calming those people, citizens. All of them are tired, though. They can go to the street. Nigeria, one thing I like Nigeria, we are stubborn. We can do what we want to do. But it's just because we respect that superior being that we call God. That is it. That's why we don't do anything nasty or stupid. It's only the ones that doesn't think about it, that the one that misbehave. That's it. So you understand. Even I remember somebody that wanted to do something in Nigeria. He cannot do it, but due to so because of one contact with one of these churches, they helped him. Just because they're all connected. All of them are interconnected. Because I believe that it is we diaspora with all these organizations, because they register as an organization in Nigeria, not like churches, like a business. There's organization. That's why they don't pay tax. And they mostly we work hand in hand. Hand in hand, you will see Nigeria will be the number one. I still have hope in my country, in Nigeria. I don't lose that hope. But it is we. I told them Simba the other day. I know Simba is listening at the background. I said that to turn Nigeria, we need a square root of the numbers of population we have. About 15,000 people. 15,000 people created job in Nigeria. Everybody do 5 minimum. I bet it with you. All of us we even in France, do you know what is sustaining them? It is the little businesses like us, like people like me here in France that are sustaining. Do you know how many people I employ? I pay salary to. Their government has writing me later. You understand? One thing that you have to understand that I like Europe, but I love Nigeria. If Nigeria is good, who's going to be here? That's why it is we. It is we that will still go back to Nigeria and make it great. It is not when some people was calling somebody that lose the election, this last election, was calling them their savior. I say, no, you people are wrong. You cannot do this kind of situation. There's inflation everywhere in the world. It will be giving us story today. Story. There's inflation everywhere in the world. But I believe it is we that will still go back home and develop. I remember those days when my mother was telling me a story that when they come to Lagos, they will work and take money back to the village. I say, why? I see that they develop their village. They develop everywhere. They do not wait for the government. You can see. So that's just it. I still believe, Mr. Remy, you can say what you want to say.
No, it be like say I don't pursue you. It be like Remy
Patoski, where they work, where would they hear sound like this? This kind of job they do.
This kind of job they do.
Is that which kind of job they do?
Is that way they make noise? So bike.
I'm trying to remove one drawer. Yeah.
Okay. They work for depot. Okay.
So
depot,
no, I'm not working on depot.
Now MD, they talk to you.
No, depot means entrepot. We call it in French. I don't know the warehouse. Warehouse. We call it warehouse.
No, I'm in the kitchen.
Warehouse. Kitchen. Okay.
I'm in my kitchen. The kitchen in the house. I'm trying to check some do to the drawer.
Are you back home in Nigeria?
No. I'm still in Canada.
In Canada. No one come back home. Okay. You guys don't want to go back home.
So I think some of us here is, if we do, okay, look, some of those guys we started IT together back then that are in Nigeria now. At least I mentioned someone here the other time that I know that at least he has about 30 people that he's paying for. A person like that now happened to be, we started this road techie together. You understand? But he decided to stay in Nigeria, but within that Nigeria that he stays. And I think he's a billionaire. And he pays an average of 30 people per month. You understand? He is not into IT business alone. He has some trucking. He's into trucking business too and some other businesses. This guy is very religious. He's very religious. You see, like I say, What we don't know about religion sometimes is you just pray for you not to fall in the hand of wrong person. It purifies your soul. It gives you some kind of level of concentration that makes you face your life, because he try to deflect some distraction away from you. That is what I've realized personally. It's not as if anybody is telling me. At the same time, if you fall in the wrong hand of some kind of religious merchant, they can make religion to be depressing. Do you know why people are rebelling against religion? It's just because of some religious merchant that preach doom. They make things hard for you. The way they preach their own religion, they make everything like a burden. So once people see those people that speak against that, they go, yes, it's true. Because people are just saying, they are just reacting from the pains they went through based on some kind of certain religious passion. But if you fall within the right person, you know that religious is one of the best things. You know, I'm using religion generally because to me, I see Christianity. I don't see Christianity as religion, but let us take that religion for now, for the purpose of the topic of the argument. You see?
Yes, I agree with you.
So when you do it the right way, there's nothing. The peace of mind is never negotiable. When you have peace of mind, your creative thinking capability will just start peaking. So to me is just get on your politicians to do the right thing. Your politician is the one that have allocation from the federal government. Your politicians are the one taxing you to do this thing. Get on them to do the right thing. Don't ignore them and start facing religious people. Yeah, the religious people we can regulate, because we know that we have some rogues. You know, we have some rogues within the religious sector. So you can go after them.
Patoski, Oni Yawoni, when go cook for you. Tell him, you don't have wife. You don't have somebody to cook for you. What do they do for kitchen? What do they do for kitchen? What do they do for kitchen? Wait, they make pie. They clean plate. Yes. They wash plate. Okay. Yeah. You're not that the husband. Okay. Okay, no problem. Okay, I don't make your wife chat for me later. If you to mute yourself, cut your microphone, because we hear you. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Ola, you can continue.
So no, that's what I want to say is we should put capability where capability belongs. We should look at the real problem and stop deflecting the problem and stop,
Like now, Mr. Ola, if like now, we can create just for people. Like now, how much is Keke Nape? I see that it is about 500,000 naira. Is it? I heard about it. It is about 500. If each of us, understand, we just call them the local government. We give people. You do them that you pay me my money. You give it to them. If you say they should work for you, they'll be lying. You understand? They will not want to pay you. This higher purchase. I've heard about it. Because Nigerians are Nigerians anywhere they are. You understand? But because of it's poverty that makes us to lie, to say things that they're not supposed to say, just to have an opportunity.
You see, Mr. Trump, there are a lot of things someone can do if people are committed. Because one thing is for you to have the source of fund, then another thing is for you to have commitment. You know,
do you know that I learned something here? Because I was with one of my bankers yesterday. Understand? I was telling the person that I don't really need their money. He told me how. I said that I learned something here. Yeah, I learned something here that I can self-fund my businesses without taking a dime from the bank. And the banks, they don't like it. I don't everybody want to make money now. You can self-fund it because
it will depend on the type of business you want to fund. Because if the barrier, even if the entry barrier is very low, You understand? Then you can say you can send fund. But there are some that anyhow you want to do it, you will need some initial capital investment. I will give
No,
you an
you
example.
don't need, Mr. Ola, you don't need money. It was through this guy from Daystar. I used in my business plan to them. You don't need money to make money. I never knew. He told me
No,
he said
like I said, don't take him out
is
of
that,
context.
and I used it, and I used it here. It worked. I'm not
No,
promoting
don't
him
take
here.
don't take
I
him out
need
of context.
you. I need what's his name, my brother?
Mr. Triumph.
Triumph. I will drop my number for comment to make we connect for WhatsApp. You don't need money to make money. I want to know.
But to say, I think it's taking the man that presented it out of context. Look,
no,
let me give
let
you
me
an example.
connect with
No.
him.
I used it. I used it too.
You said you
It
used
worked
it
too.
now.
I used it. It worked. I used it. It worked.
I just left my number in the comment
See,
section.
Patoski, look at it this way.
I beg. Yeah, connect with me on WhatsApp.
So
Put it in
if
the
I
private
was,
chat. Put it in the private
I
chat.
put it in the private chat.
So if I was a web developer, I go online, I learn a web development for like say 3 to 6 months,
Okay.
and I go online and I start applying for job for all those up whatever work and all those areas, and maybe I start developing application where people are starting getting money. Yeah, somehow I can say, because maybe I have my internet there, whether I like it or not, I have all those things. I can say I'm making money without using my money. You understand? That is very understandable.
From zero
I'm making
scratch.
money.
From zero scratch.
Wait now.
One thing. Okay, I'm listening.
No, that's why I say don't take this out of context. There are some businesses you can do like that. There are some you can't do. Let me give you an example now. Let's assume you go to your village. You see pool of shoemakers. Wait now. You see pool of shoemakers that you know these people have skills, but they don't have where to market their products. Now, you now have a concept that, okay, what if I build a center here and I put machine there and I just ask the shoemaker to start using my facility and I will just be charging, let's say 25% of their income. You understand? So if it is like that, even though all those shoemakers, they don't have the money, right? They don't have the money, but you created a business for them, you created a workshop for them whereby all of them can access your equipment. Those guys today, they are not using their money to make money. They are using yours because you provided that. For you, that you are creating that particular facility, you are making money. You are using your money to make money. So that's what I'm saying. They don't just, because it depends. The concept, you have to understand the concept of that. I know that they have a great motivator, not motivator alone, great activators, those people that they may activate what they believe is going to give you success. There are plenty when you talk of Daystar. There are many there. So I got your point. So it depends on the context. That part that is asking you that
No, that few years ago, I used it.
He's a businessman.
Okay, I used it to. You understand? I used it. It worked because one thing that the problem we have in Nigeria, we don't have this social security numbers. You understand? We are not. That's it. That one thing is that if Nigeria can do it, like now, I have a platform today. I used. I have my own. I build my own with my own money later. So like now, I can create 1,000 jobs for it because many people they come and register here with me, they pay. But for my own Nigeria, like Africans, I help. They do it. They connect with me with free because because what I do just to empower others. I don't give money like that again. Formerly, I used to give money, but I stopped it because of people who are abusing it. This I don't give out money anymore. Like before, people are lying. One of the devil I have to send somebody behind to find out the person was not even using it. I said now I created a platform that you can come. You register with my product. Like now I make my money the same time I make money. the same time, you people should go and sell my product. You be an enter. You have a price I give to you. You sell it, you get it. Even I propose it to my family members, they were even fighting themselves. One of them want to be in charge of everything. I see it is not done everywhere now. That's the greediness. Nigeria with greedy. Nigeria with greedy. With greedy. Sometimes that's the problem in Nigeria is greedy. Greed. They just want to over none. Want to swallow everything.
So no,
That's
I know
true.
the other
It's
way you
greed.
can do the other way you can do your business for without using your money. So maybe you make a good business case.
Like
and
now,
you're able to get
if okay,
Wait,
if you
are you
remember
able to
the
get
other
investors? So I'm just giving you examples, right? And you get investors to your business. So I got all those points we are talking about, but then for you to
no,
use
they
other
just
people's money.
come. No, they come. I'm the one that has the contact. I learned something from you when you were saying that don't give out your contact finish. You understand? Don't because Nigeria they want to go and write your suppliers. You will not know. Like I have to change everything.
You say I did what? You say I said what?
You said
You say
something
I
the
said
other day
what?
that people that you are working with, they know your contact, and I did it that even my suppliers, I have to cut
Okay,
that
yeah,
they don't have
yeah.
access to my so they don't know the people I'm selling it to, and the ones I'm buying using me as business, they don't know who I'm communicating to. So everything I just did in a way that only my developer knows my secret. You understand? On my platform, only
Yeah,
him knows
no,
everything, and my wife.
that business model that I was telling you, it was unfortunate that I was dealing with
Let's
the wrong
just
people,
chat.
right?
To I've dropped my number in private chat. To
I've seen it. Don't worry. I've seen it. I will get you, but I'm a very busy guy. I will not lie to you. I will call you.
I was specific. I was specific where they go to clone the software I was using. They went to Skype and chat.
That is it. That is it.
Yep. So the thing came through the Chinese that were selling the products. They find a way to move the thing through the nearby country inside. The next thing, those guys went to Skype and to clone that application, and they were using that thing to install those hardware. See, whether you even try to protect it or
We
not.
learn. We all here we are learning. I believe that one day a woman will create a day for business people.
What did I learn
like
from
us.
what they did to me? What did I learn from what they did to me? The next time when I'm doing something like that, if I work and I know that you can clone a machine that I used to install a software, I will put a code there that will keep packing your product up once you clone. Once you clone that machine, it's going to lock you out. No, see, so when you're a software developer, you develop every day. You develop every day. So to me, what we should be promoting in Nigeria is creative thinking, and not only that we do it by doing some textbook analysis. We should be
practical.
Because I have those people that practice what they speak around me. So and I so much enjoy that. Who just left now? So
I don't know.
Okay, Remy.
It's not Prince. I know the Prince that is listening. I know it's Mr. Remy.
So
okay.
So the thing is that, because to me, I don't want us to keep blaming Nigeria about laziness, about this thing.
I don't like the blaming game. I don't like the blaming game. One thing is that you know that we just let me just like now I said this thing earlier. The person that I helped, I just gave the person idea. I gave the person idea. Just one idea. Then I gave the person. I told the person, I gave the person money to start. Within 5 years, the person became a multi-millionaire. And what the person did, he ran away from the country. Oh my God.
Mr. Prowl, you know what some people need just more training.
How can somebody have, within 5 years, with 50,000 naira, have over 40 million naira? Within 5 years. He did what I said. I learned it from people now. One thing that the person who used to talk to me once in a week, 2 times in a week, I remember, disturbing me, asking me questions.
I've seen someone that moved within savings of less than 200,000 to over 100 million within a year. So you see, the thing is, when you have the skill, you have the skill.
That is it.
So the thing is, okay, like now, I was saying something maybe in the background, or like 3 days ago, thereabouts. Okay, what the all these artisan, all this from neighboring country, why they are better than us? It's not that much. It's not okay. It's not as if our bricklayers still as if they
Patoski,
don't know.
mute or something, or you're making noise
Sorry,
distinctly in the background.
Okay, sorry.
It's not as if our artisan it's as if they don't know some work sometimes, but they don't know the technique to even do perfect job. I gave an example. Look at a bricklayer from, you ask a Nigerian bricklayer, how much are you going to do my foundation? They will give you story. Okay, this foundation, they will cost 2,000. Ask them to estimate how they arrive at that. They don't want to do that. Okay, how much are you going to collect a day? Wait now. No, because they are ignorance of the implication of their attitude. Because when you want to build customer loyalty, you have to let them trust it. Now, okay. Now they will tell you, okay, you will say you should be paying these people every day. They will tell you, once rain start now, maybe they just lay 20 blocks a day, they collect their money. All those things are kind of unprofessional attitudes. But now, you see someone from a Republic of Benin will tell you, say, Oga, I lay 100 blocks at this amount. It doesn't matter if I'm going to lay 2,000 blocks a day, that's the amount I'm going to collect. So it simply means that they are charging you how much they can do a day, but they're now telling you that, okay, if I can do 100 blocks a day, if I double it as 200, I will collect it as if I'm collecting money in a day. They will put everything, the bill of quantity, professionally. And if you see where these people are setting blocks, man, they don't set block by congestion or this thing. They will put lines. The lines I'm talking about sometimes, it's not that maybe one line. They can put like 4 or 5 lines so that to guide the block so that it's going to maintain a very perfect straight line. They don't like something to, but when you see Nigerian artists here, sometimes they don't do that. They just do that, and you see block, as this block is going to Ibadan, the other side we have contour be facing a lorry. That's the way.
Wait, Mr. Ola. Wait, Mr. Ola. Let me. Mr. Simba wants to come in, because when it's business, he comes in. He doesn't talk in religious. I understand him. Mr. Thomas, there is Simba, Mr. Dewade. Both of them want to come in, so you can bring them in there in the background. They're in the background. Please, Mr. Thomas. I know you are listening. Thank you. You can continue, Mr. Ola.
So what we are saying is
Triumph, don't let Adewale in, please. Don't let Adewale in.
Really bad, you like trouble. So if you see where these people are doing plastering, you'll be wondering. I've seen Nigerian bricklayer, they do wall plastering. I see the thing is not straight. But when you see these people plastering, man, you can see some kind of a parallel lines, like about 32 parallel to 40 parallel lines of this thing. They will first spread that thing on the straight line. They make sure that everything is perfect. They will now spread the mortar. We call it mortar, right? The combination of cement and sand. They just put that in, and the thing will be perfect. I start wondering, how did these people do this thing? Did they use machine to do? So all those little details, they've learned. Our people, they've not learned. Why am I saying this thing now? If you say you want to help our people and you are knowledgeable around that, that's part of the human capital development that will give these people little things. Now, between you and myself, who do you think I want to give between bricklayer from Republic of Benin and the one from Nigeria? Because the one from Republic of Benin, they are able to explain themselves clearly. This is what they are going to do. But the one in Nigeria will say, if I collect a day job, if I sell 20 blocks, if there is training, that 2,500 has gone. But the point person from the Republic of Benin is telling you that if it takes me 10 days to sell 1,000 blocks, to sell 100 blocks, I won't collect more than that. So that's just the way it is. So our people need training. The training is not only about the physical part of it, the mental part of it is one of those things. It's not that the skill, the technical skill, but the soft skill involved in all those. You have to train these people, So if people are empowered, if our artisans are empowered, honestly, there will be less problem. if people are coming from Republic of Benin, if people are coming from Republic of Benin to take our people's job, it simply means that we still have
like
jobs
now.
No. I'm just doing some emphasis. I understand. So if people are coming to take the job that our people should be able, because now, how come that those people from Republic of Benin are seeing opportunities in our countries within the same area? You know, the best our people are now is that they will now come to site and start taking their headpan and their wheelbarrow away. That the people, they have not joined association, they've not done that, all those stuff. That's what our people are not looking at what's it that they are not doing very well. But you know, smart people too now, when you are incorporated in Nigeria, if one association wants to disturb you, you can arrest and deal with that association the way you like. So the thing is,
and the association is not helping them. They don't think about development. Sorry to say, they don't think about development. One thing that because of I was talking to somebody the other day. The person was asking me questions. He told me that I think that I'm not in your field of work, but I believe there's something we call the universal. Universal, that means everything is the same technique, the same way of doing it. It's just the techniques that are different in everything. So what I used to tell people, I would like them just to make in a way that everybody will start advancing. Like now, if Nigeria can be united, we all come as one. The south, southeast, southwest, north, south, all of us, we come as one. We start working together, just like this country called Israel. Let me tell you a secret of Israel now. Instead of your product is very expensive, and they found out that your competitor's own is cheaper. They will not go and buy from your competitor's own. They will come back and buy from you. Be listening, they'll buy from you. And when they see that there's something wrong with you, they will tell you what to do, and you repair it and you start doing it better. You can see they progress, they prosper. You understand? But I believe what it is that it is the mindset. We work with their mindset first of all. I wanted to start in somewhere. I wanted to choose a rural area. Call the chief. They told me, my friend was telling me that if I talk to the chief, that I have to settle him. I said no problem. I will settle him. I will pay that money. Then I take like 100 people a year. 100 people a year just to make them better. Just 100 people just for 1 year. Just 10 is too small. 100 people, I talk to them, I lecture them, then I give them a little money to start with. And they will follow up. That's their own way of doing things. So what is that? We need people like we in the platform today. I know that many of us are business oriented, like Mr. Simba. Like now, I remember when we were talking a few weeks ago when Rational Mind was here. I told you that the government gave me money. I refused it. I said that why? Because you don't understand. Why do they want to borrow me my own money? They want to borrow me my own money. I'm not a fool.
Let me tell you one thing. If government of Canada want to give me $1 million, I won't even think twice of a collector. Any money coming from government, let me tell you one thing. As long as I'm qualified for that money, I will take it.
And I have to prepare for it, because one thing is that they will make it that you cannot take it out of the. Once I wanted to, like in Nigeria.
No.
I tested. Okay. I tested you got in Nigeria.
As a businessman.
Okay. Not everything I call it. Me, I have my ethics.
If government says I'm qualified for $1 million, just like when they were giving people money during the COVID period, when they were giving people 60,000. You that didn't collect that money.
Yes, almost $1 million. Sorry, $1 million euro. They give you 200, 500, depending.
Maybe you don't know what you
ask.
Some people collected that money that time. Wait now. Some people collected that money that time. Some people didn't collect. As some people collected that money that time, some didn't even know what they were going to do with the money. But they felt about collected the money first of all. They started asking, okay, during that time, an example is that some people look at, some people wanted to dump their property that time. Maybe some parcel of land. They will put resources together and buy that land. Some of them sold that land for like ×5 of what they bought that land during the COVID, because during the COVID period it was a crisis. So sometimes when government want to give you money, if you look at the interest and the repayment schedule,
Zero,
if it is the money,
zero
if it is
interest.
money, wait
It
now.
was
If it is the
zero
money you can
interest.
put,
Zero interest.
if it is money you can put in the bank and cancel out the interest, you understand? You take it. Most money from COVID now, they gave those people money from COVID. They wrote about 18,000 of it off. They said they should pay 42,000 back out of 60,000. Is that not nice enough? Why should I get that kind of money that I will not take it? They even give them grace period to pay the money back.
In France, no. In France, is different too.
No,
when you
hey, I'm just
when
in
you
my
give
own
them money,
environment
your
now.
picking will pay it too. Even your grandchildren will continue paying it too. I know France very well. I'm talking about France.
Mr.
So
Trump,
be careful.
I'm not saying I will take the money and go and take it drink pepper soup. Without the money, at least I will still survive, right? If they say we are giving you guys that are incorporated money for you to cushion the impact of inflation as it affects your businesses, I will collect the money. Once I see because why I say I will collect it, because they always come with almost very low interest rates. Even when I start working, I can still have a way to even net to those things out of my income tax. So I will understand my financial environment. Because I think my financial environment is favorable. Mark that word though, is because it may not be. Because I think my financial environment is favorable, I will collect that money. That is what I'm saying. Some people collected that money, they become millionaire. No, don't let me
Everybody
exaggerate.
has their own choice.
Yeah, they become millionaire.
One year in France, let me tell you one thing. If you make €1 million, there was a time when this actor that came to France and asked, we pay a lot of tax here. They don't forgive us. That's one. There was a guy saying one day on somebody's platform. Some platform that they give us free this, free that. I said that yes, they give you free, but they are taxing we, the entrepreneurs, for you guys. They will make you sweat. They'll make you sweat. At the moment you just open it, the following month, they start taxing you already. You have not even started. They start taxing you. So you have to be running, just like I call France a jungle, because now I'm used to it. I'm used to it now. Formally.
What's the taxation rate in there?
Some people they tax you 90%. It depends on the kind of business. Some people are 75, 80, 90.
90%.
Some people are 75 of what you make.
Mr. Triumph, are you serious?
Yeah. 90, 40, 50, 70. I will tell you, no. There's a friend of mine. He made what he did. He has to reopen everything with all his children, even on his family. We're putting them for to pay money. There's some people, they pay them 75, 70. They take the money from you back. You say that they made you what you are. No. It is the system. It is a social system. That's why people say that you people want to. I prefer capital, but no, it's system. It's in the social system. Like, do you know how much they told me to pay? Do you want me to show you? I'll just cancel your
environment. People will not prosper.
No. They don't want you to be like them now. If you're not strong, one thing is that I was fortunate. You don't know the system yet. That's why. It's just as a jungle. Just a jungle.
Triumph. Okay, you have to. If you want to spend like couple more minutes and explain that taxation schedule you're talking about. I mean, if you make $1 million profit, so you give 900,000 or 750,000 back to the state.
My own friend, a friend, he made it by selling cheese. Government collected 90. What do you want to say?
No, I mean, so they're collecting
like
salary.
in UK, like now. Why I want to transfer my stuff to UK very soon. I'm working towards 2024. Do you know what they told me? That if I passed a certain amount of money, I will be interested to the government. I say, what? It's a bit lesser than in France, but you pay. The accountant was giving me guidelines now. That's the many of them are running to Luxembourg.
Okay, it makes sense to you, but it seems not to make sense. What I'm saying is that you can pay a lot of taxes, but at the same time be able to build a lot of assets in your name through your business.
Yes, you pay
right?
more. Moment you sell your business here, many of them they sold their business, they run away. The government is buying everything now. They run away. They gave me an offer in one of my companies. They gave me an offer. You understand? One thing is that how will I put it? The moment you have a system that works, I learned it through the internet. Understand? I used German and American.
Mr. Trump.
That why do you find that Nigerians that came, Americans that came in to invest, they run away? LMOs come, they will tax the hell out of him.
Mr. Trump, I think something is technically wrong, and I will tell you why I think it's technically wrong. Okay, now if I file my corporation tax now, the maximum that I'm supposed to pay in France, I'm not the France, I'm just giving an example based on data available to me. You know, KPMG2 and all those companies, they are there now. So the maximum for corporation tax in France now is 26.5%, right?
No, don't follow what you see in the internet.
There's one that I know I'm following KPMG. That's why I say KPMG PwC. Immediately you said it. I just went to PwC and KPMG. You know, these are there. So you know that I know where to look for information. Now,
no. You can go, but don't follow it because there's a different ball game. I can send you one they asked me to pay. The government wants to pay 120 something, 21,000. Last day,
now
I was just laughing.
The personal income tax can go as high as 45%. Now, if Mr. Trump asked me after Trump incorporated.
Okay, let me give you. I will send you a link.
Wait now.
Just like you people, American stars there, those movie actors like Will Smith. They told him that if he's here in France, they will collect 70 to 75% of his money every year. He shouted, whoa.
People will have left your country, Tete. People will have been there. That's
they are living. They don't have millionaires here. They have 300 millionaires. The whole France, over 60 million people. 300 millionaires. So don't you know that? All of them are running to Swiss now.
No, you don't get it. So those footballers pay in your country, they won't stay there. So why would I be a footballer now? I'll be making 100,000.
Why do you see all of them they run away? What do you think? Like now, Ibrahimovic, when he came, he was touching how many millions a month? He told the club that they were the one paying his tax before he came.
No, the like of Ibrahim, many people they prefer.
Even they pay, even the Mbappe, they gave him condition. Even the president helped him. He wants to run away.
Mr. Trump, you have to come and give us a day lecture on this, maybe a semester lecture, because. Like I said, immediately you said it, I went to SASH, I went to PwC and KPMG to see. Yeah, we fraction ourselves now because I'm the more you are explaining, the more I'm confused, to be honest. I'm not saying what you are saying is wrong, but I'm just trying to understand the concept. That's why I'm telling you that if I pay 26% corporation tax, and now if I now pay myself salary from my corporation, for my company, then I can pay as high as 45%. Now, if you are combining my 45% personal income and 26% corporation income, you add them together, and you're saying that one will now come to like a 72%. I can say, okay, there's a mathematical some calculation they won't do. There are some kind
of. Do you know that? Let me tell you something. Do you know that even me pay myself salary every month? I pay more, and again I have to pay tax also for your monthly.
Wait. Are all corporate entity in France owned by the government? For example, now, if you register your business, are you registering on behalf of the government? Is that the way they see?
No. They have a right
now. Which will show you will respond to my question.
Okay.
Now, to the extent that when you now make, let's say, 100 million, for example, that okay, because you register on behalf of the government is saying okay, because we are registering this on behalf of the owner, so I'm giving you just 10% of it. Is that the way you operate in France?
No. They are coming on. They coming. They will come. They will give you guidelines. Your money. They told me. Koro. Me. They even blocked my account. I don't have right to touch my own money. I understand. It's normal. It is protection. Understand? It's protection. They said that they call it moral, that the company is just as a baby, is growing, and you don't have the right to touch it. Understand that? When they give your baby money, you cannot touch your they will carry you go court. Even your accountant, my accountant have to.
You still don't get Minister Traum. You still don't get Minister Traum.
I don't know how to put it. I will explain to you when we'll be offline, when we'll be off air. I will say something.
If I work in Timothy, assuming you have Timothy in France, if Timothy is paying me $10 per hour, are you saying my tax is $9? I will pay $9 to the government, and I will keep $1.
No. The company tax. Like now, let me give an example. Like all these movie stars, I cannot say how much I make on air. You understand? Like movie stars today, they pay up to 70, let me say 65, 70, 75, dependent. You pay it of what you make. I will tell you, I will give you a link. I was putting the link in the private chat. You listen to it. The guy ran away now. Many of them, that's a many moment. Even I told one thing that my wife is have not yet given the green light to leave the country.
Like me now, because I have your corporate tax bill 2022 release France Finance Bill 2022.
Don't follow what you see. Don't follow what you see. What it does that when you're in the ground, it is the law. I'm telling you. Like now. I would like put it. That's what people are saying. Like now, they give you things you pay. They don't. You cannot breathe now. Even my mother-in-law was looking at me crying the other day. Now my mother was crying. You see, I told her. It's not. I told her. I was telling her things. What is? They made a system that not like America and Canada. That you pay everything for your workers. You do everything for your workers. Workers are the VIPs. You cannot touch it. Do you know that I fired somebody, 2 people from my jail culture? I shouted at them. They just shouted at them. They took me to court. They asked me for 10K each. I don't give advice to my brother. Advice to do it this way. They say, why would I talk to them that way? What do you want to tell me? That's one thing is that the system here is different from Nigeria. In Nigeria, your money is your money. Your money here is not your money. It's not. They told me corona. When I opened my mouth, they gave me a fine of 50K. Now. The government gave me fine. They did fine. Open my mouth, fine. So you pay. I have to call my lawyer to beg to reduce it. I will tell you what is going on. What it is that.
But Mr. Chao, did they give you, if you take loan in France, did they give you moratorium?
No, the first business I did, they gave me. So as I don't take any more again.
How many months did they give you?
No, they gave me for 3 years, but it will be paid within a year. So I don't take it. They told me why will I pay?
No, what I'm saying, what I mean by moratorium is that the time that they will give you before you start returning the loan.
No. You start the following month. You start that same month. They collect it. One thing.
So they don't look at the business that you want to do and look at the gestational period of the business.
When you, like now today, I have a upper hand. I negotiate my things. That time I cannot.
Because you start a business, you can't start making money immediately now.
They don't care. People cry now. People cry. Sometimes when I see my friends, some of them they just come to me and say,
no, because now if this thing is in China, I will see as okay, let me believe, let me not believe. But is France not a capitalist state?
No, it's not a capitalist state. No, they say no, it's social state. It is run by administration. That's what America wants to copy today. Let them copy it. You guys will pay. Many companies will run away now. Do you know why many of them leaving the country? Leaving the country today. Many of them are leaving the country now. As for now, I know how to maneuver my way. Like now, I don't take salary. But everything I even spend more than my salary these days. You understand? So it is everything is from the company's name. That's what I do in the company's name. So they remove it from the tax and everything. So even now, I want my company to buy my house. I tell my wife that my family will have take that money, that will live with the name of the company. That means taking care of you people, taking care of all my children. They'll be having salary till and their children should be having. That's the system. I'm negotiating now. That it will be for life.
You have mixed economy, but you, according to what I'm reading from your page here, is that you say you call your capitalist economy is what you have, but
they don't. Do you know that there was a city I went to, Mr. Ola? There's a city I went to. I invested there. Yeah, I invested there. The first 3 months, they were hitting me. They were beating me. Then I took a week course. And I started beating everybody there. After I spent money, I started beating all of them there. So they told me to leave the city. Because now other companies are now firing their staffs. They told me they gave me that they told me that I have to pay a fine of 50K. The mayor of that city told me not to pay. Take this, leave, don't pay, and you can go. I left too for my life's sake. One thing is that when you are good, and I don't want to tell them my secret. They ask me, say how do you do it? How do you know all these things? I said, Emike, I said, I have to have a upper hand now. But I still give those little people, those Africans there, I give them ideas. For next thing that when they got the ideas, they started behaving like lords. Buga, started misbehaving to people. See the way they treat their salary. I said, they told me that I'm good now. That's why they're misbehaving. Sometimes I don't look at them. I negotiate with these private people that they want giving me people to work for me. That nobody have access to me anymore like before. I did it the way that you cannot come to me. People come to knock at my door every morning, 6 o'clock, at my gate. I say, what do you want? Please employ me. I see them family and children. I say, okay, come tomorrow. You understand? One thing that I don't do that anymore. Many people I told them I'm not a government, but one thing is good to be a blessing. You understand? To be a blessing to people. And whites, they fear me, they respect me. When I just come, I just see the time say, even my fellow Arabs, not African, they see me. If I want to invest in their business, they beg me that don't come to my area, don't come to my area, don't come. They tell me, or see the friendship we got, and you will not have to be hemming to everyone. They will hit you now. Can you believe there's a city I want to invest in? They told me no, I shouldn't invest there. I have to go away now. If I have upper hand, why won't I? That's why I'm looking for people here to sponsor their election. To sponsor the election. So when they are there, they will fight for me. So it's just interest. It is interest now. I'm saying it out now. People think that Nigeria is good though. You can invest what you want to do. Yeah, there's laws and regulation. They say no, it is saturated. You cannot come in. They'll tell you kuru. You can't come. You can't come. They have like now when I wanted to open a what's it called? A washing car wash. This tunnel car wash. It costs about 1.5 million euro. Understand? I won. There's a big company known in France, very big. They want that land that I want, so I won. So for me doing everything, I'm putting it. They call the bank now. They call the bank that I want to spoil their business. I want to spoil their business. Do you know that for you to wash a car, because everything I did a new technology that I signed the paper already with German, that everything is recycling. The water is recycling. 95% recycling. That means the products that they only remove 5% of the water. You understand? And within 6 months, I've gotten back my money. It makes over over 100 cars per hour. So when you go, you think it's very fast. So everything has been done. But they don't want to tell me. They call the bank. They say no, they will not assist me anymore. What do you want to say? One thing that it's just survival of the fittest. Everybody, if they can be wanting this, that what I did now, I have to run under the umbrella of people. I hide myself. I ran to this umbrella of a company. I walked under there and say, I did not make noise, my brothers. I did not make noise. That's where then I thrive. When I get that money, all of them can't keep quiet now. One thing is that you people don't understand. Here in Europe, somebody business that has been there 100 years, you want to come from nowhere and kick it out. I have to keep quiet. I want to say, when I look, I don't say, I find that their weak point and I use it against them. I don't go after you, after people. I don't go after people with their place that they are solid. If not, I will lose now. I go to their weakening point now. They're as if you are fighting wrestling, UFC. Then I hit them below their bets. Then later they start negotiating prices with me. So that's just it. So there is laws here, and you cannot take the money out. Some you see you cannot. Sometimes when I withdraw cash, I was withdrawing cash and I kept the paper, the ticket. That's so that they will not think that I'm doing drug business. So you have to keep everything. Everything they have tracks. They have tracks in case police hold you with that money. They say, "What are you taking it to?" You see them the whole paper that's from your bank account. Then they called them that I shouldn't. Then the bank they block what they want to block. I cannot anymore. So I quarrel with my bank now. I say I don't need the money anymore. Then they block even my wife. My wife started begging me go and make peace with them. So there's a way they do things here. Yeah? I'm young.
Now for the control. Is Adiwale even online at all?
No, one thing is that you people. I tell any people to come. It is here is not when you a salary here. You don't have problem. But when you want to become a boss, that's when the problem comes. Everybody's all eyes on you. You know that in my street, sometimes I park cars. I do not think that I'm the owner of the cars. If they see that you have more than, because I have over 13 cars. So if they find out that you have more than 5 cars, your neighbors call the police for you. Because so in Nigeria, one person they get 100 cars.
Adiwale, the friend of Fubara. It's not even like
a Triumph.
I saw what you're there. We'll talk privately later. So one thing is that they have the way to do things. You understand? One thing is that everybody can say it. Everybody has the way they do things. You understand? When I see there's an opportunity in a business, I take 6 months off. I study it. I study. Sometimes, if it's possible to come and do free work for you, I do free. I looked at everything. When I come to my friend's office, what they do, they used to off their computer in front of me. They off everything, their laptop. They say, they see anything. Then I start laughing. They say, you don't talk to my workers. I will be laughing at them. What I do, I give the workers gifts. They say, Ogaseme cannot talk to you again. You understand? Because they know one thing that I'll ask you a question. If I see that you can pay me money, I say, I want to know what is the cocoa. You understand? Even when what is it called, Mr. Is it Ajelu Koko or Adewale was saying it? Not Adewale was saying it some days ago, according to when we're talking about Dangote refinery. You know that you can open a petrol station without having a petrol station, without having it. We call it mobile gas station. Do you know it, Mr. Ola? Have you people heard about it?
Mobile gas station. How does that work?
We are online. I would like to say it private because those people that doesn't want to come on it, we say it private, in the private. I want to say in the private. There's a way you will beat the guy. It's very easy. What is they started? They have money, but you have to know the way to. You cannot do everything.
Do you park like your tanker on the side of a?
I would no. There's something. You people, I will give you a link.
See, Prince Daddy,
Don't say that. Because there's some people listening to us. You understand? If we're in a private chat later, that offline, I can say things out. I can explain things. So there's people before you know. They have opened it in Nigeria before they say first come first serve.
It's just happening there. It's just not pronounced. That's what I want to tell you.
It is everywhere now. Even in UK, they don't have it. The whole UK, they don't have it.
Because people might not know that that's a simple thing, but there you have a certain category of customer you are servicing with that.
You can go to churches, banks, those banks and everything. We're giving them. It's very easy.
But I mean, isn't that in existence
existence
It's
already.
already in existence, but they use it for
But
something else.
the large businesses and corporations, you have these tankers that go there and fill their underground well of tankers, and they sell in large quantity, in large volumes,
can
right?
work with NNPC. When you have the license, you can work. Do you know that I never knew that there was even an opportunity in these electric grids in Nigeria. So when you guys were complaining, somebody was putting it on online. I just copied it. I watch everything. I say, owo reo. Then I say, I'm going. One thing is that now I've waited for my children they're okay. So now I can go and visit my country. One thing that I will take their money here and go. I will take it and go. But what they have to trust you first. They have to trust you first. Even yesterday, they were telling me to use my wife as the president of my group. They want my wife to be the president.
People have a way of studying existing businesses and use that as an opportunity. I give an example. An example now is when during the winter, some people they will already acquire some kind of battery and charger. They will put it in the back of their truck. They are ready for anything that during the winter period. Some people will start their morning, their car in the morning, and
they cannot do it. That's it. There's money.
So they just helping people to jumpstart. Do you know some people make it's on winters. Some people make as much as, maybe I'm exaggerating. Let me just clear it. Some people make as much as 200 per day on that.
That's great. That's great.
Make as much as, so it depends. So some people have a way of studying the traditional businesses and think of how they break through all those businesses.
Like now, there's something I kept it for 2024 with Simba. I would like to work with Simba 2024. I like to work with him, but this year I have a program. I just finished everything this year. You understand? 31st December. Then I
everybody want to work with you, Mr.
I budget.
You can see Patoski want to work with you. Patoski is a very serious person. Though. He wants to tell you that he wants to work with you.
No. He told me he wants an idea, not work with me. He wants an idea. I should tell him it's different. It is different.
Patoski now Bonobo businessman. No.
No, one thing is that there's a way we do things. You understand? Like now. Where I went to yesterday, they told me that they want for them to be sure that the money is not leaving the country, that they want me to put my wife as the new president of the company. No mommy. You can see Oyibo want to put black man out. Oh my God. My mama was telling me what is the problem. I don't want to tell her everything. I was looking at my wife.
A person like you see, as a Nigerian, where did you say you are from Nigeria the other time? Eduabi, Yoruba.
No, I was born and brought up in Lagos. So I'm a born Lagosian. I don't claim. I tell people I'm in Nigeria. I don't claim this ethnic something. But when they started talking too much, they told me that like this guy was asking me the other day, yeah, from where? I'm from Delta State, man. Delta, and not Charlotte. So I tell them, but I don't go there.
The thing is, you see a land like Nigeria is where people can easily make millions if they are ready to commit themselves. If you are ready to face the challenges. How do I mean is, I'm yet to see someone that went back home for the intention of starting business that are not better than how they used to be back in Canada or in the Western world, right? Let me use the general Western world. So, because there are a lot of things that you can easily replicate, but you need a lot of dedication.
Ola, what you want to do it, you start while you are still there. You understand, like what Mr. Traum wants to do. You still, while you are still there, that's when you're supposed to start to test ground. Because mistakes some people make is that they will get the money and they will relocate fully. By the time they get there, business can fail with anybody. It's not your fault. It might not be due to any of your fault.
Environment
but
matters.
if you don't have but if you don't have a way of maybe getting some other fund to restart again, then that might be the end. And that is the mistake most civil servants also make in Nigeria. Most of them, they don't start the business before they retire. They will get their gratuity or whatever money they give them after retirement. They put it in the business that they don't even have an idea about. They have never tried it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr.
You are very correct. You are very correct. But you know what my assumption is: if you are starting business in Nigeria, you are not a retiree. You are someone that within the age of the working age, that you can just go, you test grad, if it fail, you come back again. Even if that factory job you want to come to balance yourself, you can still get. So that's
what I'm saying now. That's the same thing that I'm saying.
So, but for just to clear the doubts, those people that I mentioned that left here to go back to establish in Nigeria, I'm not talking of people that are into all those things. Many of them they are into sales. When I say sales, doesn't mean sales like that. For example, maybe you went back home to provide IT services. Maybe you are dealing with ATM, POS, and some self-service solutions, some payment system solutions. So the sales will be something that will be responsible for your income mainly. So your revenue is going to be mainly sales. So I'm not talking of PA. But I'm not talking of people that left there without going to agriculture. No, those are not the category of people. So you should know what you are going to do, right? So some will go like that truly, and their business will fail. Even some people went back to Nigeria as an employee, and maybe after something started going wrong, they have to run back to either UK, Canada, or America, wherever they were before. So to me, I'm just saying that generally Nigeria is a place in need. If I feel right thing is
I agree with you.
Nigeria is just like a fallow land that is waiting to be cultivated.
Exactly. So as we speak today now, Dangote is not competing with you in tomato paste. And I still believe that reasonably, knowing the amount they can
there is market. There is market. There is market. And there's
you can do tomato. You can do tomato space on about 20 hectares of land and become millionaire doing that. And the machine we are going to use to package this thing is not that much. So that's assuming you don't even want to sell your tomato fresh, So I'm assuming that place will be able to fence your environment, right? And we hope that kidnappers will not visit you, that everything will go well. So
I made the budget for that already. Even my uncle too was telling me that it's too expensive. I say it doesn't matter. They take you, they don't take your money now.
No, see, Mr. Trump, let's just pray that
it will not
people don't become victim of them. Some people, they will just tell their family to forget them. This.
Ola, what I notice about that, let me tell you this: some people behavior that expose them to this kind of problem. Some people will come,
No be lie. I agree with you.
So people will come and then they'll be flouting the word, be flouting everything. In every society, we have the bad and good. To me, Nigeria, there are some areas that are dangerous, but if you behave yourself very well, I think the risk is not as high as we used to paint it.
If you behave yourself, Boko Haram would not deal with you. Is that what you're saying?
No. Why are you talking? Who is talking about Boko Haram? We're talking about kidnappers. Boko Haram is not looking for you now. Well, their own agenda is not about people that are doing business.
Okay. When you talk about kidnapping, now I think Nigeria is probably in a kidnapping 3.0. Listen, gone are the days. I think you know that.
It is an insider. It is an insider.
Gone are the days whereby you have to show your nice jewelry, your cars, and all these things. It's all inside job nowadays. That people around you
your bankers
that know about you that expose you.
Bankers. Your immediate family may even set you up.
Exactly.
When I went the other day,
the bankers, the where you bank can also expose you. I mean, it's a different level of of kidnapping or criminality.
Let me tell you this.
I learned
You
something of
know,
banker again.
before, when I used to go to visit my farms, you know, because most of the kidnappings in Nigeria actually takes place on the farms inside bush.
Really?
Yes, that is it now. Very rarely do you see kidnapping taking place within the town because it's actually a little bit difficult. So what I want to say about is that when I notice that I don't inform, because I used to inform my workers that okay, I'm coming to farm. They can predict when I'll come, when I'll go, and all those things. So the next thing that you have to do, you have to make yourself unpredictable. You don't inform them because they are the one, as you said, they are the one that if no it's people that doesn't know your movement cannot kidnap you. It's only occasionally that you can be a victim of all this random kidnapping. Maybe if you are traveling, those one that will just come on the road and just do this something within 2-3 minutes and disappear.
Sinbad, okay. Well, let's pray that none of us are a victim of kidnapping. But my brother told me something like a couple of days ago, or not a couple of days, like maybe a couple of years ago, that sometimes that you see this so-called mad people, crazy people on the street. They dress like they're madmen, right? That those kind of people are actually spies for the criminal gang. Okay, do you understand what I'm saying? When he told me, I thought that was kind of a stretch, but I said no. Sometimes this so-called mad people, they're not really mad. They go to certain areas, stay for a long time, and observe and collect, let's say, intelligence, right, on people. Yeah, on people, and by the time you realize, you can be ambushed because that person already know all your whereabouts, heard information from neighbors or what is going on. So,
That's what
it's kind of difficult.
let me tell you this, Miss Daddy. What you are saying, you are very right. Let me give an example. In my community, there was a time we noticed that on the street that entered into my estate, we discovered that one mad woman just started staying there for some. So when we noticed that within few days, we have to arrest the woman and pull her away from that. You understand? Because you cannot actually predict whether she's actually mad or not. She was pretending them, no, she'll be asking people for money and all those things. But so people are
the
more
problem
secure.
is, why did you carry him to Christ Hospital? I think that's one of those areas that in a situation like that, carry the person to psychiatrist hospital now.
So people are more security conscious now. Even people that all these aboki that push all these their trolley around to pick some things now. People they ban them now. They can't see them moving all those because they use all those things also to steal. You understand? So people, because of the problem, people are more security conscious as well. So all those things, you can't just live in the community. Then you see one madman that will just relocate and then be pretending and be walking your street and you will not raise an alarm. No, it doesn't happen again. Prince Daddy.
Okay, Simba, this thing you just said, can we vary the argument a little bit, the discussion?
Okay, continue.
Now, it's like they mentioned something here yesterday that someone who celebrated 4 years of lack of zero bank robbery in Lagos, right? And yet,
really?
somewhere in Ekiti today, or maybe yesterday, there was a serious bank robbery. So can we say this ban on Okada contributes to that zero bank robbery? That's what I just can we vary it?
Yeah, no. Let me tell you, in my own community in Ilorin, we don't. There are certain time of the day that we don't allow Okada to enter our community.
Really?
And we did that one. Yes, we did that one in conjunction. In my own, we built a security post where we put the civil defense. We put cameras on our streets. Do you understand what I'm saying? So,
do they have hotel in your street?
Yes, we have hotel. But that hotel, there's a barricade. The people that come to the hotel, there is a limit to where they can go get into the community. And the hotel owner, when it started, we make him to take responsibility that if there's any security breach in that community, he's going to be responsible. So he also provided security. In fact, he invested in the community to allow the community to for his business to continue. So the Okada thing that you are talking about, Ola, is actually very right. The problem that we have is that, and that was why we are talking about this kind of useless democracy that we think we are practicing in Nigeria. It doesn't. We need some, because by the time a governor saying now that he wanted to ban, if you want, the political way that they have in Lagos is not every state that can. Ekiti state cannot say what to ban Okada now. You see all of them, they will just go to the street and start rioting, and they also, because the guy will need them for the next election. He can put that one out. He will see the reaction. If they reacted, he will say, okay, no, let them allow them to continue. Do you understand what that? So that is the kind of problem that we have. The political way is not there. Okada, any serious community should not allow Okada. Is an instrument of criminality. Is an instrument of criminality.
See, not just Okada, and I think I had an experience in China also, actually, and it's a common practice around the world for criminal gangs or criminality, right? Informants are everywhere. I know we say Okada.
That's what
right?
I heard. The many informant too. I heard about it. Even when I went to the other day, I just knocked in front of my mother's house. My mother fainted, thought I was a ghost. I was laughing. Everybody was shouting. I said, "Hey, shh, come, let me take you guys out." Then what they did, they followed me. They followed my car to my hotel. The following day, I changed hotel. I changed. I'm sorry. Not that I don't trust my family. I trust them, but I changed. I told them that I continue paying that one. I paid already for the numbers of days. I went to another one. So they said that he's not around. He's not around. So my mom said, "Where are you?" I said, "Why would I say? I don't want anybody to know. So you can go and say with pride that my son is around. He is around." Before you know, they started looking for my enemy, not me. So what should I do? I just
Mr. Sao, let me tell you what happened in my own community during COVID. We discovered during COVID, during this lockdown, in the evening, there was 2 armed robbery incidents that happened in my community. And we discovered that there is a woman that rented an apartment, and this woman used to have male visitors. You understand? So, in fact, it was even in front of our house that they actually snatched a car on a gunpoint. Okay. And what we did is that we got her arrested, and we moved her. We asked our landlord to sack her from the community. And since then, nothing of such happened again. You know, there are some people that you can have, you understand, in your community. You know, let me tell you, all this criminality that is going on, even in the north, anywhere, is there any, how can somebody be kidnapped and they will go and hide you inside the bush? Is there any bush that people don't see what is happening there? They have collaborators. We have collaborators now. Even all this community in the north where they say bandits, they cooperate with them. And that is why sometimes all this bombing of it is to me, if the community didn't cooperate and they don't harbor all these things, it will not be possible for them to operate.
That's true.
They are not ghosts.
That's true. That's
true.
You understand? You see, you discover that some community leaders, they are benefiting from all these things.
That is true. I had many things to also. I had about it last year. Mr. Dewali, you want to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to use can you guys hear me?
We can hear
you. Go ahead.
Okay, great. I wanted to use... I was doing my some online test for the certification and all that. So it took almost 3 hours for me to finish. So that was what I've been doing.
Even all you people in diaspora, you people are still babysitting. So
Simba, God knows your address, man. You always come after people. Ant and roaches theories is what I usually use for criminalities or criminal activities. Ants, right? When you drop anything has element of sugar or sugar in it. What do you think ant does? It surround it, right? So when you put a crumb of food on the floor too, what does it do? It attracts roaches, right? So roaches come because they needed food. Now, crime does not fester when there's no crumb or anything that invite crime into the community. Now, criminals don't usually um, go to places where they can easily identify. You know where criminals does? They hide where there is breakdown of law and order. For example, criminals like to hide where there is no control of people going in and out. So in a community whereby it's all common, anybody can just get there, and I mean nobody cares about anybody. They don't really know their neighbors and all that. Now they stay there. Allah said recently there was bank robbery in Ekiti State, but Governor, what is it called? Governor Sanwo-Olu celebrated uninterrupted, peaceful, without crime of bank robbery in Lagos State. I don't know if that is an achievement or we should just flog the governor. But the thing is this: Lagos State paid the price, and they were proactive about it. What do I mean? You see that Okada of a thing, it's like a crumb or sugar content. When you allow such thing to happen, number one, you see anyone on that bike is a potential intelligent gatherer. So what do? They are quick, so they survey. That surveillance is always quick. You won't even know. You will think they are just riding in the neighborhood, but they are watching and they are gathering intelligence and they are taking out. So a time will now come that they will strike. Now, when it is not possible to go to places as let's say Ikoyi or those highbrow residential places in Ikoyi to go and rob, except you truly know that person deeply, and that would take, by and large, for a criminal mind, would take like almost 3 to 6 months to actually know the nooks and crannies of that house, that building, for them to strike. So banning Okada in Lagos State is a good thing, even though the commuters, feeling it and groaning and disappointed. But it's a good thing. Now the state introduced a metro system where people, certain areas of the state, can take metro line to their various destinations. So there's a replacement, because see, that is good when the state invests in infrastructure. A proactive and foresight state would know that this is the best place. And also that even that metro line, don't be surprised that some criminal elements will also be hiding in a plain sight there, trying to strike and to steal. I mean, of course, we know the pickpocketer. But a state like Ekiti State that is supposed to be the borders keeper of each other, they are also lagging behind. You know why? Because even though they are very conservative in nature, they always about a communal thing among them. Now anybody can go there without anybody asking any question or raising an eyebrow. So such criminal act as robbing a bank would never desist from that place, except the state paid a huge price, like Lagos State. Every now and then, Lagos State will buy equipment, give it to the police, even influence the commissioner of police that will be posted to the state, because there's no hiding place for you in Lagos. Of course, you can hide if you are in Ekiti or Osun or any of those smaller states, but you can't hide in Lagos, because right there, Yanya should be outside, right? So if the state pay, of course, the chief executive governor of the state does not have power, cannot even order a commissioner of police in the state. I'll talk about an inspector. You saw what transpired when Sanwo-Olu went to Magodo sometimes ago, I think it was last year or so, and the common, was it? No, not even a commissioner of police, was superintendent or so, was calling Abuja to take order while the governor was right there in his front. So, but they still, despite that, because they know that if the state is peaceful, not that there's no record of pickpocketing or small crime here and there, then they know that they needed to, put their money into where their mouth is. So the state like Ekiti says, some other states that are still dancing around this as if it's no big deal need to start paying attention and invest heavily, because if they don't, it will come back to bite them. The thing of like Okada and Co should be phased out throughout the country. I don't even see reason why people should be, the state should be allowing.
Mr. Dewale, sorry to cut you. For me, I think about the people. Because if they remove Okada also, it will create more crimes. You understand? They should create jobs. They should create jobs. That is what I want. At least as they are listening to us, I know that the government officials that listen to us.
Let them face it out. They
create an alternative job for them.
Okada, they were living and they were
Mr. Chao, before Okada, we were surviving now.
They were surviving.
I know that they should create an alternative for them now.
Nobody needs to create alternative. They should look inward and create alternative themselves.
Adewale, just a second, please. Mr. Triumph, so you are only looking at the good side of Okada, right? Some of those people that
I'm looking at the good side now. It is the people now. You got them.
Okay. Wait, Triumph. Some of those people that are riding those Okada, you see, they are illegal immigrants that they don't even have business within your area. And secondly, some of those people that are even legal, they have their own trade, the skill they learn that they should be doing. Then, secondly, if you've ever been to Ibobi before, honestly, even someone that's already rode Okada in the past, you wish that you erase it from your memory that they never rode Okada, because the accident there. I'm not just saying as someone that I was in Ibobi for some time too, so I can tell you that it's not funny. So you are only looking at the good side, but you are not looking at the bad and
there's no law now, because like in France, before you ride a motorbike, you must have a helmet. They have rules.
No. Wait, Trump, you are missing it up. Do you use motorbike for public transportation in France?
I don't even take public transport, honestly speaking.
No. What I'm saying is this: no private. Nobody is saying private people. We have Korea that are still using Okada. You just have we are saying Okada as a commercial vehicle. That's what we're saying. Okay, so it's giving problem. It's breaking people's leg. It's creating some kind of no.
Before I understand. Before we remove it totally, like Lagos created boundaries for certain area, giving them guidelines what to do and not what to do. Understand? Create an alternative. You understand? So if you watch this,
if you are a serious state, we are still saying it again. Okada, when we are talking of public transport, you see, we are not supposed to be creating bottleneck on our road. The time you travel through the road matters. The lower the incident rate or accident rate on the road, the better for the economy too, right? So Okada is a nuisance. For those of us that live in Lagos, we know that Okada is a massive nuisance. Let's not even go.
When I go to the every time, I don't take Okada.
You can't even have. You can't have.
Even therefore, I don't even take Ndafo because I've been long.
You can't build a modern state or community when you have the likes of Okada plying your road, driving recklessly. Even the Nakeke Nape, it shouldn't even be in a. It shouldn't. It's for third world, and we should start thinking
like that. That's what I'm saying now. Like that, you people can live Keke Nape for some people. Give them together. Because if you get one thing, that the many of them, before you remove something, you have to create something. You understand? Just one thing is that for me, I'm not in the government. I don't. But I'll give them advice before you stop something.
It's not always Trump. It's not always you have to remove something to create something. Removing something can create another opportunity. Not necessarily.
I know. You teach them. Like that. I said earlier that I'm looking for 100 people. I will just take 2024. I train them within 3 to 6 months. Then establish them or they work with me. They follow the guidelines. If they mess up, they are fired. I block the road from them. So that's the way of developing the country. You understand? Because for me, Okada, I don't count it as a business. You understand? But one thing is just that there's some people that use it to feed their family. You understand? Because of the government did not create a better environment for them. So let us be honest.
That's unhealthy sentiment, to be honest. It's unhealthy sentiment. Very unhealthy sentiment. So some people see if you analyze the risk of Okada's side very well, the real ugly side of it, you forget about the thing is this. How many of those are people? We are saying, look at it this way, you are not getting it. People are coming from Niger Republic. They are coming from Chad. They are coming from Cotonou to Nigeria because of Okada. So how is that feeding Nigeria?
Mr. I hope you know that. I hope you know that the so-called Boko Haram, the bandit, they use Okada to carry out
that's what they had also.
activities.
I used to sit on the internet. They need to.
If you see them, if you see the bandit, they will be in 50s and 100s, and all of them will be on Okada in 22 when they are going for their activity. That is the only thing they can use to escape now in the bush.
Okay.
So it is this argument that you are putting up in defense of Okada. In fact, if you want to put the merit and the merit is about 10. The demerit is about 90%.
Because of the bad ones now,
I agree with Ola that if you stop it, people will look for alternative things to do. Don't always think that all this sentiment, emotional sentiment that you put into things, and they used to feed their family. They used to do these all these things.
You guys are weak. You guys are wicked. Where's Ajale Koko? Ajale Koko is not here. Ajale Koko, I say, no.
Wicked, bro. Look, criminality is when you let it fester, you let it grow unchecked, and having Okada in our society actually breed criminality, because a lot of people goes into Okada business not because of they want to use it, but because they want to use it as a cover. I mean, was it wicked? I even said that in Abuja, some of these people that always are hanging out in front of people's properties, that question why they are always there hanging out with some abokis, some gatemans and all that.
Let me tell you this, Adewale. All those aboki that the people used to employ as a gateman, and they are the one that killed them. Oh. They will be the one setting them up. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Before uncle.
Nigeria have changed.
One of my colleague, he employ an aboki as a security in his house. One of the day when the guy went to work, the guy carry everything for the house come out.
If I don't need no security in Nigeria, why should I even put security in Nigeria? There's no need to. Now, if I have to do it now,
today again.
No, you don't even need you don't need the security in Nigeria. You know, when you are people don't usually pay attention to their surroundings. People get carried away and get complacent. My neighbors, let me tell you something. Maybe it has to do with the line of the job that I do. You know what I do? Like 5 radios to where I live, I Googled every single of my neighbors. I didn't limit it to the place. I went online. I did do the research to know a little bit about them. Guess what happened? A week ago, I found out that actually 2 sex offenders lives in that vicinity. And I went and I notified every member of that community to know that we have sex offenders, rapists living here too. Maybe somebody's father also that register. Of course. So if you don't do your due diligence, if I see any unknown vehicle driving around in my vicinity, look, my hairs will be like a rabbit hair, will turn up like this. That antenna, I want to know who is in that vehicle. Now, I have cameras around me. Nearly any houses in this community that doesn't have camera. Probably not that much. I mean, so there's no way you will not be able to track at least the plate number. But when you have a community that is, that understood the importance of security, it will be a lot. You will spend less, to decrease criminality in that community. But when you don't pay attention to it, you pay hugely, because number one, your property, even you yourself, you are not safe. Now, as far as Nigeria is concerned, if you go to Nigeria now, they can tell Mr. Triumph that you don't live there. Any of us talking here,
why do you say that? Why?
Look,
If I go there, how do you do that?
We need to start thinking like a criminal. Reason being is that it's true. The better you start thinking like a criminal, the better for every one of us. Reason being is this: even the way you talk, your mannerism has changed. I used to accuse you of being a Frenchman on this show, right?
But my accent have changed now. It have changed.
I'm not joking, no.
So you don't get what Dewale is saying. What Dewale is saying is this: is unconsciously you give yourself away. You understand? You give yourself.
Is it because of I speak French?
It's not. See, even if you speak Yoruba like me, if you speak Ekiti like me, as should they enter like this, then go no.
They can tell you are not one.
Continue, Dewale.
They can tell you.
Let me tell you this. Adewale, let me just back what you are saying. There was a time I discovered that for 2 days consecutively, anytime I open my gate, I will see these two guys sitting opposite the road. You understand? Early in the morning. I saw them the first day, the second day. I alerted the community and they got them arrested. You understand? In my community, if you want to come and visit me anytime from 7 p.m., they will stop you. I have to give you them permission to release you to enter into our community.
That's
you
good.
Understand?
That's good. I'm coming to the state now, not to Lagos.
That is, you have to be security conscious, and it's not only peculiar to anywhere. You can hear what Adewale is saying. Even if somebody is living in US, you have to be security conscious. You don't take things for granted these days because there are a lot of criminal out there. It's not yes, our own economic situation push a lot of people into it, but criminality is everywhere. It's everywhere.
That means I'll go and sleep in any of these religious houses.
And they're even smarter than.
I'll sleep there. Huh? Would they come and kidnap me inside a church or in the mosque? I'll stay there. I'll stay in the place the same.
That's even where they can easily rob you the most. They will rob you, kill you, bury you, and nobody would know.
See, look at what we just said there, Trump. Now we told you that if you get to Nigeria, they will easily identify you. See the way you are giving yourself away, even in our midst already. Going to church is a red flag to some. That you are sleeping in the church, you are raising the red flag to some.
One time, the last time I was in my hometown, I was even in Lagos. Then I wasn't even in living abroad. You know what I did, Allah? I went home. I parked my car in Aramokrikiti. Took a public bus. I didn't shave anything. I look unkept. And the moment I walked in, I had a slippers on me and not like a regular shoe. I was traveling with one of my boys then. Nobody even pay attention to me because I disguised completely. Before you know it, I'd spent like a day or 2 days already, and nobody even knew that I was in there. So, but it was the third day because I went for one burial, something like that, and I went to one of my friend, my childhood friend, who happens to be a barber. Now helped me with the haircuts. That was when people now said, I didn't know you were here. I mean, you are. When did you come? I said I've been here for the past 2 days. They were surprised. Not that I'm that important though. I'm not a VIP. But I just like to be I just like to be, try to live.
To stay anonymous.
Yeah, so that people won't pay. Because if you dress ostentatiously, they can tell. Look, it depends on the environment you go to. If you go to the Lagos mainland or you go to outside Lagos, if you dress somehow, they can tell that, okay, this dressing is not about this place. They can tell who is one living in abroad. Even your accent, your tonation, and everything.
Oh my God.
No,
I accuse you of being a Frenchman on this show. You think I was joking, Abi?
I'll be putting Ashoke now. I'll put on Ashoke now.
No, see,
Or
Trump.
Bubu.
As I speak my local dialect and make proverb. If I still get to my village, they will see me looking at no, this guy doesn't live there. No matter how I try to speak it, and they will surely know that you are not. They will look at your skin, they will look at your eye, they will look at in fact, they will find one way
that is why my taxi guy was doubling the money for me. I
right from
understand.
the airport, we know. See, Mr. Trump, we can even know right from the airport. Let's assume that you land in Abuja and you take a flight from Abuja, that's local flight from Abuja to Lagos. The immigration officer there will know that you don't live in Nigeria. You'll be shocked.
That's true. That is true.
So don't. That's something you don't.
I'll pass through Benin Republic then.
I say it's not about where you pass through. People are too intelligent for don't see. People are too intelligent for all this thing you have to say, but somehow they know. They know.
I will buy this. I will order from line. All this can.
No. But don't. Not so many people cares about you. Don't let the Lord. It's not the way we are put. As if once they notice you, then they will start planning against you. But people don't care much about. The evil ones are not that many like that, though. So don't be scared.
I remember when I went. Even here myself, they don't. Police don't stop me now. They look at me. They pass. But when they see my friends that came from Nigeria, even they stop. They started asking them papers. I say why? They say that they know. So now you're making me afraid, Mr. Ola. So they will know that they see when they see us. They will.
See, what you do when you
dressing costs now. Dressing now.
Do you know one funny thing? Do you know one funny thing about men is this? When you are away from a certain environment for so long, you'll be scared. Me that I'm talking to you, there was a time around 2006, 2005, 2006. I was flying those Kaduna, Kano, Mina Road in midnight to 11 o'clock in the night, 1 p.m. all those stuff. And I was still doing some field job those days. And my intention is this: if I was supposed to stay outside the Lagos for like 10 days, I wanted to do everything within 2-3 days and get back to Lagos and go and stay home at home if I that way. So that time, fear no they catch me. No matter what they say, air crash or everything, they scare me. Do you know one thing, Mr. Trump? When I found myself in Canada in 2019, I went to do I went on roller coaster. Just to tell you how fear used to work. I went on roller coaster. Those red lines that we descend with like over 90 kilometers per hour.
Okay.
Since that thing descended like that, they think carry me on that trip, carry me up. When I finished that trip, for more than 2 years, I was afraid to enter flight too. I started fearing height. The flight I don't do several years, that they fly, they go Europe, the same flight that carry me come Canada, that carry me go America. Suddenly, I started fear started coming. You see, sometimes it's things like this may trigger fear, but don't let that fear overshadow you, because some people still live in that Nigeria. They're still reports. You have to say,
That is it. Even my cousin was telling me that as I'm coming, I shouldn't tell them too that I'm coming. I say, why? I said, no, you shouldn't tell them. I do what I've done. I go back.
Simba goes to Nigeria now. That's right.
He goes 2 times in a year now.
I see have some friend that goes to Nigeria as if they've left.
No, Simba is Olori Awo of Rob.
Imam Man Simba. Chief Imam Man Simba.
No, like now, what I'm doing I'm planning Nigeria to 2024. I want to be going every month. I spend like a week in Nigeria every month. That's it. I will not. But to be changing.
You only need to confess because you may have some other bad things you are planning to do there. I don't think it's only for business. When people go to Nigeria like
no, really, it's for business. It just there's something I want to put in place and teach people to.
If you go to Lagos, which area will you be staying? That one will expose you. If you are staying around there, I think, John, I know your intention. But if you are in Nigeria and you are staying there, even if you stay in a hotel, I still know your intention. So some people like
no, I'm going. I'm going. No. I'm going just to make sure that everything is in place. Like now, I spoke with my business partner here. He was telling me that I negotiate with people in Nigeria. I wanted it to be everywhere in the north and everywhere in Nigeria. The guy wants to work only with petroleum companies, which is bad. I wasn't happy. He told me he wants to work only with petroleum companies. I said, why? Then explained that concerning the drone, I've spoken already now. The way he did it, and we have to work with the police also. So one thing that we have to work also with the transportation. So it is just a network, inter-network services. So let me see. And again, to work with the government that in every car there is something. So when the car stopped in the road, we know why it stopped in Nigeria. All this public transport, they must register with it, or just to put it in every car, that they will know everything in and out. They will know who is in the bus. They should digitalize everything so that to control when they say kidnap quickly. The drone has already been there within 30 minutes, and the drone is a mother drone that has baby drones that's present there. They will know where you are. Because even at night, they see a road at night, you will see where they are. And it is silence, you will not hear the noise. But if you want them to, if they see, but there are people in that area. They told me that it will shoot on even the kidnappers and the victims. They shoot everybody. They will sleep there with a sleeping pin. When it will shoot you, not your body, it will shoot you. It will shoot you. Then you will sleep there for the next 2 hours. The police will come and catch everybody. Then they will know who is who. So when I saw it, I said, why not bring the thing? It's only because the guy wants to make his money quick. Understand? It's not that expensive. Because we Nigeria were not taken towards that side. So that's why I said that I'll be staying in Nigeria once in a month. The guy will come and go, me, I will come and go too. So that's it. So at least we are bringing, instead of us to employ Nigerians, I told that no. They told me why. I said that I have reasons. Because I don't want anybody to sabotage the secret in it, that they can just put a glitch in it, then they will use it informant. Because I heard that those kidnappers in Nigeria, in the northern part of Nigeria, that they work with the police. I was surprised when I heard many things that they will give the informant that the police are coming. So I spoke with them, and they're working with the company I'm working with is not an American company, not even French company. We are working with a Russian company, so they are ready to do this with us. So there's opportunity in Nigeria. There's opportunity, but who's going to take the risk? You can see it is a bit. They will have to sign contracts. Even the person that gave me data in my platform, he signed a data. He signed a contract with my developer. So they have to sign the contract. When there is breach of contract, you pay $1 million. Sorry, €1 million. You breach it, you pay. That's how we do it. My contract, you pay. so that you'll be even afraid to do it.
Whenever you are doing your business for the business solution, in terms of software, just they remember me and no, they carry everything. No, they carry. We can give you look. I'm telling you, I can tell you now, you they laugh. So when you are doing your
I know
business,
you have
business
what
solution,
you get what I go ask you later now. You get what they work on, so I go need your help now because you're in English now. Understand? English. So that's one thing that
that
will make it.
document too. So maybe not be say I know they talk am now.
You understand? No, you go sign. You go sign. You will sign papers.
Wo ni pé ó ṣàwò ni pé kó má fẹ́ tẹ́lẹ̀ pàlàpàlàpà. A ní kò lára pàtí àdìtí àbí báwo Yorùbá ṣe máa ń pòwe.
Àbí? If I tell you that I can give, just give me business. So don't just be saying all this story.
No, actually, let me tell you, we can't just, what we should understand is that we can't just be meeting here and be talking blah, blah, one-man platform. It's becoming like a community and we have to know how to network and help ourselves. But that same thing that we are talking about the fear, all these, I don't want people to know much about me. We don't trust ourselves. Even it still exists on this platform. Because you discover that even to exchange even ordinary contacts is very difficult on the platform.
I will say,
people are not just interested.
Simba, I will not castigate those who protect their image. The reason being is we have never met, we don't know each other, so we can also do the little that you can, or share little information that everyone is comfortable sharing. So I don't blame people that will refuse to share, but every day we gather, we talk here, we don't really know truly who we really are, right?
Exactly. You're right.
So those people who will not even give out their numbers, I don't blame them. Me now, the only thing people can see is my name, my first name. Other than that, there's nothing you want to know about me. I'm very inquisitive. I love to dig out people. Sometimes I will sit back on this show, I'll be listening to people, right? And yeah. So
if I give you my name, you cannot get me out. Okay.
Trump, just a minute. One day when people speak, sometimes they think they are hiding. So when I challenge about two people, I let them know that no, you are not really hiding. So when I went, I said, okay, this is your reading. This is I said, he said, where did you know? I said, okay, you see yourself now. So if I be DSS now, I don't know you. I would wait for Mutalaya, they wait for you. So don't blame people. You understand? Don't blame people for not sharing, because many people were even despite hiding behind the camera, you can still know them. You understand? You know, the last time Patrick spoke on this place, I said, Patrick, the dude was so. Immediately I got him straight away. Like so many people have come across here. Even some people here even still recognize my voice. This guy, I know you now. I say, yeah, you may be correct. And I've heard about people too that appear on Facebook and on social media that pass through Nigeria immigration system, and that DSS asked them to step aside. I think Baba said it, that okay, some people they just say, once you criticize government, they are looking for you. So many people have a reason for hiding. To me, say before, maybe like 7-8 years ago, when I was not going through security check, maybe I can just release my information anyhow. You understand? Even though I still use my name, but once you don't know my full name, there's still nothing you can do. So because the name I use for you, even if you like, go search for LinkedIn, go search everywhere. You understand? You go try it. But those people that really know me when I exchange my contacts. Because I have some people that, okay, we discussed to an extent. And when I become comfortable, the first day I show my face to one man, an engineer, they were just laughing. Even there was a time I went to visit Patrick. I went to Patrick, and so it's a level of comfort. Over time we know one another. we'll be able to. For example, now there's no way that Trump want to give me.
Oh, you went to visit Patrick in Canada?
We were in the same town.
Are you kidding me?
Okay. It's not, we live in the same city, and his house is like about 52 kilometers away from me. In the same town, the same
wow.
So
me and
that's 1 hour drive. That's 1 hour drive.
You see, one guy here was challenging me about Christmas activities in Calgary. I was saying Christmas period. I was not saying Christmas Day, because I know on 25 everybody sit down at home. Everywhere is quiet. You go to even to get coffee from Tim Hortons, you won't even see anybody to sell coffee to you. Everybody at home. So for Christmas period, generally there are activities that you keep looking for Christmas to come. End of the year party, zoo light, you go and do some kind of snow show. So many things you can do during the Christmas that you keep looking forward for it. So I asked the guy, see, you don't know how Christmas is here. I said, meet me at the city hall so that I will take you around. I will tell you activities. Let us have some activity in December. The guy ran away, and the guy lived in Calgary. You start wondering, why is the guy running away from me? He has his own reason. So I won't blame him. But the person like Patrick, that okay, let us meet now. You are calling me on this thing. You do okay. I went to his house, and I was there for like 4 hours.
Ola, let me tell you, it takes two to tango. You understand? If you really believe in yourself and you know that you have nothing that you are hiding, you understand? I don't think you'll be more freer with people that but if you are a liar, you are a liar, you are the one that be hiding a lot of things.
You do yourself now.
No. Simba.
I remember last week. Was it not last week, Mr. Tao? Last week, was it last week Saturday that we were talking offline?
Yes.
You remember?
You showed
I showed my camera. Yes, now. Yes, I
you showed that
myself.
you're asleep now. Yeah.
So it's in me. What I just believe in. I don't have any shady thing about my life. I'm doing legal business. So then why should I be afraid?
He said
no.
Did you say legal business?
No, he said legal business. How can I say legal business? How can
A person like me, I'm afraid of how I sometimes present myself online. I don't want to be caught. I don't want to be caught in a serious argument showing my face online. That's me for you. I don't want. But whenever I connect with you, I will make myself available for you to see.
But I don't have problem showing my face.
Adiwali, since all this your brothers in Netflix, in Facebook, and all those stuff, they be doing your background check. They go and be looking at you are this thing, but the way you presented yourself, you didn't show good leadership. You say what? Even sometimes you cannot sue them because already you are in the public space, because they are not supposed to be digging into your history, but already while you are even doing things with them already, you've already concur. Are you bondable? You've already said you are bondable. Already you give them that license already. Sometimes when you say you are bondable, you think, whether they want to ban you or those things. No, they want to conduct your background check sometimes. That word bondable is where it's loaded. Not until I started doing cross-border security check, all those stuff. I say, wow, in this world of AI, no, I have to, because the two things is this: I can come online. If I show my face online, the same online you are seeing now is not the same online you will see any longer. Sometimes you will talk, I will just play diplomatically with you, I will go. I won't even be frontal the way I'm frontal with you. Everything will be me to be agreeing with you and all those stuff. Any day you see me show my face here, believe me, that day, you won't see me be doing serious argument like this again. I'll be playing some kind of diplomatic politics, just like the way I started.
That is true. That one thing that I remember when I was working with I work with the
That's
First
why
Foundation.
I'm on LinkedIn now. I'm on LinkedIn, and I was on Facebook for some time, but
Facebook is now for the old school people.
Adewale, you see,
I'm not in Facebook.
fighting Buhari people online, I show my face. So in fact, now fight to finish. All these Facebook and Netflix people like that telling you come there, they fight to finish. You see, if you still go to my LinkedIn, of course, you see all my data.
You know, when
Anybody
I
that
used
wants my
to
LinkedIn can connect.
when I used to go to Dr. Damage's show before it got infiltrated, and you now see the
You
gathering
used to
of.
show your face now, of course.
Oh yeah, I was.
Some of us know you from there now. That's why.
Which year was that? Which year was that? Which year was that?
You look like Kolade Otitoloju.
That guy. I could remember the first day I came here. One man said, "Are you his brother?" But yeah, are you saying I'm fat? I said, "No, I'm just."
Now me start time now before one man ask you now, because I know you from that place, so I did see you on that Dr. Damages.
I only went. I only allowed me, but without showing my face. I remember they said I should come. It was in the. It was it called a forefather. Say I should come.
Oh man, I used to frequent it, but it turned to
so
something.
he asked me to talk. So he told me without showing my face. I said okay, and then I went in and I spoke. So what I just gave warnings and things like that. So they told me I should show my face. I said that it's not the right time. That's it. I don't want to go through sunset for my Gary. Understand? So I don't want problem with Nigerians, because I know that I'll be going every month very soon. So I don't want problems with them. That before they know, they'll put it at the side for to start asking you questions. So that's just it. Nothing.
Before I they follow people they drive to for free. If not before, you see all these people that are saying things about mobile that if you don't go there and say you guys confront our, so if they say all those people I go allow them to drag me serious, I say you guys, you are killing people mentally just to make money. I think just go there. See, when you are saying is Baba is this, is a Baba, I think go there and tell them, say, guys, you are making blood money just for you. You are accusing people you don't even know. You are messing people's mental health up just because you want to click on your this. In fact, now so they feel drag. You need to see what I take a Buhari show, Buhari supporters see that they drag Facebook. My Facebook, like the way we say people go, I get plenty people for Facebook, but for like except I go there occasionally for like almost a year now. I know they regular for Facebook again. Me when we say I post
That's
like
good.
10, 15 times a day. See, that serious argument. Even on Twitter,
I don't have Facebook.
On Instagram.
I don't have Facebook. But I have one that I use to.
If I can just monetize my activities on Facebook, I don't mind.
I use it to spy at my workers. I look at what they are doing. In case someone said that he took a sick leave. Yeah, in French, you take sick leave every time. I'll go to their Facebook and look at it. I say, you're in the beach. Then I call the police. So I call so they go to the persons.
You know that's what to talk. Now in Canada, they catch one person. That person live in Canada and no, he landed as an immigrant. He's landed the permanent resident and went back to United Arab Emirates to study. So after 3 years, they applied for citizenship. So when they started the investigating, they pick some people at random to see whether they meet the residency requirements. So they started investigating. The guy the people didn't know that the immigration people, they already have their full fat, everything.
Yeah.
As they look at it. Now so then sue the government, they drag the face. You know what? All these LinkedIn activities is cool. You understand? They loan. They got that one. When the thing was not even satisfactory, they still went to find a way to use the diplomatic means to see even get their exit and entry into United Arab Emirates. So social media, the security agents, they use that. the employers, they use that because I don't even know why.
I use it to. I will not lie to you. I use it to. I will just give me a moment. I see the applicants.
Triumph. Do you know the worst
their
thing?
CV.
Do
I
you
use
know
it.
the worst thing? If you
You
deactivate
start
your
telling them.
Facebook today, within the next 5 years, they can still get your data there. So that's the main thing. So the thing is, you conduct yourself online. You don't need to hide your face. Let's be realistic. If you are comfortable with that, there's nothing to hide in your face. But conduct yourself. Once you are showing your picture, you have to be a different character entirely. Also seeing your picture. Because if I'm showing, like I told you, if I'm showing my picture, I won't be able to shout again. I won't be able, I swear. I will just be yes man. But it's easier for me to hide on that camera.
You don't even
Maybe
you don't even shout. Your character, I haven't seen you acting like some people that I know, that they're always quick to they're like firecracker.
Firecracker.
People that would tell. Anyway,
No, I use Facebook just to spy. Sometimes I use LinkedIn to know your contacts. I use Swedish and LinkedIn. I use the two, and I look before we say yes or no. You understand? That's what I do. So that's what I do. Even I have to stop my post of LinkedIn. I don't use LinkedIn anymore. And they want to try to. I say you can't get me anymore. And they try
No,
Facebook.
I use LinkedIn. You know, my business must go now. Why I not go?
You use it now. Don't because of you are just as a consultant, so they can verify you. Understand? That's the kind of thing
The only thing I
your
remove,
job.
the only thing I remove from LinkedIn these days are just my years of graduation. But at the end of the day, I know say those things are lies. Even if you still want to apply for employee, then go get you. Because I don't trust LinkedIn. I think LinkedIn may be providing secret background they check. So people come to LinkedIn and lie.
Who own the website, sir?
You say?
Who own the website?
LinkedIn.
Mm-hmm.
I think Microsoft has bought it. I don't even know who has. I think one of the big companies
All this website will be collecting data left and right. People will be willing to, because LinkedIn is about your real identity, your real self.
Of course, yes. Now Microsoft is Microsoft. Microsoft owns LinkedIn. You see, people when you are applying for a job, people initially when people don't understand, you need to lie to get into another organization. But when you are going to LinkedIn, you have to have some kind of stability. How do I mean now? Because in the world of capital, in the human resources, this thing, you understand, they just want to limit you to a particular job role. What happens if that job role is no longer fanciful? You want to vary. Now, a person like me, the only thing I cannot do in IT is cybersecurity. Not that I don't understand a little bit. I don't want to put energy because it's becoming very. But when we are talking of software development, data, you are talking of networking, you are talking of hardware, infrastructure, all those stuff. I'm okay. But today, LinkedIn is saying it's making it difficult for me that if I present myself as an infrastructure person today now, infrastructure is no longer moving very well for me. I want to switch to software development. Do you know some people have subscription there that they can track the way you are changing things? That even if you like apply to their job for like 100 times, they will just ignore you.
Oh, really?
Okay. So that's why that some of us we prefer to stay as a consultant.
You remember when since Prince Daddy stay on this line? Okay, Prince Daddy need to go to bed. Don't even come back here because what I'm about to say is going to touch his principal. Donald Trump's wife.
Prince Daddy is here now. He's here. Prince Daddy is here.
Don't wake him up. He's fast asleep. When Donald Trump's wife plagiarized Barack Obama's wife's speech from A to Z. So when we thought it was just a joke at first, but then to find out that This woman, I don't know whoever was our speechwriter, was so lazy, copied it word for word. The medias were having good time, mocking him. I mean, mocking her. That why would she do that? Of course, the person that wrote the speech, nobody would care or want to know about her name, but the person that read the speech would now accuse her. So anything you do around here, now that we're now living in the era of AI now, so it's all about who is fast. And when it comes to some of the software they are using to, you know, pick candidates and all that for a position, some of the software are, very sophisticated, so they can easily weed out some that are, when you fill in the gap. It happens a lot when people keep changing resume, editing it from the bottom to the top. I mean, from top to the bottom, keep editing it. And there are times you will now leave a gap, a huge gap that you have to explain during the interview what actually happened. Now AI will now be separating people, doing the separation of picking of candidates for companies now.
I hate LinkedIn, even though I'm forced. I hate it because I don't have an option. I don't know what to do with them. Especially when I was looking for a job as employee, I hate LinkedIn like air. This environment, we are built to lie on resumes. You are not meant to say the truth because the application we got the ATS, they will filter you out if you don't know how to lie. And the problem is that if you are tailoring your resume now, if it is networking, employer want to see networking there. If it is infrastructure, they want to see. But some of us, anybody that knows some of us that work in the banking system in Nigeria, you know that, especially the IT, they can rotate you around all the units there. At Oyibo, you are the only one that you are doing the external support. You are the only one who are in the server room. They will tell you that you are not competent, that you are not consistent. They may even think you are lying.
I heard everything you said though, but I tell you, where did Michelle Obama get hers from?
A speechwriter wrote a very good speech for her. Your own principal's wife went and plagiarized Obama's wife. They were so lazy that they could not even think for themselves.
Yeah, what was the exact
Both husband and wife kept
word?
copying people.
But they are not of the same intellectual capacity now. What do you expect?
We're just so lazy.
Well, you can blame the speechwriter, but I don't think it was anything of any great substance that she copied. I mean, is it if they hit us high, we go low, or that garbage she said, or which one is it?
I mean, that speech itself was a golden one when she said we keep going higher even if they're going low.
See, Prince Daddy. I'm not an American like you. I'm just a North American.
That's for woke people, man. It doesn't even make any sense. Hit them
it does
high,
make
go
sense.
low and high.
It's like you don't wrestle with the pig. That's what she was trying to fight. The message she was trying to pack, that you don't fight the pig, because if you're trying to fight the pig, you get dirty. And what is the point? That's why you say you have to go higher, even when they're going low. And at that time, man, the bar was so low to the point that, man, you question that your presence in America. But thank God, thank goodness, thank God. Now we can now go to bed with our 2 eyes closed and wake up and
Those
say,
two
you know
people
what?
they are in different class. So let's just even say the truth.
Oh.
Trump and Obama, they're not in the same class. Trump is like a century ahead of both white. We should not even be comparing the two, to be honest.
Who? Trump is ahead of who?
That's a disrespect.
Who's that?
Sorry, Obama is ahead of Trump.
You're talking about even his wife. His wife went to law school, graduated. As a matter of fact, it was a secretary of
what are
a
you talking
whole
about? Hold on.
medical conglomerate. You are now.
How is Obama ahead of Trump? In what category? Just name one.
Intelligently, in the way they carry themselves publicly,
People think money is all about everything. People think that when you have money, you can do those
So
things.
okay, are you serious? You think Obama's
Have
intelligent?
you
Is that what you're saying?
guys have you guys saw the new film that Obama just did? The new film
Well,
is warning us
wait,
about the future.
wait, Mr. Trump, no verse. Let me even answer Prince Daddy. See, intellectually, Obama can contribute to the academia.
Contribute to what? Contribute to what?
The academia. And
yeah, right. Yeah, right. That sorry to tell. That is
It's
trash and
actually
garbage.
that was his constituency before he became a
No.
lawmaker.
That is trash. Oh, I see. You guys, okay. You guys are researchers. You guys are
He was
researchers.
he was a law
Obama have a way.
professor at the Chicago State
No.
University.
They have a way of bamboozling you people. Tell
Are
me.
you
Just tell
saying
me.
it
You
was
guys are research. No. Forget
Prince
about
Daddy?
that. See,
Are you
no.
saying
Tell
that
me a research, an academic work that Barack Obama did. Just tell me.
I said he
Obama,
can contribute.
the
That's
fact that
trash.
it was
By
actually,
the way, which I can contribute. What is stopping me from contributing? What do you mean? I'm
if you
contributing
want
also.
to, if you want to
we are
know,
Tell
saying Trump.
Prince
you guys
Daddy,
you do research. Tell me
Prince Daddy.
one academic work that Barack Obama
Okay,
did, so I
and
can
I will
research and
tell
read it.
you. I'll tell you where to go. Where there was a law student, it was the law reviewer of the Nigerian law.
Garbage. That's trash. That guy. See, that's the laziest guy ever. See, listen. He was a DEI kind of a guy. He was never qualified. Just like when he became a president, he was never
Everything
qualified.
is about money to the Trump
It's
supporter.
not
You
about
have to
money.
be loaded.
We actually talking about how many business did Obama start? How many business did he ever start? What has he ever done?
Hear this one. Obama is first president to publish an academic paper.
Okay, okay. I'm by my computer right now. Tell me so I can Google it.
Okay, no, I
Don't
will
listen to
in the comment section.
All those cheap shots. He was trying to look. Even your principal knows that he can't stand when Obama intellectually he cannot measure up.
Obama is the laziest. The laziest.
Yeah, right. Even your principal that will sit down in the office ordering coke left and right. He doesn't even
Look
work
at
as
it there.
He doesn't even
I
come
posted.
down. He doesn't come down from upstairs till 10 o'clock. He will spend 2 hours applying gel on his head, try to comb that nest in his head.
Mr. Dewale. At least he has hair.
You want to insult?
He will be sharing hair gel with his wife. You know. What kind of human?
Prince Daddy.
At what age?
Prince Daddy.
Yeah.
Check the private chat. I just pasted.
I just saw it. Yeah.
Okay.
I saw it also.
The man, a guy, man, I read is like a obese brother. I read guy, man, and he's living in the poor among the public.
And how many book of Obama have published now?
Sure, like 4 or 5.
So if you publish a book, what does that mean? You know, you guys, I'm really surprised how you guys get carried away with this.
No, now, no, at least
that
you
means
know what
nothing
book,
really.
you know what books can do in someone's life now. And this guy used to give, used to go around university and give speech there. You know, they used to invite him to give speech. So, you know what?
Obama.
Obama, yes, now.
Oh yeah.
Obama don't publish many books. That's why I come search now that he don't publish many books.
I mean, what book? The Dream from My Father, or the one that David Plouffe wrote
Wait,
about?
Mr. Ola, can I say something? Not to be a devil's advocate. Do you know that they use it for money?
You don't have to.
They publish a book, and they pay. Then they pay them.
Yeah,
that's the money that you use to back doors. They make it as a way.
This one they talk. I don't know. I did public. I don't know. I don't know what they talk. I don't know what they talk. If they ask one man to start looking for you tomorrow, you're on your own.
Okay, you guys should allow me a couple of minutes.
No, the man is actually a crook. You know what he did? He was running a Ponzi university. Now,
hold on. Let me see. I just click on your link, and I know how to. It's very easy to debunk this garbage. You know, I can believe that we all went to college here on this platform. Now I'm just reading this trash right here, just like okay. Barack Obama has become the first sitting president to publish an academic paper. Now tell me, based on that timeline, did he write that paper in Harvard, or when did he write it? You don't know. I know you don't know that. And by the way, you know, any serious academic paper has to be peer reviewed. Now it's here in this article.
What are you
What did
talking
it
about? You
say?
know what peer review does, Prince Daddy? So every time there's a new landmark, not necessarily a landmark, but you know, every time that a Supreme Court, you know, make a, you know,
What is peer review? Tell me, what is peer review?
peer review is when you have most of the judgment that come from the court, then the law student look at it and try to see how the application of the
to correct it with his good or bad
See,
instead.
no,
okay,
not
it
necessarily
says right here.
correction.
It says that the paper, though not peer reviewed, was fact checked for 2 months before being published in the Journal of American Medical Association. So see, this is when you say you're padding your resume. This is trash here, because this article here, if I'm not mistaken, it was written. Okay, number one, we know Barack Obama is not a medical is not a medical practitioner, nor does he have a degree in medicine in any way, shape, or form. But here we are here is publishing an article in the American Medical Association journal. What qualifies him to do that? Is it because he's a great researcher? It's not a great
Which
researcher.
one is your
Say, hold
principal
on.
wrote?
Say,
Which
the only
one?
listen. This is the caveat, or this is the catch right here.
It be
It
like
said
say Prince that you don't like Obama. Oh. You don't like
no, no, no.
Obama
But
at all.
let's do the truth. It said
You are just
I
finding
don't
out.
enter one
the
chance.
article. Hold on. The article was published based on the Affordable Care Act. Listen, Affordable Care Act. In other words, this article was, we can conclude right now, though it wasn't his original idea. I think it started all the way from Bill Clinton. But though it was the one that pushed this horrible Affordable Care Act. So it did that.
Horrible.
So
You say you
so
call it horrible.
hold on. In so doing, right, you know, in order to pad his resume, they allowed him to publish this article based on the Affordable Care Act. And I can tell you right now, without reading it, because I know Barack Obama he doesn't have a medical background, nor does he understand medicine in totality. He doesn't have a clue. I know he doesn't. So this is nothing more. Without going
Miss,
deep into the article, it's nothing more than policy
Mr. Trump,
around healthcare. Hold
Mr.
on, policy
Triumph.
around healthcare. Huh?
I'm here. I'm listening.
Yeah, it has nothing more than it has nothing to do more than policy around healthcare. Not because it's providing any new breakthrough in science or any innovation in science or any IP information. None of that. This is simply policy. And if you know very well, this policy are usually they are usually written and researched by associates, meaning the people that work for the White House, that work for the senators. That's what they do. The people that go to school actually that do the work. So again, I cannot be bamboozled by what you get, all this, all this trash you guys spread around. This is nothing. Obama never wrote an academic
Are
paper.
you a mega guy, President? Are you a mega guy?
He's a MAGA.
Yeah, you can call me MAGA.
Maga.
Yeah, you can call
Maga. Maga. Okay, I understand.
Yeah, you
What
can call me
is that?
MAGA.
I will teach you something in life.
He's
Eh?
a
You have to
MAGA.
be
President is a MAGA.
that's good. I think I've seen
The
the
article,
real Nigeria
this
that's
is
Maga.
nothing more. This is nothing more around insurance, insured Americans, or insurance as it relates to the Affordable Care Act. This is not a serious academic paper. It's not for
Okay,
anybody with a serious mind. Hold on. This is for people with room temperature IQ. Okay, room temperature IQ. This is trash. So, Allah, be careful when you promote your guy Obama. This is trash. I'm looking here.
I know I don't enter one chance for you Americans. You know me, I
No,
just
you
I
know.
wanted
Let
to
me see.
gaslight.
Ola, don't worry. I got you here.
No.
What you have, President, do.
Let me say something. I attended University of Illinois, Urbana champion, and Obama is our guy there. Whether you like it or not, I will always support the guy.
Yeah, listen.
So
Somebody doesn't
he's
have
a
to.
guy from my
Someone doesn't
area.
have to do. Or somebody doesn't have to do
Did
anything
you
like
did
really great for
President?
you to
Let me
like
ask
the
you a
person.
question. Let me ask you this question. Did you watch the speech he gave concerning with Hannity? Is it Hannity? That the public speech he gave out with his community. When they asked him that will he be a dictator, he said he will be a dictator for 1 day.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
Dre. Yeah? He said it,
That is,
and that's not good
that
for
is
him again. That's not good for him. He's the one putting
Prince
himself into
Daddy's
problem every time.
Prince
He
Daddy's
didn't say it was
It's a
going. He didn't
Hannity.
say that. He didn't say it
No,
was
he
going to be
said
a
it. He said it. He
dictator.
said it. He said it. He said it. He said it.
Yeah, he
That's
said
what
for
they
one
used
day.
against him.
Hold on. See, but you have to
One
put it
day.
in
But
context.
he
You have
did,
to put it in
he did not.
context.
He did not explain it. He did not explain it very well. He did a very big mistake. He did not explain it very well.
Mr.
No,
Triumph.
I understood him, and you didn't. I understood what he said. He said he was
Mr.
very clear.
Triumph.
Yes, no, but he did not explain it for people. I understand what he's doing now. I understand.
Mr.
You know that
Triumph, don't worry.
every president of America do the same thing. Just they signed the
It's going to
the act.
It's going to prison.
Signing the
You know
act.
why? Tell me
It's
in
not
modern
cannot
history, which
issue.
of the president you have used?
No president of America that will ever go to prison. They don't usually just to warn him that if you be careful,
You will be
careful.
you'll be surprised.
And at the end, every time they remove, they say that they don't have anything against him.
You'll be
They don't put
surprised.
king in the prison, no? You understand?
Says who?
They made the law. They know themselves now. Not them now. Not them. You
Says who? Don't worry, he's going to prison.
I can bet it with you. It's not going on. I can bet it with you. It's not going on. I don't bet. I thought about first Peter Pan.
We will see. He's going to prison.
But maybe but now if with Biden is going to win, but with Newsom, I know that Newsom is going to beat him hands down because of personality. Because when we see beat you guys was it kind of but the only part I used to listen to them. Now even their last debate, Vivek was just hamming on Vicky. No.
Rather that loud mouth. See, Republicans are always like that. It's all about noise. They don't noise, no substance.
Really?
Guys, we have to go. I don't want to go to prison.
Okay, put us in the background. So
I'll put on the background. Yeah, let me just. I have to shut it down. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll need to go to bed, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. That's been a nice session again. Thank you. The comment section, Taht, I see you there. I just overlook you today. Write anything you want to write, but that's fine. It happens sometime. Thank you, everyone. We'll catch you the same time tomorrow. Bless you guys. God bless you. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I said, peace. Yeah, I'll leave you with this.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Olomaje. They say meet them for airport road. Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? I know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? We know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya, you Yaya, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń ṣẹ̀nu wúyẹ́, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ, Yaya Bello, àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ.
But Thomas, Gary does this.
He has not finished.
never be there. You can only see, but you can never be there.